Chapter 1. The arrival of the divine finger upon awakening from slumber. Zhongxian, a freshly graduated worker, unexpectedly found himself transformed into the 7th prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Yet, this princely title was akin to a death warrant. Within the imperial court, fraternal rivalry brewed. Cloaked in treachery, in the realm of martial arts, the strong reigned supreme, and life was as fragile as a blade of grass. For 3 long years, he navigated this perilous existence with trepidation, fearful that a single misstep could plunge him into irretrievable doom. Just as despair began to engulf him, the system finally awakened. It commenced at the pinnacle, summoning the formidable Wei Zhongxian, and in an extraordinary version no less. From that moment, the dormant dragon unfurled its eyes. In the Qian continent, 100 nations contended for supremacy, with 4 great dynasties asserting their dominance over the world. The martial artist ascended through realms from the 1st to the 9th grade, with masters and grandmasters above the 9th, culminating in the celestial beings of the land. Zhongxian had traversed to this realm for 3 years. Fortunately, fortune smiled upon him, allowing him to be reborn as the 7th prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Although the life of a prince bore its own dangers, it paled in comparison to that of a beggar or a commoner. Were he to have reincarnated as a beggar, it would have been a true case of calling to the heavens and receiving no response. He was no Zhu Yuanzhang, who started with a mere bowl and ended up founding a nation. The current emperor fathered 11 children, 7 princes and 4 princesses. The crown prince, Zhou Yu, possessed extraordinary martial talents and remarkable military achievements, having reached the level of grandmaster by the tender age of 33, marking him as one of the most gifted individuals in the Great Zhou Dynasty. The second prince, Zhou Lingxiao, though lacking in innate talent, was bolstered by the swift rise of his maternal clan, his grandfather being a formidable being of celestial unity, renowned as the foremost among mortals beneath the celestial beings. The fifth prince, Zhou Linyuan, was exceptionally talented, proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, even assisting the emperor in state affairs, thus earning his favor. These 3 princes stood as formidable contenders for the imperial throne, each backed by numerous court officials. The 7th prince, our protagonist, preferred a life of humility, discreetly amassing wealth. Over the course of 3 years, Zhongxian treaded cautiously, acutely aware of the overt competition among the princes. However, Zhongxian maintained a careful facade of amicable relations with his siblings, and with his lack of martial prowess and a feeble maternal influence, the ambitious princes had little reason to target him directly. Yet today marked the happiest day of Zhongxian's life since his reincarnation, for his system had finally arrived. Ding! The martial arts pinnacle system has manifested. Name: Zhongxian. Age: 17. Identity: 7th prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty realm. 5th grade cultivation method: mountain river technique. Martial skill: mountain shaking palm. Fortune value: 0. Backpack: 1 beginner's gift pack indeed. Prior to the system's emergence, Zhongxian had already attained the 5th grade, being of royal lineage and not lacking in talent. He had ascended to this realm through medicinal baths alone. System: open the beginner's gift pack. Zhongxian silently commanded in his heart. A card for unlimited character summoning, with possibilities ranging from the 1st rank to terrestrial immortals, alongside a single washing marrow pill and the technique, shadow breath technique, accompanied by a fortune value of 1,000. This gift package appears quite satisfactory, Zhongxian mused. System: can I be assured of the loyalty of the summoned character? Certainly. The characters summoned through the system will exhibit unwavering loyalty to the host. System: I shall utilize the character summoning card. Wait. I must first pay homage to the deities, to the 3 pure ones, the Jade Emperor, and the Tathagata. May they grant me victory in one strike. Open the package. Character: Wei Zhongxian, Special Custom Edition. Realm: late stage of harmony between heaven and man. Description: ruthless and astute. He is indeed an unparalleled assistant in achieving great ambitions. Success: a master of the heavenly realm. My safety is now thoroughly guaranteed, Zhongxian exclaimed with immense excitement. However, I must remain discreet. The imperial city harbors other masters of the heavenly realm, and there is even a terrestrial immortal, albeit my own grandfather, the current Grand Emperor. Yet, Zhongxian dared not gamble on familial affection. Prudent development is the rightful path. Your Highness, I am at your service, Wei Zhongxian called softly. By the way, system: under what identity has Wei Zhongxian entered this world? Rest assured, Wei Zhongxian is a servant brought into the palace by the host's mother from her family. Though he possesses martial prowess, others are unaware of his true capabilities. Wei Zhongxian, I entrust my safety to you. Your Highness may rest easy. I shall protect you with my life. System: utilize the washing marrow pill. In an instant, a pill the size of a thumb appeared in Zhongxian's hand. Without hesitation, he swallowed it. Contrary to his expectations, no impurities emerged. Rather, his cultivation ascended by 2 ranks, reaching the 7th grade realm. A brief period of practice revealed a significantly accelerated training speed. System, please provide an overview of the shadow breath technique. The shadow breath technique primarily has 2 major effects. First, it conceals the host's cultivation level, allowing the host to present a facade of any realm from the lowest to the 7th grade beneath their actual level. For instance, if the host is at the 7th grade, they can appear as any rank from none to 7th. Second, it significantly enhances agility and movement techniques. Indeed, the shadow breath technique is quite useful. It is truly an invaluable method for cultivating stealth. What is the purpose of the fortune value? The fortune value is utilized for lottery draws. A basic draw consumes 100 fortune points, an intermediate draw consumes 1,000, an advanced draw consumes 10,000, and a top-tier draw consumes 100,000 fortune points. System, let us attempt an intermediate draw. Suddenly, a machine resembling a slot machine materialized in the void, commencing its rotation. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a dossier of information regarding the subordinates within the inner palace. This information is intriguing. Having traversed 3 years in this realm, I have a general awareness that some of the eunuchs, palace maids, and guards surrounding me are affiliated with other princes, and perhaps even individuals close to the emperor himself. Yet, I remain unaware of the specific identities. Certainly, possessing this information does not imply that all spies must be apprehended at this juncture. Their continued presence may serve a greater purpose. Subsequently, Zhongxian began to scrutinize the information closely, only to discover that 3 of the 4 personal maids in his vicinity were spies, and the eunuch he intended to cultivate, Xiao Fuzi, was actually a confidant of the emperor. One cannot help but remark on the emperor's overwhelming desire for control. It is unfathomable to consider the circumstances surrounding the other princes. While Zhongxian was still contemplating future strategies, Xiao Fuzi entered. Your Highness, the noble consort requests your presence, Xiao Fuzi announced. The noble consort, who happens to be Zhongxian's biological mother, commanded his immediate attention. Without hesitation, Zhongxian instructed the maid Xiaqiu to change attire before proceeding to the consort's chambers, a path he had traversed many times before. 7th brother, where are you hurrying off to? Zhongxian turned to find the 2nd prince, Zhou Lingxiao, inquiring. 2nd brother, I am off to see mother. I cannot neglect the summons of our elders, Zhongxian replied. Very well, we shall converse another day, Zhou Lingxiao said. Continuing on his way toward the emperor's quarters, Zhongxian felt a twinge of curiosity. The 2nd prince had already established his own residence and rarely visited the emperor. Today, however, he was heading straight to the emperor, suggesting that there was some pressing matter at hand. Before long, Zhongxian arrived at the noble consort's chambers. Upon entering, he beheld a graceful and dignified woman approaching with deliberate steps, her demeanor exuding elegance and lightness. It was evident that Zhongxian's handsome visage was inherited from this very woman. Mother, your son pays his respects, Zhongxian said. Having traversed 3 years in this world, he had come to regard the noble consort as his true mother, for she had showered him with affection. She was the epitome of a doting mother, fulfilling his every need. Had he not traversed into this realm, he might have become yet another example of the adage that a mother's indulgence often leads to a son's downfall. My dear Xin'er, why have you not come to visit mother lately? Once you establish your own residence, it will be difficult for us to see each other, she remarked. Chapter 2. Establishing a residence in the Zhou Dynasty. Princes typically begin to establish their own residences at the age of 16, though this is not a strict rule. Some may do so as early as 14 or 15, while others may wait until 17 or 18. Zhongxian, now 17, was on the cusp of this milestone. Once he established his residence, access to the palace would be restricted. Mother, I have been preoccupied with my studies and martial training, which has left me little time. However, I assure you that I will visit frequently before I establish my residence, Zhongxian promised. Do not worry, my son. On the day you establish your residence, I shall present you with a grand gift. The outside world is not as sheltered as the palace. I will ask your father to assign you additional guards. And you must also take care of your own safety. Above all, your life is paramount, she advised. After spending a while longer in the noble consort's chambers, Zhongxian returned to his own quarters. That night, as he lay in bed, his mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. He felt an unprecedented sense of peace in these 3 years of traversal, finally possessing the means to live freely in this world. The following day, Zhongxian awoke feeling refreshed, his gaze imbued with hope. System, display the attribute panel. Name, Zhongxian. Age, 17. Identity, 7th Prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty realm. 7th rank. Cultivation techniques, mountain and river formula. Shadow respite technique. Martial arts, mountain shaking palm. Fortune value, 0. Backpack, none. System, How can fortune points be acquired? Weapons, cultivation techniques, and various treasures can be exchanged for fortune points. Zhongxian then began to search for items in his vicinity that could be exchanged for fortune points. After an hour of searching, he unearthed over 10 martial arts manuals, several swords, and some elixirs for strengthening the foundation and enhancing vitality. Zhongxian retained a few items, while the majority were exchanged for fortune points. 7 manuals, 3 swords, along with the elixirs, totaled an exchange of 3,700 fortune points. It appears that acquiring these fortune points is not a simple task, Zhongxian mused. Over 3,000 fortune points already exceed 3 times that of a novice gift pack. However, it must be noted that all the items Zhongxian exchanged were of exceptionally high caliber. Just these few manuals would stir a tempest of bloodshed in the martial world. Yet, all these combined only yielded a few thousand fortune points. Zhongxian felt exceedingly fortunate to be born into royalty. Had he been born among the common folk, the difficulty of obtaining fortune points would have multiplied manifold. With nothing pressing on this day, he retreated to his chambers to cultivate, prioritizing the enhancement of his strength. Time passed serenely, and soon a month had slipped by. Your Highness, the Emperor summons you to the Imperial study. The message was delivered by a young noble, the Emperor's personal messenger. It was likely regarding the establishment of his office, and Zhongxian hoped to seize this opportunity to acquire some treasures, a splendid chance to amass fortune points. Anticipation brewed within him. Zhongxian followed the young noble out of his chambers, making his way to the Imperial study. Your Majesty, the 7th prince has arrived. Old 7. Do you understand why your father summoned you today? The Emperor's voice resonated with a robust timbre, befitting his long-standing martial presence. Father, it must pertain to my office establishment. Zhongxian replied. Indeed, it seems you have reached the age for such matters. Your father is aging as well. The Emperor's tone bore a hint of melancholy. Perhaps those in high positions dread the passage of time even more. Emperors of the past, regardless of their wisdom or folly, shared an insatiable desire for longevity. Father, you are still in your prime, with ample time to expand your territories. You rascal, now you too are playing this game. Despite his words, the Emperor's lips curled into a faint smile. Do you have any thoughts on the location for your office? Completely at your discretion, Father. Zhongxian jested, daring not to suggest the palace as a location. Very well, you may return for now. Your office's location will be fitting. Your son takes his leave. Zhongxian exited the Imperial study at a leisurely pace. On his way, he felt somewhat perplexed. It appeared the Emperor had summoned him without articulating any significant matters. Unable to fathom the reasoning, he chose to dismiss it. In any case, establishing an office would undoubtedly be immensely beneficial for Zhongxian, promising a substantial influx of fortune points, with the prospect of sudden wealth within reach. In the Dongxian district, the long-awaited inauguration of the Howren Mansion has finally arrived, symbolizing the cultivation of noble aspirations and the pursuit of virtuous deeds. The Emperor's expectations for Zhongxian are palpable. Dressed in splendid attire, Zhongxian exudes an aura reminiscent of a bride on her wedding day. Wei Zhongxian, accompanied by several attendants, greets the guests at the mansion's entrance, where a lively atmosphere prevails. Although the Emperor is absent, the presence of the Empress signifies considerable importance. Surrounded by maidens, the Empress enters the main hall, and Zhongxian promptly steps forward to welcome her. Your son pays his respects to Mother Empress and humbly invites you to take your seat. The Empress smiles and gently raises Zhongxian, saying, there is no need for excessive formalities today, my dear Xian. It brings me great joy to witness your inauguration. Zhongxian humbly attributes his achievements to the nurturing and affection of his parents. At last, it is your turn to open your mansion, little brother. I have eagerly awaited this moment. The voice of the crown prince, Zhou Yu, carries from afar. Haha, dear brother, I too have long anticipated this day. Please, come inside. Other princes soon follow, and Zhongxian exchanges pleasantries with them. After engaging in light conversation with a few ministers, the formal ceremony commences. By the will of heaven, the Emperor decrees, the Prince Zhongxian, endowed with both virtue and talent, embodying loyalty and filial piety, is hereby granted the establishment of his mansion as a reward. I trust you will diligently fulfill your responsibilities and assist in the governance of the realm, living up to my expectations. Thus it is decreed. Zhongxian receives the imperial edict and bestows gifts upon the eunuch who conveyed the message. Amidst the sounds of laughter and joy, the banquet draws to a close, and Zhongxian sees the guests off with the residents of the mansion. Phew, even as a 7th-rank warrior, such events can be quite exhausting, both physically and mentally. However, reflecting on the day's accomplishments revitalizes Zhongxian. The Emperor has bestowed upon him the technique of Howren Jingqi, harmonizing perfectly with the name of his mansion. Evidently a premeditated gesture, accompanied by a Howren sword. While the Empress's gift may not be the finest treasure, its abundance is commendable, comprising numerous martial arts manuals and elixirs, which will serve to win the loyalty of his subordinates and, more importantly, can be exchanged for fortune points. Other royal gifts are equally remarkable. The Crown Prince Zhou Yu presents the Pejuan Spear, the second Prince Zhou Lingxiao offers the Tianji strategy, and the fifth Prince Zhou Linyuan gifts the Qingxin Guqin. The Pejuan Spear, approximately 9 feet in length, boasts a pitch-black body forged from mysterious iron and gold, rendering it both remarkably durable and feather-light. Ancient battlefield runes are etched along its shaft, exuding a faint crimson glow, as if stained with the blood of countless foes. Its point is exceedingly sharp, glinting with a chilling light, and the spear's tassels, resembling blood, flutter like battle flags in the wind. The Tianji strategy appears as an ancient tome. Its pages crafted from silkworm silk, impervious to fire and water, and resistant to blades. The cover is inscribed with the words Tianji, written in an archaic, robust script that seems to encapsulate the profound truths of the universe. It is a genuine martial arts compendium, containing various manuals along with mechanical arts and other diverse knowledge. The Qingxin Guqin, entirely constructed from heavenly sound wood, displays a subtle azure hue, its texture as delicate as jade, warm to the touch. The strings are crafted from a blend of celestial silkworm silk and dragon tendons, exhibiting unparalleled resilience, with a melodious tone that resonates with clarity and grace. The body of the instrument is inscribed with the characters Qingxin, their strokes as ethereal as clouds, seemingly encapsulating the tranquility and harmony of the universe. This is indeed a treasured artifact of musical martial arts. The sound of the qin calms the mind and sharpens the spirit, proving to be remarkably effective for those who have strayed into obsession. Lastly, there is Zhongxian's mother, Lady Xu. The gift she bestowed was not a rare treasure or a martial arts manual, but rather a token accompanied by a letter. Chapter 3. Harvest at this moment. The room contained only Zhongxian and Wei Zhongxian. Zhongxian gently tore open the envelope. The handwriting within was unmistakably familiar, undoubtedly penned by his mother. Xianer, you have now completed your establishment of a principality, and there are matters you must be aware of. Entering the royal family is as profound as the sea. While you partake in luxuries inaccessible to the common folk, you have also stepped into the abyss. Throughout history, the struggles of princes have been fraught with bloodshed. I do not know if you harbor ambitions of succession, but I only wish for your safety and health. This token was given to me by your grandfather in his youth, allowing you to summon the Grand Elder of the Luoyuan Sword Sect to act on your behalf 3 times. Your grandfather once used it during family disputes when I was a child, leaving you with 2 opportunities remaining. I hope you will use the last one for your own protection. Regardless of your choices, I will support you. From this letter, Zhongxian felt an overwhelming sense of maternal love, mingled with surprise and confusion. The Luoyuan Sword Sect was renowned throughout the Great Zhou Dynasty, regarded as the foremost sect, with its Grand Elder being a master at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, a veritable titan atop the hierarchical pyramid. Should Zhongxian indeed aspire to seize the throne, this would undoubtedly provide significant assistance, as there were not only the overt opportunities but also an element of intimidation. However, Zhongxian recalled that the second prince had a grandfather renowned as the foremost figure beneath the land's immortals, capable of offering countless aids. Yet, he had Wei Zhongxian at his side, which was no trifling matter. He chose not to dwell on this further. An exhilarating moment arrived as Zhongxian sold most of the gifts he had received to the system, retaining only a few cherished items. Martial Path Peak System Name, Zhongxian Age, 17 Identity, 7th Prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty Realm, 7th Rank Cultivation Method, Mountain and River Formula. Shadow Breathing Technique Martial Skill, Mountain Shattering Palm Fortune Value, 31, 100 Backpack. None striking it rich, with over 30,000 fortune points. Zhongxian was poised for greatness. System. Let us commence a high-level lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the lightness technique Meteor Treading on the Moon. This technique allows one to move as swiftly as a meteor, fleeting and dreamlike. Please note, all martial skills obtained from the system automatically cultivate to perfection. With this added benefit, Zhongxian could not help but beam with joy. With Meteor Treading on the Moon combined with the shadow breathing technique, even if he could not prevail in battle, he could certainly flee, a paramount method of self-preservation, he mused. Let us have another high-level lottery. Having tasted success, Zhongxian was eager for more. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Grandmaster Summoning Card. At present, Zhongxian is accompanied solely by Wei Zhongxian. Although formidable in strength, his primary responsibility is to ensure Zhongxian's safety, which leaves Zhongxian without other resources. A Grandmaster possesses sufficient prowess to accomplish numerous tasks. System. Activate this summoning card. With an alert, the system responds. Congratulations, host, you have summoned the Peak Grandmaster, Yi Guqing. Yi Guqing? The fabled figure from beyond the skies? Zhongxian's heart swells with delight. Yi Guqing is not only a grand master, but also adept in management, providing multifaceted assistance to Zhongxian. Your Highness, I pay my respects, Yi Guqing states, appearing before Zhongxian clad in white, his expression inscrutable, making it impossible to discern his depth. System. What is Yi Guqing's status in this world? He possesses no identity. Thus, he is a persona non grata. Zhongxian contemplates how to best utilize Yi Guqing for maximum benefit and to accrue more fortune points for himself. Your Highness, it would be prudent to allow Yi Guqing to venture into the martial world. After gaining a measure of renown, he can establish an organization to gather rare materials and martial arts manuals for you, Wei Zhongxian suggests, noting Zhongxian's indecision. Zhongxian provides Yi Guqing with a portion of funds, enabling him to explore the martial realm, where a peak grandmaster is sure to stir a tempest. Now, Zhongxian has 100 fortune points. Should he opt for another high-level draw, or a mid-level 10 consecutive draws? This is indeed a matter worthy of contemplation. Ultimately, Zhongxian decides to take a bold approach and proceed with the high-level draw, having tasted the sweetness of success in his previous attempts. System, continue with the high-level draw. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the body of immunity to all poisons. Immunity to all poisons? Quite commendable. Zhongxian perceives that these recent draws seem almost tailored for his survival, including the novice gift package. The inclusion of Wei Zhongxian ensures his safety, while the information from his subordinates greatly diminishes the likelihood of being ambushed. These two draws have fortified his agility and granted him immunity to toxins. His safety has escalated further. This aligns perfectly with Zhongxian's desires. His greatest fear since his arrival in this world has been the loss of his life. With 100 fortune points remaining, he finds himself in a position to conduct one mid-level draw and one low-level draw. Let us commence, system. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Qi Nourishing Pill. Qi Nourishing Pill. Consuming one below the master realm allows for a direct promotion without side effects, limited to one per individual. Congratulations, host. You have also acquired a folding fan. Folding fan, slightly more durable, with no additional effects. Undoubtedly, the Qi Nourishing Pill was the result of the mid-level draw, while the folding fan emerged from the low-level draw. Although the folding fan is rather ordinary with no extraordinary attributes, its aesthetic appeal is notable. Adorned with flora and trees, it appears to be crafted by a master, imbued with a profound artistic essence. After all, it is a low-level draw, better than nothing, one might say. The Qi Nourishing Pill is a pleasant surprise of moderate significance. Zhongxian gazes at the small black pill in his hand, and for some reason, he is reminded of the mud pill associated with Qigong. He swallowed it directly, and consequently, his realm ascended to the 8th rank. At the tender age of 17, Zhongxian had undeniably become a prodigy among the 8th rank. With his martial skills having progressed, he was naturally eager to put them to the test. Together with Wei Zhongxian, they soared with lightness of foot to a tranquil, remote area several miles away. After all, the mansion was rife with spies, and any whisper could reach the ears of the officials by the following day. Your Highness possesses remarkable agility, Wei Zhongxian marveled. I exerted 9/10 of my strength. Yet you kept pace effortlessly, your demeanor remaining calm, indicating that you have not yet reached your limits. Zhongxian, now confident in his proficiency with lightness of foot, recognized that Wei Zhongxian was a master of the celestial realm and excelled even among his peers. Although Wei had only utilized 9/10 of his strength, Zhongxian had not gone all out either, demonstrating that, in terms of lightness of foot, he ranked among the elite within the celestial realm. However, constrained by his current level, long-distance exertion would easily exhaust him. Next came the bout between Zhongxian and Wei Zhongxian. Though it was termed a battle, it resembled a child sparring with an adult. Zhongxian was well aware of Wei Zhongxian's prowess and held nothing back. With the tips of his toes barely grazing the ground, he became like a bamboo leaf swept up by the wind, graceful and swift, arriving before Wei Zhongxian in the blink of an eye. The mountain-shaking palm. The sole technique in which Zhongxian had achieved any mastery amidst his extensive training was thus recorded by the system. With a momentum akin to a tornado, he struck toward Wei Zhongxian's face, only to be met by an invisible barrier of energy just before contact. In a sudden turn of events, Zhongxian was thrust backward by an unseen force, yet he seized this momentum to execute a meteoric step, ascending into the air. He then unleashed his palm technique, descending like the Buddha's divine hand upon Wei Zhongxian. At Zhongxian's current speed, Wei Zhongxian could not evade the strike, though there was no need to. His right hand transformed into a claw, aiming for Zhongxian's shoulder. The claw's force was not overwhelming, yet it carried a profound strength. Seeing this, Zhongxian swiftly altered his trajectory, stepping midair to create distance between them once more. All right, enough of this, he declared. Wei Zhongxian, What do you think of my current strength? After halting his strikes, he inquired. Your combat techniques remain somewhat singular. Your lightness of foot is exceptional. And your palm technique is commendable, yet you lack in other areas. Nevertheless, with your prowess and lightness of foot, no one beneath the masters can contend with you. Even if they cannot defeat you, they would find it challenging to capture you. Aside from those few terrestrial immortals, none in this world could claim to have you firmly in their grasp. Wei Zhongxian candidly assessed Zhou Xian's abilities. Zhou Xian, in turn, gained a deeper understanding of his own capabilities. Chapter 4. An assassination on the way home the following day, at the court assembly. This marked Zhou Xian's inaugural participation in the court assembly, and he was present as a minister. At this moment, he stood behind several of his royal brothers, awaiting the emperor's arrival. The emperor has arrived. The sharp voice of the young eunuch echoed throughout the grand hall, suggesting he had some martial skills of his own. Long live our emperor, long live for eternity. The civil and military officials all bowed in greeting. All rise. The emperor's commanding voice resonated throughout the grand hall. If you have matters to discuss, speak. If not, you may depart. Your Majesty, the Zhongxian dynasty has expressed its allegiance to our Great Zhou Dynasty, requesting our imperial forces for assistance at the earliest opportunity, declared the left chancellor, Qin Yu. The war between the Zhongxian and its neighboring Kanglan dynasty had persisted for 3 years, with victories alternating between the two. However, in recent months, for reasons unknown, the Kanglan dynasty's strength had surged, particularly in elite military capabilities, overwhelming the Zhongxian dynasty. Thus, the Zhongxian was compelled to seek external aid. What are your thoughts, my esteemed ministers? Speak freely, Emperor Zhou Wuran encouraged. The courtiers exchanged glances, but silence ensued. Your Majesty, I believe we should dispatch troops, albeit at the right moment, replied Chancellor Qin Yu once more. Your counsel is most astute. Let us decree that the expedition be set for 15 days hence. I appoint Crown Prince Zhou Yu as the general to lead our forces, with 6th Prince Zhou Qian and 7th Prince Zhou Xian accompanying him, the emperor commanded without hesitation. At this, Zhou Xian was left astounded. While it was reasonable for the Crown Prince to lead the troops, he pondered the implications of both himself and the 6th Prince being included in the campaign. Did they truly believe them worthy of cultivation? He himself was not exceptional, and the 6th Prince was hardly in a better position, lacking notable abilities and substantial backing. 3 contenders for the throne seemed excessive. Did they intend to embroil all the princes in this affair? Zhou Xian internally scoffed. It was no wonder he harbored such thoughts. This expedition was clearly an opportunity to garner merit. The conflict between 2 minor nations could easily be resolved by the Great Zhou Dynasty. Yet, the military accolades were tangible, evident in the shifting gazes of the other princes. 2nd Prince Zhou Lingxiao turned his head, a smile adorning his face as he regarded Zhou Xian and the 6th Prince. A true wolf in sheep-esque clothing, Zhou Xian mused, suppressing his myriad thoughts. Meanwhile, Zhou Qian stood in a daze, though his delight was palpable. What you perceive as easily attainable glory may very well turn into a ravenous beast, he cautioned inwardly. Following this, several ministers reported on seemingly trivial matters, bringing the court session to a close. Zhou Xian, who had expected merely to observe, found himself thrust into a pivotal role. 6th brother, 7th brother. Do visit my residence for a discussion. The voice of the 1st Prince resonated as Zhou Xian exited. Yes, brother, both Zhou Xian and Zhou Qian replied in unison. Zhou Xian held a favorable impression of the 1st Prince. They often addressed each other as brothers, eschewing formalities. This was, of course, a preference of 1st Prince Zhou Yu. As otherwise, he would have been addressed as Your Highness, the Crown Prince. Before long, the trio had gathered at the 1st Prince's residence, sharing cups and pleasantries. 6th brother. 7th brother, what are your thoughts on Father's recent arrangements? The 1st Prince's inquiries were characteristically forthright. Certainly, it is evident that the Emperor has recognized the merits of both myself and the 7th Prince, entrusting us with significant responsibilities. Are you serious, my friend? Zhou Xian nearly spewed his drink upon hearing this. The level of confidence is unparalleled. Did you not notice that even the Crown Prince was momentarily rendered speechless? What are your thoughts, 7th brother? The Crown Prince directly bypassed the 6th Prince. How could we ever discern the Emperor's intentions? We must simply obey orders. It cannot be that he truly regards us as malleable talents. Zhou Xian chuckled lightly after speaking. Regardless, during this expedition, you must remain by my side at all times and refrain from approaching the front lines. The battlefield is fraught with unpredictability, and as it is your first campaign, your safety must take precedence. Steering clear of this topic, the 3 resumed their revelry. By the time Zhou Xian departed, he was already quite intoxicated. However, with Wei Zhongxian by his side, he felt at ease. Suddenly, a blade of energy surged forth from the distance, striking towards Zhou Xian, only to be annihilated by Wei Zhongxian's swift hand. In that moment, Zhongxian regained his clarity and turned his gaze ahead, where several shadowy figures approached through the night, cloaked in black, rendering their identities indistinguishable. Who goes there? If this is an assassination attempt, your skills are insufficient, Zhongxian addressed the leading figure. Even at death's door, you dare to be defiant? Kill him, commanded the figure. In an instant, the assailants transformed into fleeting shadows, but before they could reach Zhongxian, Zhongxian had deftly dispatched them, severing their throats with a mere gesture. Zhongxian stepped forward and lifted the masks of the fallen, revealing unfamiliar faces. The astonishment on their features was swiftly extinguished by a single gesture from Zhongxian, resulting in their ignoble demise. Zhongxian, what are the capabilities of these individuals? Zhongxian inquired. Your Highness, the leader possesses the 9th tier cultivation, while the others are all at the 8th tier. 9th tier cultivation, Zhongxian mulled over in his mind. While not top-tier combatants, they are nonetheless forces to be reckoned with. Yet, herein lies the dilemma. Zhongxian's visible prowess is at the pinnacle of 9th tier. Though a 9th tier accompanied by several 8th tier warriors may suggest a combat advantage, it does not guarantee they could eliminate Zhongxian in Zhongxian's presence. Their benefactors must be aware that, at most, they could only inflict injuries on Zhongxian. Wait a moment, injuries. Zhongxian suddenly had a realization. Should he indeed sustain injuries tonight, it would likely prevent him from participating in the expedition. The individuals behind this plot are likely a few princes. It remains uncertain whether it is the crown prince, the second prince, or the 5th prince. Only they possess the capability to squander the resources of a 9th tier warrior. I wonder how 6th brother is faring. However, I trust he is not in mortal danger. The night remained shrouded in ambiguity as Zhongxian glanced at the corpses of the assassins before returning to the manor. At Howren Manor, Zhongxian expressed his curiosity. Wei Lao, why did you not interrogate them before eliminating them? It struck him as somewhat perplexing. Surely, with Wei Zhongxian's skills, extracting information should not pose a significant challenge. Your Highness, those assassins were poisoned. Even had they succeeded in their attempt on your life, they would have only lived for a brief moment longer. At this moment, Zhongxian placed greater emphasis on the unseen instigator, for these assassins possessed remarkable prowess. To cast them aside as mere pawns suggested that the power behind them was formidable. Zhongxian's principal suspect was the second prince. The first prince had been invited to the banquet, rendering him a prime suspect. Moreover, if the first prince indeed harbored such intentions, the most opportune moment to act would be amidst the chaos of war, where brutality reigns and swords are indiscriminate. Emotionally, Zhongxian hoped it would not be the first prince. As for the second prince, he was capable in strength and had a maternal lineage that could summon numerous experts. His pride rendered him a notable suspect. The 5th prince, being closest to the emperor, remained ambiguous. Chapter 5. The expedition begins the following day. Zhongxian received a summons from the emperor, and it was evident it pertained to the assassination attempt. In the Imperial study, upon entering, Zhongxian discovered the 6th prince, Zhongxian, already waiting. It was apparent he had sustained considerable injuries, with multiple bandages adorning his form. Even in the presence of the emperor, he displayed a state of near collapse, seemingly indifferent to his appearance, indicative of genuine suffering. 7th brother, recount the events of last night, the emperor commanded, casting a glance at the ailing Zhongxian before turning to Zhongxian. In response to Father Emperor, last night, after my brothers and I concluded our drinking, we were ambushed by 5 cloaked assailants on our way back to the manor. Fortunately, my loyal eunuch, Wei Zhongxian, recently ascended to the level of Grandmaster, which allowed me to preserve my life. Your 6th brother faced a similar plight, though he was less fortunate. All his guards perished, and he barely survived. Given this incident, he shall undoubtedly be unable to participate in the upcoming expedition. The merits will belong solely to the crown prince and yourself. What does this imply? Is there suspicion cast upon me? No, the emperor is well aware of my every action. It is implausible that anyone could orchestrate such a scheme. Various thoughts flitted through Zhou Xian's mind, and he promptly replied, I can only serve as a talisman. I dare not claim any merit. A talisman? That is a fitting metaphor. I hope you can indeed fulfill that role. As for the assassination, do not concern yourselves. I have already dispatched the Shadow Guards to investigate. The Shadow Guards, a clandestine organization serving the emperor, were shrouded in mystery, their numbers and combat prowess unknown, answering solely to the emperor's command. The mere involvement of the Shadow Guards led Zhongxian to ponder whether the truth might indeed be uncovered. After all, their reputation was formidable, with an almost impeccable record of success. Yet, what if the investigation ultimately revealed the involvement of a certain prince? Would there be a possibility of public retribution? Zhongxian remained skeptical about this. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhongxian assisted Zhongxian in exiting the palace. One could argue that the 6th prince, Zhongxian, was in a more pitiable state than Zhongxian had been, At 18 years of age, he had only reached the 5th rank. Born of the emperor and a palace maid, devoid of any support or aptitude, it could be said that his prospects of claiming the throne were the most dismal, perhaps even unparalleled. Now, an opportunity to garner merit had presented itself, yet his injuries rendered him incapable of seizing it. Yet fortune and misfortune accompany one another. No one can guarantee that the expedition will proceed smoothly or that the accolades obtained will not turn into a death knell. Alas, my 7th brother, I shall not be able to join this time. Since my birth, I have never left the capital, and I yearn to experience life in the military camp. Zhongxian appeared somewhat despondent. His desire to experience such life was, in truth, a lament for the glory that slipped through his fingers. It is uncertain whether such sentiments are beneficial or detrimental within the royal family. Have you not noticed that the frequency of warfare in our Great Zhou Dynasty has markedly increased in recent years? There will be opportunities in the future. Zhongxian reassured him. A storm is brewing. In half a month's time, they set forth. Outside the city gates, the crown prince Zhou Yu sat astride his steed at the center, exuding an imposing presence, his aura filled with a palpable sense of danger. Previously, Zhongxian had perceived the crown prince as affable and gentle, resembling a benevolent elder. Today, clad in armor, he appeared as a drawn blade. Zhongxian stood to the left of the crown prince, attired in light armor. Anything too heavy would hinder his ability to fully leverage his advantages. To the right of the crown prince was the 3rd prince, Zhongxian. The 6th prince was unable to attend, and thus a substitution was made. Zhongxian had contemplated the possibility of replacing him with another prince or the offspring of a minister, yet he had not anticipated the 3rd prince Zhongxian. This individual was once a legendary figure, proficient in both literature and martial arts. Comparable to the 5th prince Zhou Linyuan in intellect, and to the crown prince Zhou Yu in combat prowess. His maternal grandfather had been a general of great renown. At one point, he was deemed the most likely candidate to inherit the throne. However, for reasons unknown, this general allied himself with the Blood Shadow sect, an organization established centuries ago that had once participated in the struggle for succession but had since vanished after suffering defeat, with no one knowing its stronghold's whereabouts. The specifics of the matter eluded Zhongxian, but he was aware that the general had been executed. The 3rd prince Zhongxian had his martial prowess rendered useless, and his mother had taken her own life. Since then, Zhongxian had indulged in a life of revelry, surrounded by beauty, embodying the essence of a dissipated youth. He had been in decline for many years, a once prominent figure now faded from the limelight. Why has the emperor chosen to send him forth now? Zhongxian gazed at Zhongxian, who, despite his current loss of martial prowess, still bore signs of fatigue, yet his gaze remained resolute. A stark contrast to his former self. Zhongxian sensed that the emperor sought to involve all princes in the struggle for succession, providing each with opportunities to amass power and prestige. This expedition featured not only several princes, but also a notable eunuch, the pinnacle master Lu Shu, one of the emperor's most trusted individuals, tasked with the duty of protection. Thus, the grand army set forth. Within a few days, Zhongxian and his companions arrived at the Zhongxian dynasty, which had already fallen under siege, its territory largely captured. Even the once thriving capital now appeared somewhat desolate. Despite the urgency felt by the rulers and subjects of the Zhongxian dynasty, they extended a warm welcome to Zhongxian and his entourage. At the banquet, amidst the harmonious melodies and lively dances, the general of the expedition, with a hint of concern, addressed the crown prince. Pray tell, how many troops have you brought this time? I mean no offense, but the Zhongxian dynasty approaches with formidable force, and there may well be a hidden agenda at play. The emperor of the Zhongxian dynasty wore a troubled expression as he spoke. I recall that your strength is nearly on par with that of the Zhongxian dynasty, perhaps even slightly superior. How, then, have you found yourselves in such dire straits? Zhongxian and the others shared a similar curiosity. In truth, both the Zhongxian and Zhongxian dynasties were but small nations in the grand scheme of the Zhou dynasty, unable to muster even a single grandmaster between them. The Zhongxian dynasty possessed a slightly larger army than that of Zhongxian. It is indeed peculiar. At the war's onset, we held the advantage. Yet, inexplicably, the Zhongxian side suddenly unveiled 2 grandmasters and hundreds of high-ranking warriors, swiftly turning the tide against us. Thankfully, my royal uncle possesses commendable strength, allowing us to barely endure to this point. Zhongxian exchanged glances with his companions, their minds already pondering the implications. The situation had grown clearer. The Zhongxian dynasty had likely received support from other nations or organizations. The ability to deploy 2 grandmasters suggested there might far surpass that of the Zhongxian dynasty. However, Zhongxian and his comrades remained largely untroubled. As long as a terrestrial immortal did not intervene, he was confident in his ability to escape. Zhou Yu felt similarly. Being a grandmaster himself, and with Lu Shu present, who had immersed himself in grandmaster training for 2 decades. Albeit hindered by innate limitations from breaking into the celestial realm, he found solace. The banquet soon drew to a close, and Zhongxian and his companions had consumed little wine. Although they could expel any excess through their inner strength, it would ultimately cloud their clarity of thought. Chapter 6. The war ignites, standing atop the city tower. Zhongxian gazed upon the formidable army ahead, a surge of ambition swelling within him. The dark battle flags, weighed down by the morning mist, bore the golden thread of expedition stained crimson with blood. The foremost ranks of soldiers advanced steadily, their blades forming a solid wall, reminiscent of a frozen black tide. Meanwhile, 3 miles distant, the Kanglan troops resembled a gust of wind-swept yellow sand, wild yet somewhat fatigued, having endured the rigors of war for far too long. As the battle cry shattered the morning haze, the vanguards of both armies collided. Zhou Yu, being both a prince and a general, led the charge fearlessly into the fray, swiftly drawing the attention of the enemy's grandmasters. Brother, come with me to eliminate this wretch. The voice belonged to the external aide to the Kanglan dynasty. As described by the emperor of the Zhongxian dynasty, clad in black, the 3 figures bore rugged features, so alike that they were indistinguishable from one another. In unison, they swung their blades towards Zhou Yu. Though their strikes lacked ferocity, they bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. The first S-blade cleaved directly at Zhou Yu's face, the second sliced horizontally at his flank, while the third aimed to slash at his knee. The trajectories of the 3 geese-feather blades intertwined in midair, weaving a silvery net, within which a chilling aura swirled, seemingly freezing even the raindrops. Zhou Yu gripped a silver spear, its tip adorned with a half-inch red tassel that fluttered in the wind, resembling a droplet of blood suspended in midair. With a sweeping thrust, he unleashed a formidable force that shattered the combined assault of the 3 brothers. Without pausing, Zhou Yu charged forward once more. The spear's shaft intercepted the eldest brother's blade with a resounding clash, sending a jolt through him. The spear then flicked upward, grazing the second brother's blade and leaving a notch in the steel. Finally, the shaft retracted slightly, striking the third brother's scabbard with a sharp crack, causing his weapon to fly from his grasp and embed itself in a nearby tree, quivering with intensity. Remarkable spearplay. The third brother, clutching his wrist, retreated a couple of steps, his eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity. The trio quickly repositioned, forming a triangle. The eldest brother launched an aggressive assault aimed at Zhou Yu's throat. The second brother targeted his midsection, while the third provided support, focusing on the joints of Zhou Yu's spear. Their blades wove together like a tightening net, ensnaring even the falling leaves into fragments. Zhou Yu's silver spear danced amidst their strikes, its tip punctuating the air in a symphony of thrusts, sweeps, and breaks, each movement akin to treading on a taut string. Yet, their coordination was impeccable. The eldest brother's blade bore down, preventing him from raising his spear, while the second scorched his forearm, and the third continually struck at the spear's vulnerable points during Zhou Yu's transitions. You shall find it impossible to escape today. The eldest brother gritted his teeth as his blade shimmered with an eerie blue hue, indicating it had been poisoned. Zhongxian observed the struggle, realizing that Zhou Yu had fallen to the disadvantage. The trio's combined formation was indeed masterful, their synergy flawless. Zhou Yu, having only recently entered the realm of the Grand Master, was at a distinct disadvantage against 3 peak masters employing such a technique. Zhongxian glanced at the elderly eunuch Lu Shu, reassured by his presence, knowing that no unforeseen events would transpire. As anticipated, moments later, Lu Shu leapt into action, grasping Zhou Yu's shoulder with one hand while thrusting the other forward, sending the 3 brothers sprawling in disarray. He then swiftly escorted Zhou Yu back to safety. The brothers, now filled with trepidation, retreated hastily, unwilling to engage further. Zhongxian surveyed the battle below. The expeditionary force, allied with the forces of the Zhongxian dynasty, had gained the upper hand. The armies of the Kanglan dynasty were being systematically defeated, and the tides of war appeared unmistakably clear. He turned to glance at the emperor of the Zhongxian dynasty, whose face radiated excitement and delight. There was no longer a fear of national annihilation. However, they would soon be reduced to a mere vassal state. As night descended, Zhou Yu's chamber became a sanctuary for just the 2 of them. Eldest brother, did you summon me in the dead of night for another matter? The 2 engaged in conversation over tea. Aside from commanding us to repel the Kanglan dynasty, our father has also tasked me with uncovering the source of the sudden surge in strength from their side, especially those few masters. The 3 of whom are clearly brothers and possess a formidable combined attack technique, should not be obscure figures in the world. Zhongxian pondered this point. If these 3 had previously made their mark in the Jianghu, they would undoubtedly have garnered a reputation. Yet, even Zhou Yu had never heard their names. suggesting they were likely trained covertly by specialized individuals. After all, Zhou Yu had long roamed the world and was quite knowledgeable. Tomorrow, you shall discuss matters with Zheng Huang, while Lu Shu and I will directly investigate the stronghold of Kanglan. Although the enemy appears to possess only a few masters on the surface, there may be other formidable experts hidden in the shadows, Zhongxian stated. Rest assured, I have my means of self-preservation. Rather, you should be cautious about your safety. Zhongxian was not overly concerned about his own well-being, for he had undergone significant transformation and was no longer the same as before. The worst outcome would merely be a hasty retreat. He found it rather curious that the third prince had not appeared here, now a mere invalid. If any danger were to arise, timely rescue would be impossible. Zhongxian speculated that Zhou Yu was concealing something from him, possibly related to the third prince. In the still of the night, the martial arts Ascension system displayed the following information: name, Zhongxian, age, 17, identity, 7th prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty realm, 8th rank, cultivation techniques, mountain river formula, shadow respite technique, martial skills, mountain shaking palm, meteoric moon step, celestial flight, fortune value, 0 inventory, 1 folding fan with a significant enhancement in his innate abilities. Zhongxian's cultivation speed had accelerated remarkably, and he had now reached the 8th rank. Additionally, he had acquired Yi Guqing's celestial flight technique. The improvement in his talents had made learning martial arts swift. His inventory still contained only a folding fan. Zhongxian had attempted to store real-world weapons within it, but only items produced by the system could exist in the inventory, rendering others ineffective. 7 days later, since the late-night conversation between Zhou Yu and Zhongxian, a week had elapsed. Zhou Yu and Lu Shu had been absent for 7 days. During this time, the expeditionary forces had engaged the Zhongling dynasty's army, causing Kanglan to suffer repeated defeats, reclaiming lost territories, and seizing several cities from the enemy. If this momentum continued, within half a month, the Zhongling dynasty would completely occupy the Kanglan dynasty. Currently, the emperor of the Zhongling dynasty hosted banquets almost daily for Zhongxian and others, showering him with eloquent praise that even made Zhongxian blush. Terms such as young and accomplished, youthful prodigy, and graceful and poised flowed abundantly. And while these accolades were indeed true, Zhongxian felt a tinge of modesty. In recent days, with leisure on hand, Zhongxian explored the capital of Zhongling, immersing himself in the local customs and culture. The emperor had even gifted him several precious swords, one of which was said to be forged from the essence of the heavens. Zhongxian exchanged these for fortune points, accumulating only a few hundred points in total. He refrained from hastily using them, anticipating a wave of rewards upon his return, which he could consolidate in exchange for a chance at a grand prize. Chapter 7. Has the third prince rebelled? The mastery of lightness skill. The days of tranquility did not diminish Zhongxian's vigilance. As anticipated, an unexpected event transpired. The banquet continued as usual, with revelers exchanging toasts and laughter. Suddenly, urgent cries echoed from a distance. Your Majesty, an urgent troop has appeared outside the city, numbering scarcely 1,000, yet each possesses at least a mid-level cultivation. Wherever they tread, not a blade of grass survives, and they are swiftly advancing towards the Imperial city. What? The Zhongling emperor rose abruptly, abandoning his wine and the dance, hastily summoning his generals to assemble. With the army outside, only a solitary master remained within the palace, and the enemy approached with great ferocity. Zhongxian felt a profound sense of caution swell within him. According to the soldiers' descriptions, the enemy seemed to have materialized nearby, rather than marching from afar, indicating they had been lurking in wait for quite some time, intending to seize the Imperial city while its defenses were thin. Observing the Zhongling emperor's anxious demeanor, it was evident that he had completely lost the regal authority befitting an emperor in the face of peril. Zhongxian then glanced at his elder brother, who remained steadfast and unperturbed. It was worth noting that he had lost all his martial prowess. Should the enemy breach the palace, he would be utterly defenseless. Before Zhongxian could ponder further, the clashing of weapons and the anguished cries of the wounded reached his ears. Undoubtedly, the enemy had already invaded. Quickly, your highnesses, follow me through the secret passage. The Zhongling emperor shouted to Zhongxian and Zhou Jingchuan, flanked by several guards. It seemed he had not yet succumbed to fear. His wits were still intact, prompting him to call upon Zhongxian and the others. The group hastily retreated towards the rear. Just then, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. The third prince suddenly thrust a palm towards the Zhongling emperor. The movement was swift and fierce, leaving no one but Zhongxian with the presence of mind to react. Without a doubt, that single strike sent the deposed emperor flying, leaving him no breath to spare. In that moment, Zhongxian sensed the third prince's cultivation level, 9th rank, and subtly on the verge of breaking through to the master realm. Zhongxian was taken aback. It was astonishing. For the third prince had not even reached the 9th rank prior to his cultivation being severed. Had he silently regained his strength and even advanced further? In an instant, the third prince had dispatched all present, save for Zhongxian. Their eyes met. What do you say, 7th brother? Are you interested in joining us to forge a grand enterprise? The third prince said with a disconcerting smile. Zhongxian understood well the implications of the third prince's words. The organization he alluded to could only be the Blood Shadow sect, and the third prince's cultivation was undoubtedly linked to them. It could be said that the prince's status still held value. In the third prince's eyes, Zhongxian was but a flick of the hand to extinguish. Yet he had spared his life. The reason was undoubtedly the utility of his princely identity, rather than any semblance of familial affection. Such a notion would be utterly ludicrous. After lying in wait for so long, what you seek must be more than just a legitimate dynasty, is it not? The truth of our concealment is undeniable, as is the reality of our imprisonment. Our father, the emperor, is indeed cold-blooded. Even a tiger does not consume its own cubs. I care little for the throne. If his demise is assured, I would have no regrets. The third prince appears utterly deranged, clearly harboring an intense hatred for their father. It is understandable for you, Zhou to seek revenge, but do not involve me. I still wish to preserve my life. The Blood Shadow sect is barely surviving, lurking in the shadows. How could I possibly differentiate between strength and weakness? Though I think this to myself, I cannot voice it aloud. Brother, I share your perspective. Thus, if you allow me to return, we can coordinate our efforts from within. Are you mocking me? The third prince discerned Zhongxian's insincerity with ease. Just then, the war that had briefly subsided erupted once more outside. The third prince's face revealed urgency as he suddenly lunged forward, the ground beneath him cracking like spider silk. A palm struck toward Zhongxian's crown. Zhongxian propelled himself off the ground, resembling a leaf tossed by the wind, narrowly evading the blow. The third prince seized a sword from the ground, striking with an unmatched ferocity aimed at Zhongxian. Once again, Zhongxian managed to evade the attack. To him, the movements were effortless, yet from the third prince's perspective, he always seemed just a hair's breadth away from success. I did not expect your agility to reach such heights. I have indeed underestimated you. Before the third prince could finish his sentence, he suddenly retreated. In the blink of an eye, a sword embedded itself where he had just stood. Their elder brother, Zhou Yu, had returned, bloodied and resembling a harbinger of death from the battlefield. How could this be? You have returned alive. The third prince's face was a mask of disbelief. You have indeed prepared meticulously, ensnaring the Consolidating dynasty within a net of your design. Had it not been for Lu Shu's selfless rescue, coupled with my own contingency, I might have truly faced a one-way journey. Indeed, you and that old man were already aware. Were you merely baiting us? Even baiting requires a willing hook. This time, our father shall not spare you. Ultimately, you will share the same fate as I. He is devoid of humanity, far more so than you could ever comprehend. The third prince seemed to spiral further into madness. Just as Zhou Yu prepared to subdue him, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The third prince collapsed. Zhou Yu rushed forward to check, only to find he had lost his breath. He had taken poison to end his own life. Upon hearing Zhou Yu's account, Zhongxian's perception of the third prince and the Blood Shadow sect shifted profoundly. A prince, noble in stature, had chosen to die like a mere assassin. Their father had long known that the third prince had regained his powers and was aware of his ties to the Blood Shadow sect. This deployment was merely a ruse, a means to draw out the sect. Zhou Yu began to elucidate this to Zhongxian. But how did our father know the Blood Shadow sect would take the bait? Behind the Consolidating dynasty lies the Blood Shadow sect. In truth, the adversary is aware that this is a trap. However, should they succeed in capturing both you and me, then this trap would indeed be worth their leap. The strength of our opponent is undeniably formidable. This marks my first encounter with the Blood Shadow sect. Nevertheless, it has proven to be worthwhile, as I have already uncovered several of their strongholds and dispatched soldiers to urgently relay this intelligence back to the capital, ensuring that they shall suffer significant losses. Zhongxian remained silent. In reality, the operations of the Blood Shadow sect cannot be deemed a complete failure. Had Zhongxian not been a time traveler, had he not been impervious to death, he would surely have met his demise at the hands of this third prince. Even the crown prince, Zhou Yu, is hanging by a thread. The blood staining his body is not solely that of the enemy, but his own as well. The words of the third prince do carry merit. This father of ours, the sovereign of the Great Zhou Dynasty, is indeed chillingly ruthless. Everyone is but a pawn in his game, including Zhongxian and even the crown prince, Zhou Yu. Ultimately, it boils down to insufficient strength. If one were invincible, they could simply bulldoze through any challenge. Had I not broken through to the 7th rank, had my lightness skills not been commendable, had the third prince not underestimated his opponent, and had you, my elder brother, not arrived in the nick of time, I fear I would have already been a lifeless corpse. Though Zhongxian managed to emerge unscathed and even retaliate against the third prince, he still took the opportunity to lament to Zhou Yu, as this directly pertains to the comfort he might derive from the situation. Chapter 8. The alliance. Zhongxian and his companions lingered in Zhongling for several days, aiding in the stabilization of the court as the crown prince ascended the throne. After all, Zhongling has now become an overt ally. The Grand Army returned triumphantly, and overall, the journey was fraught with surprises yet devoid of peril. Upon reaching the capital, Zhongxian intended to head directly to Howran Mansion, but before he could extricate himself, he was summoned. Following this incident, Zhongxian felt a growing sense of aversion and vigilance towards the emperor. Naturally, such sentiments must remain concealed. The emperor scrutinized Zhongxian and his companion for an extended period, his gaze profound and inscrutable, leaving one to ponder his true intentions. Crown Prince, this is your first encounter with the Blood Shadow sect. What are your impressions of these individuals? The emperor inquired, directing his question towards Zhou Yu. Each member of the Blood Shadow sect is a lunatic, utterly devoted to their so-called supreme deity. They act as if they are death warriors. When hope eludes them, they will promptly take their own lives without hesitation. Even when captured and interrogated, they divulge not a shred of information, Zhou Yu replied, a tinge of apprehension evident upon his visage. Clearly, he found the members of the Blood Shadow sect to be astonishing, if not terrifying. This has been the case for decades, and it remains unchanged. Every individual seems to be under some form of hex, rendering it utterly unbelievable. The emperor, evidently, is already well acquainted with the Blood Shadow sect. Seventh brother, how do you feel about this expedition? What do I feel? Zhongxian internally scoffed. I feel as though my life is forfeit. In response to my royal father, I, your son, upon returning from this expedition, have keenly felt my inadequacies in strength. Lacking a suitable weapon, a miraculous elixir to enhance my capabilities, and the finest martial arts tomes, I find myself precariously hanging by a thread. You, my dear, seem to neglect to mention your habitual laxity in training. The emperor, amused, could hardly contain his laughter. Fear not, for you shall not be overlooked. Await your rewards come tomorrow. The following day, the servants of Howran Manor busily transported numerous chests filled with treasures, martial arts manuals, and historical tomes, including biographies of illustrious figures. More importantly, the emperor granted Zhongxian the privilege to recruit 800 private soldiers, a number not to be underestimated, for among the princes, only the crown prince and the second prince enjoyed such a boon, now joined by Zhongxian. When the emperor announced this reward in the court, many ministers opposed the decision, yet in the end, the emperor's word was final. Zhongxian exchanged most of these treasures for fortune points. Martial Path Peak System Name, Zhongxian Age, 17 Title, 7th Prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty Realm, 8th Rank Cultivation Method, Mountain and River Technique. Shadow Breathing Technique. Martial Skills, Mountain Shaking Palm, Meteoric Moon Step, Celestial Flight. Fortune Points, 17, 330. Inventory, Folding Fan System, when exchanging fortune points for items. Can I specify the type? For instance, if I wish to draw only martial arts manuals or rare treasures. Yes, but a directional fee of 10 points will apply. A directional fee? You truly spare no opportunity for additional charges, Zhongxian remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Yet, his body remained obedient. The extra cost was within acceptable limits. Zhongxian contemplated how to maximize his benefits. After a moment of reflection, he resolved to prioritize summoning individuals and enhancing his own cultivation. Conveniently, he could leverage his newly acquired recruitment rights, and as for improving his cultivation, that was a given. System, initiate a high-level draw, directing it towards summoning individuals in a team format. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 Jinui summoning card. System, how many Jinui are there? And what is their strength? The Jinui consists of 800 members, all at least of the upper 3rd rank, with their leader, the Qinglong, at the Master Realm. Zhongxian refrained from immediately using this summoning card, as the simultaneous appearance of these individuals might be difficult to explain, given the various factions present in the manor. After accounting for the 10-point directional fee, Zhongxian was left with 330 fortune points. He planned to invest this sum in enhancing his cultivation. System. Conduct 5 intermediate draws, focusing on cultivation enhancement. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 5 cultivation pills, effective only for those below the Master Realm. Cultivation pills? The name is quite straightforward. Zhongxian consumed all 5 pills at once and immediately felt a surge of internal energy, though not overwhelmingly potent. The increase in his cultivation was evident, propelling him directly into the Master Realm from the 8th rank. Now, with 830 fortune points remaining, he deemed the low-level draw unworthy of his attention and resolved to save his points for the time being. In a stroke of fortune, Zhongxian has once again received a significant enhancement. Elated, he fell into a deep slumber. On the following day, he received a letter from Yi Guqing. The letter conveyed that Yi Guqing had established an assassin organization, having garnered numerous skilled individuals due to his status as a grandmaster, and had begun to acquire a modest reputation. A portion of the commissions earned would be allocated for operational expenses, while the remainder would be invested in various rare resources, which would then be dispatched in batches to the Howran mansion. Zhongxian's heart brimmed with joy upon receiving the letter, for he had finally secured a stable source of luck points income. 3 months later, Zhongxian had discreetly deployed the Imperial guards acquired from the lottery. 200 of them had infiltrated the palace guards, while the remaining 600, led by the Azure Dragon, had vanished into the capital to gather intelligence. During this 3-month period, Yi Guqing had also sent a shipment of supplies, although it did not entirely meet Zhongxian's expectations. Upon reflection, this was understandable, as the assassin organization had only recently been established. Furthermore, the luck points Zhongxian had previously obtained were sourced from the royal family, undeniably of a different caliber. Martial arts peak system name, Zhongxian age, 18 identity, 7th prince of the Zhou Dynasty realm, mid-level grandmaster cultivation techniques, mountain and river technique, shadow breath technique martial skills, mountain shaking palm, meteoric moonstep, celestial flight luck points, 1360 backpack, folding fan. If news of Zhongxian's grandmaster status were to spread, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire realm, for an 18-year-old grandmaster is unprecedented. A surge of ambition welled up within Zhongxian. The vastness of the world lay before him. As dusk approached, he was unexpectedly summoned to the Imperial palace by the emperor. Upon arriving at the study, he found the left chancellor, Qin Yu, present. His head bowed in contemplation. 7th, how old are you this year? The emperor inquired. In response to Father Emperor, I have just turned 18, Zhongxian replied, fully aware that the emperor was not oblivious to his age and anticipated further discourse. As expected, the emperor continued, common folk your age are already married. I have found you a splendid match. After speaking, he glanced at Qin Yu. At that moment, Zhongxian comprehended that this marriage was undoubtedly with the Qin family. Qin Yu had numerous concubines and was quite prolific, resulting in a multitude of offspring, yet only one met the criteria for this union, the 9th daughter of the Qin family, Qin Ingxue. Although Zhongxian had never met her, he had heard tales of her celestial beauty and her mastery of the arts, embodying the quintessential qualities of a refined lady. However, these attributes were not the crux of the matter. The significance lay in the fact that this was the first matrimonial alliance between the royal family and the Qin family, which is indisputably one of the 4 prominent families in the capital. Any prince who married into the Qin family would effectively become a principal contender for the throne. If Zhongxian's previous military expedition had drawn the attention of various factions, this marriage would catapult him into the center of political intrigue. Zhongxian gazed at Qin Yu, his expression inscrutable, leaving others unable to discern his thoughts. Chapter 9. A stroll through the flower house. Upon returning to his residence, Zhongxian remained lost in contemplation, fully aware of the challenges that lay ahead. The emperor, having already promoted Zhongxian, was not satisfied with merely having the crown prince. He sought to continuously select princes for competition. Was his intention to use them as a sharpening stone to hone the crown prince? Or did he merely wish to foster a system of survival of the fittest? The true motives of the emperor eluded Zhongxian, and all he could do was strive to accumulate luck points to fortify himself. The following day, news of the royal engagement between the Imperial family and the Qin clan spread throughout the capital, eliciting feelings of envy and admiration among the young noblemen towards Zhongxian. The cause was none other than Qin Ingxue, who held considerable prestige in the capital, her literary talents exceptional, further enhanced by her striking appearance, coupled with the immense influence of the Qin family, who would not desire to forge a marriage alliance with them. While many silently cursed Zhongxian, none were foolish enough to voice their grievances publicly, for the might of the royal family was not to be trifled with. Moreover, Zhongxian was not entirely lacking. He simply appeared mediocre among the multitude of princes, though he was by no means inferior. Everyone was keen to know Qin Ingxue's sentiments regarding the engagement, merely her sentiments, not her actions. After all, no one believed she would dare to refuse the marriage proposal. In the Qin household, a maidservant, who served as Qin Ingxue's confidant and was destined to accompany her as part of her dowry, expressed her curiosity about the 7th prince. Miss, do you know what the 7th prince looks like? I've heard it said that he is handsome and dignified, though perhaps lacking in literary flair. I have yet to see the 7th prince myself, but I have indeed heard of his remarkable appearance. You ought to temper your infatuation, lest you embarrass yourself. Qin Ingxue replied. In truth, she was also quite unfamiliar with the 7th prince, having led a secluded life with little exposure to the outside world. Aside from occasional attendance at poetry gatherings, The two had yet to meet even once. Miss, the head of the family requests your presence in the main hall to discuss an important matter. The speaker was Qin Lifu, the steward of the Qin residence. Qin Ingxue followed the steward to the main hall, where she found her father seated, deep in thought, his head bowed. Father, she called softly, bringing Qin Yu back to the present. I presume you have heard the news of His Majesty's decree regarding your marriage to the 7th prince. What are your thoughts on this? Qin Yu inquired gently, tinged with a hint of resignation. Everything rests in the hands of His Majesty and you, father. Moreover, my own thoughts hold little significance, Qin Ingxue replied, her expression neutral, revealing neither joy nor sorrow. To marry into royalty may seem a path paved with glory and favor. Yet it is akin to walking on the edge of a blade, where a single misstep may lead to dire consequences. Furthermore, the emperor's intent to see the 7th prince achieve success is shrouded in inscrutable depths. Qin Yu did not deem the union with royalty a strategic advantage. A moment's inattention could ensnare one in the treacherous intrigues of the imperial court. He could already envision how the attitudes of the other princes towards the 7th prince and the Qin family would shift in response to this development. There is no need for my father to be overly concerned. His Majesty is currently in the prime of his life, and at this stage, we remain steadfast as ever. Qin Ingxue appears quite nonchalant. Alas, it is as it is. I can only hope that the 7th prince truly proves to be your worthy match. At this moment, Qin Yu finds himself at a loss, for this union is intricately tied to the royal family. The stakes involve the entire lineage, and it is no wonder he is troubled. As Zhongxian raised his gaze to the imposing signboard, he stepped into the moon dwelling. This establishment is the largest brothel in the capital, catering to both the scholarly and the martial. Prior to establishing his own residence, Zhongxian had scarcely ventured beyond the palace walls, let alone frequented the moon dwelling. During this period, his spirit has been exceedingly taut, as the saying goes. If one cannot resist, one might as well indulge. Today, Zhongxian is not alone. He is accompanied by the young master of Jing'an, Zhou Jingquan, the second son of the Jing'an prince, renowned in the capital for his extravagant lifestyle. Young master, today will not be in vain. A new courtesan has arrived at the moon dwelling, named Xiao Nongying, hailed as the most beautiful woman in the capital. My second brother will enlighten you today, Zhou Jingquan said with a light-hearted tone, clearly brimming with excitement. The title of the most beautiful woman in the capital? The moon dwelling certainly dares to make such claims, considering its patrons are all dignitaries and nobility. Should beauty and reputation not align, it could incite public outrage. Even with the establishment's formidable backing, it may struggle to withstand such backlash. Moreover, even if the public refrains from pursuing the matter, it would still deal a significant blow to the moon dwelling's reputation. Thus, Zhongxian remains quite curious about the audacity of the moon dwelling's proclamation. The second master has arrived. The private room is ready for you. And in half an hour, Nongying will make her appearance, the matron of the moon dwelling exclaimed as she hurried over upon seeing Zhou Jingquan. It is evident that Zhou Jingquan is a regular patron of the establishment, and his status is likely no secret. The matron is also quite intrigued by Zhongxian. As he walks alongside the young master of Jing'an, who seems to hold him in high regard, such a status is not to be trifled with. As the two entered the private room, they began to indulge in cups of wine, while several maidens busily attended to them, massaging shoulders and pouring drinks without pause. Half an hour later, a figure clad in green flew into the hall, her lightness of step proving remarkable. This woman, of course, is the newly appointed courtesan, Xiao Nongying. Her features are exquisitely refined, her eyes captivating, with dark tresses elegantly arranged behind her. She is alluring without being vulgar, charming yet not garish, a true beauty indeed. Although Zhongxian had mentally prepared himself, he found his heart momentarily stirred. However, he quickly regained his composure. Next came the courtesan's dance performance. Her enchanting beauty paired with a graceful and fluid dance, leaving all present spellbound. Upon the conclusion of her performance, Xiao Nongying was invited to the private room where Zhongxian and his companion were seated. After all, the young master of Jing'an holds significant status, and the matron had already begun to suspect Zhongxian's identity. Esteemed courtesan, Xiao Nongying pays her respects to both princes, she said graciously. Lowering her body in a respectful bow, Xiao Nongying lowered her head, her long eyelashes fluttering, a slight smile gracing her lips, exuding an elegance that was both charming and intoxicating. Zhongxian could not help but marvel at this gentle demeanor, reminiscent of a water lily shyly retreating from the cool breeze. A tremor coursed through Xiao Nongying, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, though not a verse of poetry. His words were profoundly stirring. Despite her lofty pride and extensive experience in the art of seduction, Zhongxian's mere utterance brought a flush to her face. Zhou Jingquan inhaled sharply. When had Zhongxian become such a master of wooing women? Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover. Beneath his seemingly honest exterior lay a tongue more eloquent than his own. As peers of the same age, the disparity in their conversational prowess was stark, leaving him at a loss for words beyond acknowledging her beauty. You may raise your head. Even with it lowered, you are captivating, Zhongxian spoke gently. Xiao Nongying slowly lifted her gaze, a composed and confident smile adorning her face. Beauty is a double-edged sword, yet I am resilient enough to withstand its sharpness. With Xiao Nongying, the atmosphere in the private chamber grew lively once more. It was not long before Zhou Jingchuan was too inebriated to stand. Zhongxian had his guards escort him home, and soon only he and Xiao Nongying remained in the chamber. Chapter 10. Attending the Poetry Gathering. Following in the footsteps of predecessors for a moment, they exchanged silent glances. Zhongxian, taking her hand, drew her into his embrace, dancing as though they were in another realm. Your Highness is truly gifted. Yet, is this but a fragment of your talent? I yearn to hear the entirety. Xiao Nongying replied, her expression a blend of surprise and shyness. This is but a glimpse of my inspiration. To discover the rest, you shall have to await the next installment. Your Highness is quite vexing, stirring one's heart so, she teased. Zhongxian understood the profound impact such poetry had on a literary soul like Xiao Nongying. He chose not to linger for the night. There was no urgency in doing so. The Moon Lake Poetry Gathering was a leisurely pastime for a gathering of nobles and affluent young gentlemen. From its humble beginnings with only a handful of attendees, it had burgeoned to a scale of hundreds, with many of the elite and wealthy in attendance. This was Zhongxian's inaugural participation. He was aware that Qi Ningxue would be present, having heard of her fondness for such gatherings. He too wished to meet this fiancée of his, to ascertain if she was indeed as extraordinary as the rumors suggested. Today, you shall finally meet your fiancée. How do you feel? Are you excited? Zhou Jingchuan exclaimed, his exuberance unmistakable. Have you met her? Zhongxian inquired. Of course. Wherever there is merriment, you will find me. Zhou Jingchuan. I have attended this poetry gathering several times and am well acquainted with the regulars, he boasted. While I must admit your appearance is quite commendable, in my opinion, it still pales in comparison. Zhou Jingchuan declared with pride. Your arrogance is unfounded, Zhongxian thought silently. Following Zhou Jingchuan's lead, Zhongxian finally laid eyes on his unseen fiancée. She was indeed the embodiment of beauty, akin to the legendary figures of Closing the Moon and Shaming the Flowers and Sinking Fish and Falling Geese. Resembling the noble young lady he had envisioned before his journey across time, Qi Ningxue also caught sight of Zhongxian. Setting aside all else, both were quite satisfied with each other's appearance, as evidenced by the duration of their exchanged glances. However, Zhongxian was acutely aware of the envious gazes directed towards him, a reflection of jealousy rather than admiration. The beauty of Qi Ningxue was not the sole reason for this envy. After all, stunning women were not a rare commodity among these nobles. Her reputation as a talented woman and the influence of the Qin family also played significant roles. Within half an hour, the annual Moon Lake Poetry Festival commenced, with the theme being peach blossoms. It was said that the late emperor had planted the first peach tree here, making it a traditional venue for aristocratic youths to showcase their talents. The first to rise was Chun Yan, the grandson of the Minister of Rites, clad in a white robe, who sauntered to the lakeside pavilion. With a brush in hand, he composed. In March, the peach blossoms bloomed so lavishly, countless branches and myriad flowers weighed down the ornate eaves. Children rush, chasing the red rain, while butterflies and bees intoxicate the painted curtains. Upon completion, a designated reader recited his lines. What a vivid portrayal! As Chun Yin took his seat, Su Wanyue, the daughter of the Minister of Works, stifled a giggle, finding the innocent antics of the children chasing flowers more amusing than the ornate phrases. Next was Lu Chun, the sole heir of General Anyuan. He was lean and dark, imbued with a wild spirit. What is there to be delicate about peach blossoms? I shall write of their pride. With a decisive stroke, his ink flowed freely. Peach branches contend with the northern winds, snow weighs down, frost oppresses. Yet the bones remain resilient. Do not mock the vulgarity of their bloom, for they have startled the soldiers at the northern frontier. A hush fell over the assembly. Chun Yin stroked his chin. What a striking line. Startled the soldiers at the northern frontier. So, in the eyes of the border guards, peach blossoms represent the colors of home. Su Wanyue, however, pursed her lips, too forceful, lacking the softness that peach blossoms should possess. Although both poets received evaluations from Su Wanyue, no one dared to disagree. Among this gathering of aristocratic youths, she was regarded as one of the best, both in lineage and talent. Not only was she the Minister of Works' daughter, but she was also a true disciple of the Luyun sword sect, an 8th-tier martial artist, and her literary prowess could rival that of Qi Ningxue, embodying both martial and scholarly excellence. Soon after, Su Wanyue stood, dipped her brush in ink. the silver bells on her wrist chiming lightly. Peach Creek once reflected the chill of iron armor. Tears of 100,000 soldiers remain undried. Do not think that rouge can convey a message. It is better transformed into armor to shield the warriors. Silence enveloped the hall. Zhongxian contemplated. The Peach Creek reflects the chill of the general's residence, steeped in the frost of the frontier. Qin Ningxue clenched her handkerchief. The last two lines are even more profound. Stating that peach blossoms are not as valuable as armor that protects the warriors. This is not merely about flowers. It speaks of home and country. Zhou Qingjing applauded. Miss Wanyue's poem possesses the spirit of a man. Miss Qin, the dual talents of these two ladies have now been showcased. Let us see what the other has to offer. As soon as Su Wanyue finished her poem, whispers arose about Qin Ningxue. The renown of the two was indeed formidable. Qin Ningxue remained silent, dipping her brush in ink, her pen hovering over the paper for a moment before she finally inscribed a short poem. The sunlight streams through the window, falling on the peach branches. I gather the new red blossoms caught in my hair, crushed into fragrant dust, brewed with snow water, transformed into spring's message, nestled within a porcelain cup. Do not teach the butterflies to quarrel over the fragrant path. Only allow the gentle wind to arrange the emerald curtains. The most poignant truth of humanity is that it cannot hold on to fleeting moments, half a window's sparse shadows, half a cup of poetry. Upon finishing, Chen Yanxian set down his brush and exclaimed, "Marvelous!" He had skillfully transformed the new crimson strands into fragrant dust, brewing snow water, rendering peach blossoms into the sweetness of the mundane. Su Wanyue, holding her fan to her lips, remarked, "I adore the line about not allowing the butterflies to disturb the fragrant path. Only permitting the gentle wind to arrange the emerald curtains feels akin to watching a young girl tiptoe to tidy her embroidery, so tender and delicate." Zhongxian could not help but marvel. Indeed, his fiancée possessed remarkable talent, and the quality of her poetry was undeniably elevated, at least 3 or 4 stories high. Subsequently, a flourish of poetic expression arose from those present. It must be noted that the young scions in attendance exhibited considerable talent, with scarcely anyone at a loss for words. This was, after all, to be expected, given their fine education. 2 hours slipped by unnoticed as the attendees sipped tea and composed verses, immersed in delight. Even Zhou Jingchuan, the jester among them, recited a couplet, revealing himself to be quite the dandy. Suddenly, as if moved by a shared intuition, all eyes turned toward Zhongxian. While the atmosphere brimmed with inspiration, poetry flowed forth from many, yet not a single word had escaped Zhongxian's lips. As anticipated, someone soon spoke up. "Seventh Prince, we have heard of your extensive literary knowledge. Might you grace us with a few lines of poetry to enlighten us?" The speaker was Zhang Yanchu, an attendant of the second prince, whose familial background paled in comparison to those present. It was not unreasonable to suspect that he had been prompted by the second prince to take this initiative, given that Zhongxian's participation in the poetry gathering was no secret. Zhongxian offered a faint smile and took up his brush to compose a poem. As he wrote, a servant recited the lines aloud. "In the peach blossom grove lies the peach blossom temple. Within the temple dwells the peach blossom immortal. The immortal plants peach trees and plucks blossoms to exchange for wine money. Awake, I come to sit before the flowers. Inebriated, I lie beneath them. Half awake and half drunk, day after day. Flowers fall and bloom, year after year. May I grow old amidst flowers and wine, not wishing to bow before the carriages and horses. The dust of carriages and the hooves of horses delight the wealthy, while the wine cup and flower branches are the fortune of the poor. If wealth and nobility are compared to poverty, one is on level ground, the other in the heavens. If flowers and wine are compared to carriages and horses, he must rush while I may linger at leisure. The world laughs at my flamboyance. I laugh at those who cannot see through it. I do not see the tombs of the gallant in wooing. Without flowers or wine, I wield a hoe in the fields." A profound silence enveloped the assembly, a stillness akin to death. No one dared to comment on the poem, nor could anyone do so, not even the typically proud Su Wanyue. Zhang Yanchu, who had spoken earlier, collapsed to the ground, muttering impossible, impossible, yet he was ignored, a mere jester in the face of such brilliance. This poem would surely echo through the ages. That was the shared sentiment of all present. Chapter 11. Reactions from all sides. Zhou Jingchuan glanced at Zhongxian, seated beside him, pondering in disbelief. Is this truly my inconspicuous seventh cousin? In this world, where the concept of soul-snatching does not exist, one might wish to extract Zhongxian's spirit to examine it closely. At this moment, Qin Ningxue gazed at Zhongxian with a glimmering admiration akin to that of fervent fans adoring their idol. Seated in his chair, Zhongxian could not help but chuckle inwardly, realizing he had indeed followed the well-trodden path of many previous transmigrators. This poetry gathering was destined to be unlike any other. Zhongxian's poem singularly eclipsed all others, bestowing a resplendent conclusion upon the event. The following day, his composition found its way onto the desks of numerous dignitaries and spread amongst the common folk, igniting a considerable stir within the capital. Beyond the quality of the poem itself, Zhongxian's princely status contributed significantly to its impact, especially in light of the recent signals released by the emperor, which had rekindled interest in previously overlooked princes. Undoubtedly, there were also individuals subtly fanning the flames of this excitement. In the residence of the second prince, a palpable tension pervaded the atmosphere. The second prince felt an overwhelming sense of frustration building within him. He kicked over a low stool beside him, sending a teacup crashing to the floor. Still unsatisfied, he hurled several books with force at the maidservant's face, leaving the attendants in the room bowing their heads in silence. Fearful of provoking his ire, the second prince loosened his collar, glaring at the open pages on his desk, which displayed the poem he had copied from the gathering. Zhongxian's piece, Peach Blossom Retreat, was crumpled yet spread open, as if mocking his disdain. How could mere verses elicit such reverence? These people seemed bewitched, extolling him as if he were a celestial being, a master of literary arts. Utter nonsense. Outside, a young eunuch shrank back, hesitant to make a sound, until the curtain was drawn aside, revealing an elderly man leaning on a bamboo cane. Upon the elder's entrance, the second prince ceased his tirade and refrained from further outbursts. No one was surprised, for this elder was no ordinary figure. He was Zhao Huaiqian, a former advisor to the second prince's maternal grandfather. He had been assigned to the second prince's residence as a steward a few months prior and could be considered a mentor to the prince. Your Highness, please calm your temper, Zhao Huaiqian said as he took a seat at the desk, regarding Zhongxian's poem for a few moments in silence. The poem was indeed exceptional. But could your Highness discern anything deeper within its lines? Discern what? Merely a display of talent, yet absurdly revered by many, the second prince retorted with disdain and anger. If one were to judge solely by this poem, the seventh prince harbors no ambition for the throne. His verses are steeped in disdain for the mundane. If he were not a prince, I would not be surprised if he chose to wander the world. Zhao Huaiqian replied, yet at the poetry gathering, he commanded the spotlight. Regardless of others' perceptions, His Majesty is likely to regard him with newfound respect. Moreover, those literati adore praising pretentious scholars. My military officials assert that the seventh prince merely excels in verbal flair. It is not just we who are anxious. The seventh prince may not necessarily be our adversary. Whether his poem is sincere or not is not the matter at hand. The elder's words softened the second prince's voice. Should I not be aggrieved with him? Compete, but do not misplace your focus, Zhao Huaiqian advised. Zhao Huaiqian rose to his feet, tapping his bamboo staff upon the ground. Competing in poetry with him is akin to juxtaposing one's weaknesses against another's strengths. Your reputation within the court far surpasses that of the seventh prince. It would be prudent to contemplate how to leverage your existing advantages for success. After speaking, Zhao Huaiqian exited directly. As the curtain fell, the second prince gazed at the paper on his desk inscribed with the verses of Peach Blossom Temple, then glanced at the shattered porcelain pieces scattered on the floor. He bent down to pick up a shard, which reflected his reddened eyes. Someone, the second prince called out, clean this room. A young eunuch promptly answered, swiftly clearing the fragments. The second prince returned to his seat at the desk, muttering, it should not be my head that aches. I am not skilled in poetry. With that, he chuckled to himself. In the Imperial study, the emperor held a piece of paper, Zhongxian's Peach Blossom Temple. Why did I not notice that the seventh prince possessed such talent before? Yet his spirit seems rather disheartened, the emperor mused, a smile gracing his face. Though his words hinted at dissatisfaction. Your Majesty, the seventh prince is still quite young. With more practice, he will surely cultivate his ambition, spoke an elderly eunuch. Appearing rather weary. It is time to burden him with more responsibilities, the emperor continued to himself. At the residence of the fifth prince, he sat quietly in a chair, wordlessly reciting something. Indeed, it was Zhongxian's poem. Although the world regarded the fifth prince as extraordinarily talented, a sentiment he shared. He acknowledged that he could not compose such a poem himself. However, the fifth prince was not overly concerned with the poem's merit. For mere poetry could not secure the throne. Yet, Zhongxian had further captured their father's attention, especially following the last military campaign and the alliance with the Qin family. It was evident that Zhongxian was emerging as a formidable contender among the princes. The fifth prince felt a profound sense of urgency, for he lacked the backing of the second prince and the martial prowess of the first prince. He was merely favored by the emperor in their daily interactions, which felt rather ephemeral. Alas, father, to what lengths will you push us? The fifth prince sighed inwardly. In the crown prince's residence, Zhou Yu expressed his delight upon hearing of Zhongxian's performance at the poetry gathering. As the crown prince, Zhou Yu had considerable interaction with all of the emperor's children, yet he found a particular affinity with Zhongxian. It was here that he was not a prince, but rather an elder brother. Therefore, it was a source of joy for him to witness his younger brother's success. Your Highness, the second prince and the fifth prince have indeed begun to influence you significantly. Many civil and military officials now gravitate towards them. And with the emergence of a seventh prince, one must remain vigilant. Indeed, the crown prince replied. His advisors voiced their concerns. Although Zhou Yu currently held the title of crown prince, he was merely that, and one must remember that the current emperor was once not a crown prince himself. Silence. Everyone. I understand seventh brother's thoughts better than any of you. Moreover, our father, the emperor, has his own arrangements for every decision. I have no right to interfere. And neither do you. Zhou Yu's expression darkened, revealing his dissatisfaction with several advisors. Zhongxian, however, was taken aback by the stir his poem had created. Yet, he now shifted his mindset, realizing that excessive timidity could, at times, manifest as a different form of self-assertion. Chapter 12. You want me to investigate the Ministry of Revenue? Following the Moon Lake Poetry Gathering, the threshold of Howard Mansion was nearly worn down by the influx of visitors. Scholars and gentlemen flocked in droves, and invitations piled high. Among them were wealthy young heirs who had missed the poetry event, as well as renowned literary figures. Zhongxian found the attention overwhelming and decided to close the doors to visitors, citing a mild illness as the reason for his refusal. Of course, he did not completely shun all company. A few elderly acquaintances were still received. They expressed a desire for him to join a literary society, to which Zhongxian merely replied he would consider it. He neither directly accepted nor outright declined, though martial arts flourished in the land. With formidable individuals capable of commanding entire nations, literature was not to be dismissed. On the contrary, it was embraced by all social strata, the Great Zhou Dynasty included. A fleeting reputation was as insubstantial as a passing cloud. True merit was the foundation of one's standing. Yet, at times, this ephemeral fame could be cleverly harnessed. Within the mansion, Zhongxian was receiving a report from Qinglong. The Imperial Guard had fully integrated into Howard Mansion, rendering it a solidly united front, albeit with a few inconsequential spies remaining. Zhongxian chose not to eliminate them, as they could relay trivial information, the recipients of which were many. Your Highness, the courtesan Xiao Nongying of the Moonlit Pavilion has a mysterious background, with a cultivation level of at least the 6th rank. Moreover, the Moonlit Pavilion has a complex network, suspected to be linked with secretive organizations in the martial world. Qinglong spoke in a calm tone. Zhongxian was not surprised. The Moonlit Pavilion was certainly connected not only to martial forces, but also to the influential figures of the capital. After all, it was a genuine money-making enterprise. The saying that wealth can transcend the divine was no mere jest. Continue to observe without alarming them, Zhongxian instructed. What news of my brothers recently? The second prince appears intent on seizing military power. His household troops have expanded to 3,000, with a portion sourced from the barracks. The fifth prince, meanwhile, is frequently forging alliances with key ministers, his reputation in court rising by the day, Qinglong succinctly reported. Zhongxian nodded slightly. One brother commanded troops, while the other garnered fame, both laying the groundwork for their futures. Just as they were speaking, a palace eunuch arrived to deliver a summons, instructing him to enter the palace immediately. In the imperial study, the emperor stood with his back to him, admiring a landscape painting on the wall. The poem Peach Blossom Shrine remained on the desk, its lines echoing. I wish to avoid bowing before carriages and horses, preferring to grow old amidst flowers and wine. The emperor turned, his emotions inscrutable. 7th. Is this poem a sincere reflection of your heart? Zhongxian bowed and replied, Your Majesty. This poem was merely a moment of inspiration. I still harbored grand ambitions. Zhongxian understood that his own thoughts were inconsequential. It was the emperor's intentions that truly mattered. With this in mind, the emperor presented him with an opportunity. Approaching the desk, the emperor tossed a memorial before Zhongxian, revealing that the Ministry of Revenue reported a deficit in the national treasury, leaving military funds in jeopardy. Investigate the accounts of the Ministry of Revenue and ascertain the whereabouts of the funds, commanded the emperor. As Zhongxian accepted the memorial, a tempest brewed within him. The Minister of Revenue was a protege of the maternal family of the second prince. Thus, even before addressing the veracity of the treasury's claims, it was evident that this matter could not involve merely one or two individuals. This was not merely an investigation, but rather an invitation to stir a hornet's nest. Did the emperor wish to bolster his reputation or utilize Zhongxian to reprimand certain factions? Perhaps it was a combination of both. Are you afraid? The emperor's gaze was sharp. I am not afraid, Zhongxian replied, closing the memorial. Your Majesty's trust shall compel me to exert my utmost efforts. Excellent. The emperor's lips curled slightly. I shall grant you a secret edict, allowing for discretion in your actions. However, remember, I shall not provide you with soldiers or overt support. The extent of your findings depends solely on your own capabilities. Should you satisfy me with your results, I will permit you to expand your estate. Expand my estate? Zhongxian was taken aback. Such a privilege was reserved for the first and second princes, and even the fifth prince lacked this qualification. This reward seemed excessive. It must be understood that expanding one's estate was not simply about increasing land area, but rather augmenting the number of household troops, armor, and all associated benefits. There was no evading this murky situation. As Zhongxian exited the Imperial study, he recognized that the emperor intended to use him as a pawn. Yet this also represented a fortuitous opportunity to accrue merit. However, wielding such a weapon could easily lead to overstepping. That evening, Zhongxian returned to the moonlit pavilion. The establishment was already aware of his identity and had sent the courtesan, Xiao Nongying, to attend to him. "What brings His Highness to visit us today?" she inquired. Rising to greet him, her eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy. "I have come to present you with a poem," Zhongxian replied with a smile, taking up his brush. "The fragrance of red lotus lingers as autumn descends. I gently loosen my silk garments and ascend the orchid boat alone. Who sends a brocade letter from the clouds? When the wild geese return, the moon is full over the western tower. Flowers drift and water flows. One longing, two places of idle sorrow. This feeling cannot be dispelled. As it leaves my brow, it settles upon my heart." Xiao Nongying stared at the verses, struck into silence. The line spoke profoundly of her solitude. "Your Highness's talent is unparalleled," she murmured, carefully folding the poem and keeping it close as if it were a treasured find. "It is but a poem," Zhongxian said, pouring wine. "I have come not only to share verses, but also to inquire about certain matters." "Please, Your Highness, speak freely," she responded. "Has there been any recent influx of large sums of money from unknown sources within the capital's banks?" Xiao Nongying pondered for a moment. "Is your inquiry related to the Ministry of Revenue?" Zhongxian's heart stirred. It seemed she indeed possessed some knowledge. "Zhang Jianji, the Deputy Minister of Revenue, frequents this place and is known for his lavish expenditures. I have heard he is acquiring a villa in the western part of the city, with renovations costing over 1,000 taels. His salary could not possibly sustain such lavish spending," she noted softly. "Moreover, this individual is surrounded by numerous friends, making him a unique figure in Kyoto. One could hardly find anyone who enjoys making friends as much as he does." Zhongxian noted down this promising lead with great appreciation. "Thank you, my lady," he said, rising to place a dragon-patterned jade pendant on the table. "A token of payment for the information." Xiao Nongying shook her head, replying, "Your Highness's words are already priceless treasures." Zhongxian retrieved the pendant and departed. While Xiao Nongying gazed at his retreating figure, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. In truth, their exchange consisted merely of a few words. Yet it had laid the groundwork for a preliminary collaboration. Although Zhongxian's genii possessed exceptional capabilities in intelligence gathering, their relatively short period of operation left them unable to grasp the entire situation clearly. Conversely, Yueqi Tower, being the largest brothel in the capital with a constant influx of guests, many of whom are influential figures, boasted superior intelligence capabilities compared to Zhongxian's current standing. Hence, Zhongxian would soon enter into a partnership with Yueqi Tower, as their knowledge of the Ministry of Revenue extended far beyond what he currently possessed. His identity as a prince served as his leverage against Yueqi Tower. Upon returning to Howren Mansion, Zhongxian promptly summoned Qinglong, investigate everything regarding Zhang Jianji, the deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue, including the daily amount of cabbage his household purchases. Additionally, a thorough inquiry into his relatives and friends is necessary. Qinglong accepted the task and vanished into the night. Later that night, Zhongxian finally received uplifting news. Yi Guqing had returned, bringing with him the coveted fortune points that Zhongxian had long desired. Chapter 13. Yi Guqing's return and the lottery once again during his time traversing the martial world. Yi Guqing had carved out a notable reputation, founding an assassin organization known as Baiyun Pavilion. To the uninitiated, the name might evoke images of serene music and graceful melodies. Yet it belied the ruthlessness of its operations. Yi Guqing earned the moniker God of Death, a title not lightly bestowed, but one he had earned through the steel of his blade. His notoriety surged particularly after successfully assassinating 2 grandmasters, solidifying Baiyun Pavilion's formidable reputation. Some even proclaimed Yi Guqing as the mightiest beneath the heavens, largely due to the renown of the 2 individuals he had eliminated, both being close to achieving transcendence. With strength and fame now established, a steady influx of martial arts manuals, rare treasures, divine weapons, and wealth followed suit. The rewards for his assassinations were exceedingly generous. However, he had only received a deposit, with the balance due upon his return. The fortune points Yi Guqing brought back were indicative of his success. The title of God of Death seems somewhat understated, Zhongxian jested. Your Highness, considering that Guqing has only been away for a short while. Acquiring the title of God of Death already speaks volumes of his formidable prowess, Wei Zhongxian chimed in. The group conversed for a while, during which Yi Guqing shared tales from the martial world, igniting Zhou Xian's aspirations to venture forth himself one day. Subsequently, Zhou Xian began to inventory the supplies Yi Guqing had returned with, primarily weapons and martial arts manuals. The quantity was substantial, yet most of the items were rather ordinary. Particularly concerning the martial arts manuals, their quality is exceedingly poor, at least in the eyes of Zhou Xian. However, amidst them, there are not a few remarkable weapons, such as the Qingming sword, which was plundered by Yi Guqing after assassinating the master of the Qingfeng manor. This single sword has bestowed upon Zhou Xian over 4,000 fortune points. There is also a so-called Millennium Ganoderma, though in reality, it is merely a century old. After cataloging all the items, Zhou Xian found nothing of particular interest to retain, so he opted to convert everything into fortune points, resulting in yet another day of sudden wealth. Martial Path Ascendancy System Name, Zhou Xian Age, 18 Identity, 7th Prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty Realm, Mid-Level Master Cultivation Technique, Mountain River Formula, Shadow Breathing Technique Martial Arts, Mountain Shaking Palm, Meteoric Moonstep, Celestial Flight Fortune Value, 12, 500 Backpack, Folding Fan with fortune points exceeding 10,000. He was eligible for a high-level draw. System, initiate a high-level draw. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the exceptional talent Xin Wansan. Xin Wansan, that commercial prodigy, rivaling the wealth of nations? Zhou Xian felt a surge of delight. Although Xin Wansan lacks the martial prowess of Wei Zhongxian and Yi Guqing, his acumen in commerce is unparalleled. In the long run, his assistance will prove more significant. Without further deliberation, Zhou Xian summoned Xin Wansan forth. Before him appeared a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe, with a prosperous visage and shrewd gleam in his eyes. Xin Wansan, at your service, your highness. Xin Wansan immediately bowed upon his emergence, exuding an aura of refreshing charm. Do not stand on ceremony. Zhou Xian gestured modestly, a smile gracing his face. I am fortunate to have you, Wansan. Xin Wansan smiled slightly, confidently replying, your highness is too kind. Wansan possesses no exceptional talents, save for an acute sensitivity to wealth. In your esteemed opinion, how should we expand our interests moving forward? Zhou Xian directly posed the question, as did Wei Zhongxian and Yi Guqing, who turned their attention to Xin Wansan, eager to hear the insights of this unassuming merchant. After sipping his tea, Xin Wansan stated, firstly, we shall establish the Baiyun Bank. Leveraging the formidable reputation of Mr. Yi, the god of white clouds, will undoubtedly instill greater fear than any other organization. We shall not only offer deposits and withdrawals of gold and silver, but also facilitate currency exchange and extend lending services. For urgent needs in the martial world or resource procurement for sects, loans can be availed, with interest rates naturally higher than those of mundane banks. With Mr. Yi's esteemed name backing us, we need not fear any defaults on debts owed to the god of white clouds. This is a venture of immense profit. In the rare event of complications, we can always call upon Wei Lao or utilize the Jinyui. Zhou Xian's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Was this not a bank and loan company of an alternate realm, particularly one with a shadowy background and an exceedingly low default rate? Secondly, we shall host the Baiyun auction. Xin Wansan continued. Your Highness can auction off items obtained through your fortune point draws, such as superior healing medicines, special pills that aid in breaking through realms, or certain rare forging materials. We can ascertain the demand through money exchanges and auctions, after which His Highness will provide the necessary resources. Under the esteemed name of Baiyun Pavilion, we shall periodically host high-end auctions, exclusively catering to powerful sects, noble families, and skilled practitioners. Once we establish a reputation, we can also attract others to entrust us with their auctioning needs. Wei Zhongxian chuckled upon hearing this. Mr. Shun, your plan is remarkably astute. Thus, Baiyun Pavilion will not merely be a killer organization, but rather a formidable entity wielding both martial prowess and wealth. Though Yi Guqing remained silent, a smile adorned his face. Xin Wansan's strategy was highly feasible, and blood would inevitably be shed in the process. Well said, Xin Wansan. Zhou Xian exclaimed, clapping his hands in laughter. Let it be as you propose, Elder Wei. You shall fully cooperate with Wansan. Any need for manpower or venue will be your responsibility to coordinate. Guqing, your reputation serves as the most formidable banner, for now. We require you to instill fear in any nefarious characters. We shall obey your Highness's command. The three responded in unison. With the commercial genius Xin Wansan at the helm, Zhou Xian would undoubtedly accumulate fortune points at a swifter pace. With 2, 500 fortune points remaining. Zhongxian intended to utilize them immediately. System, execute 2 intermediate draws. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 1 qi nourishing pill and a vial of 9 flower dew pill, containing 6 pieces. The qi nourishing pill could elevate 1 below the master realm. But for Zhongxian, it held no value. It could be auctioned for a handsome price, as such a side effect-free elixir was bound to attract high bids. The 9 flower dew pill, being a revered healing remedy, was even rarer than the qi nourishing pill and would also be entrusted to Zhongxian for auction. Now, let us proceed with 5 low-level draws. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 5 warhorses. Ah, indeed, one should not harbor expectations for low-level draws. However, 5 warhorses were still a reasonable acquisition. He entrusted both the qi nourishing pill and the 9 flower dew pill to Zhongxian. Without lingering, Zhongxian set off with Yi Guqing to Baiyun Pavilion that very night, also assigning 100 Imperial guards to the two. The members of the Imperial guards were not only skilled in combat, but possessed considerable intellect, providing seamless assistance to Zhongxian and Yi Guqing. Their loyalty was unwavering, allowing for many matters to be entrusted to their capable hands. After the two departed, Zhongxian began his cultivation. After a period of accumulation, he had nearly reached the threshold of the late master stage and anticipated a breakthrough within a month. Chapter 14. Night Exploration of the Abandoned Mansion. The following day, in the study of Howran Mansion, Zhongxian sat at his desk, holding the secret edict bestowed by the emperor in his left hand and a tiger talisman in his right. The emperor had indeed granted Zhongxian a degree of support, as the authority over the capital's garrison for 10 days implicitly conveyed the emperor's hope that Zhongxian could solve the case within that time frame. Zhongxian placed the edict and the tiger talisman on the table, fully aware that this mission would not be an easy one. The Ministry of Revenue, as the core of national finance, was a web of entangled interests. Zhongxian would need to confront an entire interest group rather than a singular individual. Your Highness, I have conducted a preliminary investigation into Minister Zhongxian of the Ministry of Revenue, as per your instructions, his subordinate reported. The voice of Qinglong echoed at the door, interrupting Zhongxian's contemplation. With the presence of the Jinyui, Zhongxian found his actions considerably facilitated. However, he refrained from dispatching all of them to investigate, as such an approach could easily alarm the quarry. Speak, Zhongxian said, lowering his head, suspecting that the Jinyui had indeed made significant discoveries. It appeared that Zhang Jianji had recently received a substantial influx of unidentified funds, and his friends and relatives exhibited numerous irregularities. Several merchants had recently departed from the capital, engaged in various trades that seemed unrelated, yet all were acquainted with Zhang Jianji. Notably, both of his sons had been sent out of the city. The more Zhongxian listened, the more he felt something was amiss. This was indicative of a flight response. Our subordinates have also noted that Zhang Jianji has been in frequent contact with Zhao Huaqian from the second princess residence. Qinglong continued. Zhongxian furrowed his brow at the mention of Zhao Huaqian. It seemed the second prince was embroiled in the matter as well. Zhongxian was not surprised by the connection between the second prince and the Ministry of Revenue, given that the minister was related to the second prince's maternal grandfather. Although the current Minister of Revenue was bedridden due to health issues, the deputy minister, Zhang Jianji, had been promoted by him and was undoubtedly a trusted confidant. Furthermore, the subordinates had discovered that among Zhang Jianji's acquaintances was a merchant named Li Wenyuan, with whom he shared a particularly close relationship. Our subordinates nearly got discovered while tailing them. His martial prowess is undoubtedly that of a grandmaster, Qinglong added. Li Wenyuan, a merchant possessing the skills of a grandmaster. This name I shall remember, Zhongxian pondered. Continue to surveil Zhang Jianji and Li Wenyuan. I wish to be apprised of their every movement. Exercise utmost caution while tracking them. Even if we gather no intelligence, we must remain concealed and avoid detection. Zhongxian reiterated emphatically. Understood. Qinglong acknowledged and departed. Zhongxian returned to his desk, inscribing several names on a piece of paper. Zhang Jianji, Zhao Huaqian, Li Wenyuan. These individuals represented crucial points of leverage. That night, Zhongxian received further news from Qinglong, though it was not delivered personally. Rather, a Jinyui had been dispatched. Your Highness, Lord Qinglong has discovered that Zhang Jianji left his residence without bringing any guards. The Jinyui reported, his tone grave. How audacious of a high-ranking deputy minister, with such limited martial skills, to venture out alone at night. Where could he be heading? In a deserted manor in the southern part of the city, it appears uninhabited. To avoid alarming our target, we did not enter to investigate, he continued. Take me to see, Zhongxian commanded, rising to his feet. The two departed quietly from Howran Mansion, heading towards the southern district. The Jinyui, possessing only a 7th grade skill level, hastened their pace with Zhongxian grasping him, speeding forth. With Zhongxian's lightness of foot, They swiftly arrived at the periphery of the abandoned manor. The area surrounding the manor was desolate, overgrown with weeds, and appeared quite dilapidated. Peering inside, Zhongxian could faintly discern flickering candlelight and multiple figures, though their conversations were inaudible. At that moment, he met up with Qinglong. The two planned to observe first, maneuvering to the rear of the manor where they found a concealed corner. Zhongxian lightly leaped atop the wall, surveying the scene within the courtyard. The area was ablaze with light, figures moving about, evidently engaged in a clandestine gathering. It seems we have arrived at the right place. Zhongxian murmured. Qinglong, you shall remain here and keep watch. I will venture inside for a closer look. Qinglong, well aware of Zhongxian's exceptional lightness of foot, felt assured in his position outside, awaiting further instruction. Zhongxian gracefully descended from the wall, his silhouette blending with the night as he stealthily approached the main hall of the residence. Concealed in the shadows, he peered through a window. Inside the hall, Zhang Jianji stood at the center, the stash of silver nearly relocated. Within 7 days, it would all be transported out of the capital. Caution is paramount. The seventh prince has been scrutinizing matters closely, a hoarse voice intoned. Merely a brash youth, a second voice scoffed. Do not underestimate him. I have an inkling that the seventh prince is not as simple as he appears. Zhang Jianji exhibited caution. Moreover, he has the emperor's backing. You are merely being overly anxious. We serve the second prince, and no matter how astute the seventh prince may be, he cannot possibly rival the second prince, can he? Zhongxian, eavesdropping outside, formulated his thoughts. These individuals were indeed conspiring to transfer ill-gotten gains. Yet, the destination of these funds remained unknown. Furthermore, the second prince was not only involved, but likely the mastermind behind it all. The coming 7 days will require everyone to fulfill their respective roles and ensure that the plan is executed flawlessly. Zhang Jianji's tone was grave. Sensing that a few individuals were about to exit, Zhongxian quickly concealed himself outside the wall. Your Highness, have you discerned anything? Qinglong's voice emerged from behind Zhongxian. We shall discuss it later, Zhongxian replied succinctly. Understood. Qinglong promptly fell in step with Zhongxian. The group stealthily departed the residence, hastening towards Howren Mansion. Along the way, Zhongxian's mind replayed the revelations he had just overheard, filled with myriad thoughts. It appears that the upheaval within the Ministry of Revenue is even more intricate than I had anticipated, Zhongxian mused. Upon returning to Howren Mansion, Zhongxian immediately summoned Wei Zhongxian and Qinglong, sharing his recent discoveries. Your Highness, this indeed constitutes a grand conspiracy, Wei Zhongxian stated gravely. We must act swiftly. In 3 days, it may be too late. I understand, Zhongxian nodded, yet we cannot afford to act impulsively. We require more evidence to ensnare them all. Ideally to bring down the second prince as well. Your Highness, I am willing to continue the investigation, Qinglong volunteered eagerly. Very well. Keep a close watch on Zhang Jianji and Li Wenyuan. Report to me immediately should anything arise, Zhongxian commanded. Your orders shall be executed. Qinglong affirmed before departing. Wei Laoshe, in the next few days, observe the movements at the second prince's residence, since they are working for him. There must be some activity there, Zhongxian instructed as he turned to Wei Zhongxian. Rest assured, Your Highness. Zhongxian felt an undeniable sense of assurance regarding Wei Zhongxian. After all, deploying a celestial-level expert for surveillance was undoubtedly an extravagant use of resources. Chapter 15. The Ministry of Revenue. The Ministry of Revenue buzzed with activity in the early morning, as officials entered and exited, diligently fulfilling their respective duties. When Zhongxian appeared at the entrance alongside Wei Zhongxian and several members of the Imperial Guard, it inevitably stirred a considerable commotion. The arrival of His Highness the Seventh Prince had not been met with the customary reception. Minister Zhang Jinzhong, a man in his 50s with a vigorous demeanor, quickly approached with a beaming smile, though a hint of caution flickered in his eyes. Your Highness, please forgive the lack of a proper welcome, he said with courtesy. Zhongxian returned the gesture with a smile. I come on the orders of my father, the Emperor, to inquire into the state of the national treasury. And I hope for your cooperation. Of course, Your Highness. Please, do come inside. Zhang Jinzhong gestured for him to enter, all the while contemplating his strategies. Within the grand hall of the ministry, Zhongxian took his seat at the head of the table, with Zhang Jinzhong accompanying him. Several officials stood below, their expressions varied. Some looked dismissive, others composed, and a few appeared visibly anxious. I have heard that the national treasury is currently experiencing some strain, Zhongxian inquired directly. Zhang Jinzhong, clearly prepared for this line of questioning, responded promptly. Indeed, Your Highness. Last year saw a series of natural disasters across the provinces, resulting in substantial relief expenditures. Furthermore, the ongoing military conflicts over the past 2 years have led to increased military expenses. Could you elaborate on the military expenditures? Zhongxian pressed. Last year, The total military expenditure amounted to approximately 8 million taels of silver, representing a 50% increase compared to previous years. These funds were primarily allocated for troop provisions, arms procurement, and the maintenance of war horses. Zhongxian articulated smoothly, evidently well prepared. Zhongxian nodded, signaling his attendants to take notes. Please bring forth last year's accounts for my review. Zhongxian hesitated briefly but then instructed, Dr. Zhao, fetch last year's account ledger. Dr. Zhao complied, and, shortly thereafter, returned with several clerks bearing a hefty ledger. Zhongxian casually flipped through its pages, noting that the accounts appeared orderly, with meticulous records and approvals for each expenditure. Yet, he soon detected some irregularities. This arms procurement cost seems rather excessive, Zhongxian remarked, pointing to a specific entry. For the purchase of 1,000 sets of armor. Why has the price risen by 40% compared to the year before? Zhongxian felt a tightening in his chest, but maintained his composure. Your Highness may not be aware, but the price of iron ore has risen in recent years, coupled with an increase in craftsmen's wages, thus raising the overall cost of military supplies. Oh, Zhongxian replied non-committally, flipping to another page. And what about this expenditure for troop provisions? Why has it increased by 60% compared to the previous year? While the size of the army has grown, such an escalation seems excessive. Momentarily at a loss for words, Zhongxian quickly found his footing. This is primarily due to heightened training intensity and an increased standard of rations for the troops, which accounts for the rise in provisions. Zhongxian regarded Zhongxian with a knowing smile. Your explanation, Minister Zhong, is indeed reasonable. However, I still wish to examine the specific details of these expenditures in greater depth. Zhongxian's expression revealed a hint of difficulty. Your Highness, these accounts are numerous and intricate. It would take considerable time to examine them thoroughly. Perhaps I could have Dr. Zhao compile a detailed report and deliver it to your residence tomorrow? There's no need for that, Zhongxian replied, waving his hand dismissively. I have time today. I shall peruse the accounts here at my leisure. If you have other matters to attend to, feel free to attend to them. With a resigned sigh, Zhongxian instructed Dr. Zhao. Stay here with His Highness to assist with the accounts. Attend to any needs that may arise immediately. Of course, Dr. Zhao replied respectfully. Though a flicker of unease crossed his eyes, Zhongxian remained in the Ministry of Revenue for 3 hours, meticulously scrutinizing a wealth of account records. Although everything appeared normal on the surface, he keenly sensed a few discrepancies. Firstly, the prices for military equipment procurement were abnormally high, and all suppliers were from the same formidable trading company. The background of this company warranted further investigation. Secondly, the records of military rations disbursement were vague, with many entries lacking specific personnel lists. Most crucially, he uncovered a substantial expenditure labeled as special military funds, the purpose of which was vaguely defined as being required for special missions. Dr. Zhao, what is the nature of this special military expenditure? Zhongxian inquired, pointing to the account ledger. Dr. Zhao glanced at it, his complexion shifting slightly. This expenditure pertains to certain confidential missions. The specific details require authorization from the Ministry of War. Then fetch the Ministry's authorization for me to review, Zhongxian commanded without room for dissent. Reluctantly, Dr. Zhao dispatched someone to retrieve the document, but after half an hour, the messenger returned with the disheartening news that the document could not be located. Cannot be found. Zhongxian scoffed, a cold smile curling his lips. Such an important document cannot simply vanish. Dr. Zhao was drenched in perspiration. It may have been misplaced. I will send someone to search for it immediately. That will not be necessary. Zhongxian stood, concluding, we shall end here for today. However, I will take a portion of these ledgers for further study. After departing the Ministry of Revenue, Zhongxian returned directly to Howran residence. There had been no significant developments from Wei Zhongxian's side. Their demeanor was notably compliant. Zhongxian also instructed Qing Long to investigate the formidable trading company, which was not a closely guarded secret, and the Jinyue soon provided results. To his surprise, the enigmatic merchant Li Wenyuan was revealed to be the second-in-command of the Waiwubio Bureau. Time was of the essence. Zhongxian resolved to employ decisive measures. The following morning, Zhongxian returned to the Ministry of Revenue, accompanied by the Imperial Guard. The atmosphere was palpably different from the previous day. Many officials exhibited heightened vigilance, their actions tinged with caution. Your Highness, it is an honor to receive you, Zhongxian greeted again, though this time his smile appeared somewhat strained. There is no need for such formality, Deputy Minister Zhong, Zhongxian replied with a smile. After returning home yesterday, I diligently examined those ledgers and discovered some intriguing details. I am here today to verify them. Please, Your Highness, speak freely. For instance, this formidable trading company, Zhongxian cut straight to the point. I have observed that in recent years, the Ministry of Revenue's procurement of military arms predominantly comes from a merchant known as Weiwu Trading. Moreover, The prices are generally elevated. Sir Zhang, do you have any explanation for this? Your Highness may not be aware that the quality of arms from Weiwu trading surpasses that of other merchants by a considerable margin. Although the prices are somewhat higher, they are justified by the value provided. Zhang Jianzhong then emphasized that military arms pertain to the lives of soldiers, leaving no room for negligence. Zhongxian scoffed, remarking, Sir Zhang, your admiration for Weiwu trading is quite evident. However, I have uncovered that the benefactor behind this trading house has some connections with General Hua Yunshan of the Northern Defense. I wonder if you are aware of this matter? Zhang Jianzhong's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. I am indeed unaware of this. Nonetheless, even if General Hua has relatives involved, as long as the quality of the goods is assured, is there truly a problem? I hope so, Zhongxian replied with a meaningful tone, before changing the subject. By the way, did you manage to find the military approval documents that I instructed Dr. Zhao to locate yesterday? Dr. Zhao emerged, drenched in sweat, and responded, Your Highness, I have dispatched someone to search for them, but the Ministry of War indicated that it would require some time. How long? Zhongxian pressed. It may take 7 to 8 days, Zhao replied hesitantly. 7 to 8 days? Zhongxian sneered. A crucial approval document requires such an inordinate amount of time to locate? Dr. Zhao, are you attempting to placate me? I would never dare. Dr. Zhao quickly knelt, stammering. What exactly are you implying? Zhongxian's gaze was sharp as a blade. Zhao hesitated, unable to articulate a response. Chapter 16. Night Pursuit. Seeing this, Zhang Jianzhong hurriedly intervened. Your Highness, please, do not be angered. It may be that the subordinates have failed in their duties. I shall personally urge the Ministry of War. There is no need, Zhongxian stood, declaring. I shall go to the Ministry of War myself to verify. However, until the matter is clarified, I must ask Dr. Zhao to refrain from his duties temporarily. Your Highness, this is against protocol. Zhang Jianzhong exclaimed urgently. Protocol? Zhongxian's eyes turned cold. I am authorized to investigate this case, and upon discovering suspicious individuals, I possess the authority to suspend them. Zhongxian then instructed the guards behind him, ensure that Dr. Zhao's residence is secured. No one is permitted to enter or exit without my command. Yes, the guards complied. After dealing with Dr. Zhao, Zhongxian departed the Ministry of Revenue and proceeded directly to the Ministry of War. In terms of appearance, the Ministry of War lacked the grandeur of the Ministry of Revenue. When Minister Lu Jing received Zhongxian, he appeared exceedingly cordial. Your Highness, what an honor to have you visit. How may I assist you? Lu, the minister, was overly courteous. Zhongxian cut to the chase, stating, I have been tasked to investigate the Ministry of Revenue's financial discrepancies and required to examine certain approval documents from your ministry. Might it be convenient? Certainly, Lu replied readily. What specific documents do you wish to review? Primarily, the approval documents for last year's special military funding, Zhongxian stated. Minister Lu paused, then revealed a look of difficulty. Your Highness, while the military funding documents are indeed with the Ministry of War, they pertain to confidential matters and require the Emperor's explicit permission for review. Once again, we encounter this obstacle. Zhongxian harbored a cold smile within, yet his countenance remained impassive. Then I shall seek my father's counsel. However, might I inquire, Minister Lu, on what specific purposes will this military expenditure be allocated? Minister Lu hesitated briefly, lowering his voice as he replied, Your Highness, to speak candidly, this funding is primarily designated for the specialized training of border troops. The particulars, however, are beyond my knowledge, as General Hua oversees all affairs personally. Hua Yunshan? A glimmer of insight flickered in Zhongxian's eyes. Indeed, Minister Lu affirmed with a nod. Zhongxian, deep in contemplation, responded, I see. Then I shall not trouble you further, Minister Lu. Upon departing the Ministry of War, Zhongxian encountered a familiar stranger on his way back to Haoran Mansion, his betrothed, Qin Ningxue, accompanied by a maid and 4 guards. Your Highness, my father has instructed me to deliver this confidential letter to you, containing information regarding Hua Yunshan. However, my father cautions that this information should only be regarded as a reference, not as evidence. Zhongxian accepted the letter, saying, Please extend my gratitude to Minister Qin for his efforts, and commend Miss Qin for her diligence in delivering this. Without further ado, Qin Ningxue hurriedly took her leave. Upon returning to Haoran Mansion, Zhongxian opened the confidential letter and swiftly perused its contents, his expression growing grave. According to the intelligence from the Qin family, Hua Yunshan had maintained close ties with the second prince in recent years, and a significant number of new recruits of dubious origin had appeared in his army. The clues were becoming increasingly clear. The second prince indirectly controlled the Ministry of Revenue, fabricating accounts to funnel money to Hua Yunshan. Yet, the nature of their collaboration remained uncertain, whether it was merely an alliance or if Hua Yunshan had fully pledged his allegiance to the second prince's faction. Hua Yunshan, hailing from humble origins, possessed remarkable martial prowess. In his youth, he mastered an array of combat skills under a mentor, and his standing was comparable to that of the first prince, Zhou Yu, both in age and mastery level. In terms of innate talent, Hui Yunshan even surpassed Zhou Yu, as he lacked the resources that Zhou Yu enjoyed. Not only was he a formidable warrior, but he also excelled in commanding troops, having never tasted defeat. Within a mere decade, he was conferred the title of General of the North. As Zhongxian pondered these revelations, Qinglong arrived with news. Your Highness, Dr. Zhao plans to flee tonight. Flee? Zhongxian scoffed. It seems he is troubled by guilt. Keep a close watch on Dr. Zhao. Be wary of an untimely demise. Understood, Qinglong replied, taking his leave. As night fell, the capital was rife with hidden currents. Under the cover of darkness, Dr. Zhao stealthily departed his residence, hastening towards the outskirts of the city, unaware that shadows were silently trailing him. Meanwhile, within the confines of the second prince's residence, he was receiving reports from his subordinates. Your Highness, Dr. Zhao has escaped as planned. A cloaked figure knelt before him. Excellent. A glint of malice flashed in the second prince's eyes. Let him venture as far as possible, ideally never to return. Additionally, the second prince made a gesture across his throat. Understood, the cloaked figure acknowledged, departing with purpose. Zhao Huaijin interjected. Your Highness, Zhao Longzhong possesses far too much knowledge. We cannot allow it to fall into the hands of the seventh prince. I am well aware. The second prince replied with a cold smirk. I have made arrangements. Zhao Longzhong shall not see the dawn. As the night enveloped the surroundings, a carriage raced along the official road outside the capital. Inside, Zhao Longzhong bore a grave expression, increasingly disturbed by the absence of the second prince's men even after they had left the city. Stop! Quickly stop! Zhao Longzhong suddenly shouted. The coachman, confused, promptly reined in the horses. As the carriage came to a halt, Zhao Longzhong leaped out and sprinted towards the woods by the roadside. Master Zhao, where are you going? The coachman inquired, bewildered. Zhao Longzhong offered no reply, driven by a desperate instinct to flee. He understood that remaining in the carriage would mean certain death. The second prince had not sent anyone to escort him precisely because he wished to eliminate him. After all, only the dead could keep secrets. However, barely having run a short distance, shadows descended from above, blocking his path. Master Zhao, in such a hurry, where might you be headed? The leader of the dark-clad figures sneered. Zhao Longzhong's face paled. You were sent by the second prince? Since you are aware, we can skip the pleasantries. The black-clad figure unsheathed his long sword. It is unfortunate that you know too much. Just as the black-clad man prepared to strike, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. More shadows surged from all directions, encircling the assailants. What ensued was a fierce battle beneath the night sky. Though it could be termed a battle, it was predominantly one-sided. While the black-clad individuals were competent fighters, they lacked masters among them, and were swiftly subdued by the Jinyui, led by Qinglong. Zhao Longzhong collapsed onto the ground, drenched in cold sweat, acutely aware that his life had been spared, at least for the moment. Master Zhao, our prince wishes to see you. Qinglong approached him. Come with us. Zhao Longzhong nodded vigorously. I will go with you. He clearly understood who Qinglong referred to as prince. Indeed, as you anticipated, assassins attempted to ambush Zhao Longzhong on the road. We were prepared in advance, and he is now under our control. Excellent. Zhongxian's eyes glimmered with intensity. Ensure he is closely guarded. I shall personally interrogate him each day. In the dead of night, several shadows flitted silently over the walls of Howran Manor. Their movements swift and soundless. Clad in black night attire, their faces obscured by masks that revealed only their eyes, they evidently aimed to engage in some nefarious activity. The one surnamed Zhao should be in the rear courtyard. Pair up and search from the periphery towards the center. Remain discreet. The leader of the black-clad figures gestured, and the group promptly sprang into action. These black-clad figures moved with professionalism and lightness, clearly seasoned veterans. In the rear courtyard, two of them approached the eastern chamber when suddenly, they were struck by a bone-chilling cold. In the moonlight, Wei Zhongxian appeared before them like a ghost, silent and deadly. Since you have arrived, do not depart. Wei Zhongxian's voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. The two clad in black responded with remarkable swiftness, launching simultaneous assaults toward him. Yet, in the face of an overwhelming disparity in strength, their efforts proved futile. Wei Zhongxian remained unmoved, his hands deftly seizing the wrists of both assailants. A chilling crack echoed through the stillness of the night as their bones shattered, the two men's wrists crushed in an instant. They scarcely had time to emit a cry of anguish before Wei Zhongxian struck their acupoints, rendering them incapacitated upon the ground. In the distance, several individuals sensed the anomaly and sought to retreat hastily. Thinking of escaping? It is too late. Wei Zhongxian's tone bore a note of somber finality. In a flash, he appeared before the remaining black-clad figures, employing the same ruthless technique, effortlessly subduing them. Subsequently, he unceremoniously tossed them into the study. Inside the study, Zhongxian sat poised in the main seat, his gaze calm as he regarded the incapacitated figures sprawled on the floor. "Speak, who sent you?" Zhongxian inquired coolly, his voice imbued with a placid demeanor. The assailants remained resolutely silent, their eyes brimming with defiance. As death warriors, they had long prepared to sacrifice themselves for their master. A trickle of dark blood seeping from their lips, clearly attempting to bite through their poisoned sacs to end their lives. Desiring death? It will not be so simple. Wei Zhongxian sneered, his hand slicing through the air to thwart their efforts. His Highness is asking questions. It is best to respond truthfully. Wei Zhongxian's voice carried an icy edge. He then formed his hand into a claw, grasping at the heads of two individuals. Their anguished screams pierced the air, their bodies convulsing under the immense agony they endured. "This is merely the beginning. If you remain silent, I possess 100 methods to ensure your suffering is endless." Wei Zhongxian threatened. "I will speak." One of the black-clad men finally succumbed to the torment, revealing, "The second prince fears that Zhao will divulge information. So he dispatched us to silence him. We were merely following orders." No sooner had he uttered these words than Wei Zhongxian snapped his neck. The others met the same fate, one after another. Zhongxian had anticipated that the second prince would resort to silencing witnesses. Thus this scenario unfolded, as if trapping fish in a barrel. Suddenly, Zhongxian recalled the assassination attempt he faced prior to the expedition against Zhongling. Although the emperor had promised an investigation, no results had surfaced to date. It remained uncertain whether the lack of findings was due to genuine oversight or a deliberate withholding of information. Zhongxian had initially suspected the second prince. Given his character and influence, he was certainly capable of orchestrating such an assassination. However, the death warriors sent by the second prince were evidently not as resolute as those he had previously encountered. This was not merely a matter of strength, but rather a reflection of their will to die. The assassins dispatched by the second prince were not nearly as eager to meet their demise. The earlier assailants bore a resemblance to those from the Blood Shadow sect, who, upon failure, would immediately take their own lives without a hint of hesitation. "Sigh. Let us first resolve this mess before contemplating other matters," Zhongxian mused to himself. In the second prince's residence, he sat grimly in the main seat, his grip tightening around a glass of wine, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. 2 hours had yet to pass, and he knew that the assassination attempt had failed. Incompetence. All of them. The second prince bellowed, kicking the young eunuch before him to the ground. How could 2 masters and 4 ninth-rank warriors have been utterly vanquished? The second prince, in his fury, let out a bitter laugh. The young eunuch lay prostrate on the floor, too terrified to utter a sound. The second prince paced back and forth, his expression shifting between anger and despair. He had not anticipated the formidable defenses of the Howran Manor. It was far beyond his expectations. When had his ordinarily cautious seventh brother acquired such hidden strength? Or had their father bestowed some secret advantage upon him? "Master, what shall we do now?" The second prince inquired of Zhao Huaijian, fearing that the seventh prince had already extracted information from the Zhao family. At this point, sever all your ties with the Ministry of Revenue immediately and refrain from sending any further messages to Hui Yunshan. Tomorrow, go and plead for forgiveness from His Majesty. Chapter 17. The matter at hand. The following morning, Qinglong brought Dr. Zhao to Zhou Xian's study. "Your Highness, he has arrived," Qinglong announced, pushing Dr. Zhao forward. With a thud, Dr. Zhao knelt on the ground, pleading, "Your Highness, spare my life. I was left with no choice." "No choice." Zhou Xian scoffed coldly. "You conspired with the second prince to embezzle military funds. That is a capital offense." "Your Highness, please understand," Dr. Zhao implored, repeatedly bowing his head. "I certainly deserve death, but I was coerced. The second prince threatened my family. If I did not comply, he would have them killed. I had no alternative." "Coerced? If you truly valued your family's lives, why did you flee alone?" Zhou Xian retorted with a chilling smile. Dr. Zhao was left speechless. Zhou Xian did not delve further into the matter, but instead asked, "Now tell me, where did the funds from the Ministry of Revenue go?" "Doctor." Zhao hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing Zhou Xian's icy gaze, he hastily replied, "The money was taken by the second prince to fund General Jinbei, who agreed to train troops for him. The ministry purchased supplies from the Weiwu Trading Company at exorbitant prices, and the profits from this were split with General Jinbei. The second prince's share was used to enlist his assistance in training the army. However, this was the last wave, as it is said that the number of troops has now met his requirements." "How large is the force?" Zhou Xian pressed. "Approximately 10,000, Dr. Zhao answered, trembling. 10,000. Zhou Xian gasped. The second prince's ambitions were staggering. "Are these 10,000 still with General Jinbei?" 8,000 are no longer with him. But I truly do not know where the second prince has hidden them. However, General Jinbei is still training the remaining 2,000 for him. Excellent, Dr. Zhao. The information you have provided is invaluable. As long as you are cooperative, I can guarantee your life. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Dr. Zhao exclaimed, bowing repeatedly. Take him away and ensure he is well guarded, Zhongxian commanded. After the interrogation, Zhongxian directly proceeded to the Imperial Palace to obtain the Emperor's edict. Subsequently, making his way to the Ministry of War. This time, he encountered no hindrances and acquired the necessary documents with ease. Holding the edict in his hands, he scrutinized it carefully. The financial allocations recorded were transparent, with detailed accounts of each expenditure. A sense of relief washed over him. This material evidence, coupled with the testimony of Dr. Zhao, was sufficient to substantiate the collusion between the second prince and Hua Yunshan. Without delay, he set off towards the Imperial Palace, carrying both witnesses and evidence. In the Imperial study, the Emperor stood with his back to Zhongxian, gazing at the landscape painting on the wall. Zhongxian retrieved the edict from his bosom and presented it with both hands. Father, this document is the special military fund edict from the Ministry of War last year. The financial flow detailed herein aligns perfectly with the accounts I have investigated in the Ministry of Revenue. The Emperor took the edict and, after a cursory glance, continued to listen. Zhongxian further elaborated. I have ascertained that General Hua Yunshan of the northern frontier has conspired with the second prince, utilizing these funds to train a private army of approximately 10,000 men. Dr. Zhao from the Ministry of Revenue is complicit in this matter. Your Majesty may command an inquiry. The Emperor fell silent for a moment, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his eyes, before he nodded. You have done well. I shall personally address this issue. On his way out of the palace, Zhongxian fortuitously encountered the flustered second prince, who was hastily entering. The second prince's complexion darkened upon seeing Zhongxian, his eyes betraying a mix of anger and resentment. Seventh brother, what do you mean by this? His voice was laced with indignation. Zhongxian offered a faint smile, maintaining a calm demeanor. Elder brother, I am merely fulfilling my duty. The Ministry of Revenue has suffered a deficit, and military funds have been misappropriated. This is a fact. I only wish for the Great Zhou Dynasty to uphold integrity. Do you believe that a few lofty words will endear you further to father? You are nothing more than a mere jester. Zhongxian shook his head. Elder brother, I am simply safeguarding the laws of the dynasty. If you have done nothing wrong, why the furious reaction? The second prince was rendered speechless, turning away in a huff. The resolution of the Ministry of Revenue's financial deficit occurred swiftly, yielding results within 5 days. The second prince was penalized with the forfeiture of 5 years' salary, the disbandment of his personal guards, and a year-long prohibition from leaving his residence. Hua Yunshan faced a 10-year salary deduction, with his residence and assets in the capital confiscated. Yet he continued to oversee military affairs in the north. Zhang Jianzi and Li Wenyuan, among others, were executed, and the Ministry of Revenue underwent a thorough cleansing. Dr. Zhao, having contributed to the investigation, was spared a death sentence and demoted to commoner status. Zhongxian sighed softly, a mix of emotions swirling within him. He had anticipated the penalties to some extent, yet he could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. The punishment meted out to the second prince was rather conventional. 5 years' salary was negligible, and a year's confinement was not particularly harsh. The disbandment of his personal guards could be considered a genuine penalty, as it significantly curtailed the second prince's movements, at least on the surface. In contrast, Hua Yunshan's punishment was even lighter, indicating that his utility remained substantial at this stage. As for the other individuals, their fates were as they deserved. At the second prince's residence, the second prince sat in the study, his face etched with a hint of anger and resentment. Scattered across the floor lay books and shattered porcelain. I cannot swallow this humiliation. His Highness shall ensure he pays the price. The second prince clenched his teeth. You must not act rashly, Your Highness. We must maintain our composure. The seventh prince may appear to bask in glory, yet he is but a castle built in the air. Our true adversaries remain the crown prince and the fifth prince. Let him revel in his fleeting triumph, scoffed the fifth prince. Upon hearing of these events, the eldest prince, Zhou Yu, sighed deeply. Although the second prince was known for his ostentatious behavior, it was unexpected for him to meddle in the Ministry of Revenue and conspire with the general of the north. Zhou Yu's feelings towards Zhongxian were even more complicated. Compared to other princes, they shared a certain camaraderie, and he naturally wished for Zhongxian's success. However, he could hardly fathom that Zhongxian would ascend to such heights. In recent months, he had achieved notable accomplishments and even formed an alliance through marriage with the Qin family. Zhou Yu sighed again, gazing into the distance, choosing to remain silent. In the residence of the fifth prince, he sat in his study, an unfinished painting spread out before him. Several advisors conversed nearby. Your Highness, the second prince has stumbled this time, and will likely not let this matter rest easily. He will undoubtedly devise measures against the seventh prince. Indeed, Your Highness, We could lend him a hand and severely suppress the seventh prince to prevent him from becoming a threat to you. Your Highness must not. Although the seventh prince currently holds considerable influence, our primary opponents remain the eldest and second princes. The seventh prince's foundation is still shallow. Even if we were to suppress him, the opportunity for you would be limited. Conversely, I believe we could collaborate with the seventh prince to confront the second prince. The advisors expressed their opinions passionately, engaging in fervent debate. The fifth prince rose, his eyes shimmering with determination. Let us bide our time. A path with my second brother is not destined to align. Though the fifth prince did not articulate his thoughts explicitly, the others grasped his intent. In the main hall of the Qin family, Qin Yu occupied the principal seat, his daughter Qin Yingxue standing before him. We have underestimated the seventh prince. Has he been concealing his talents all along? Qin Yu pondered, for Zhongxian's rise had been astonishingly swift. Qin Yingxue too was surprised that her fiancé had achieved such prominence. Internally, she felt a flicker of delight. Chiding herself inwardly, she turned to Qin Yu and said, "Father, the seventh prince has truly emerged before everyone now. Should we not? Not yet. It is premature to take a definitive stand. We must not box ourselves in. Yet providing some covert support remains essential." Qin Yingxue felt a tinge of disappointment, but recognized the importance of the broader picture, thus refraining from further comments. This matter had not only reached the ears of the powerful, but had also circulated among the populace, spawning whispers. Have you heard? The second prince has interfered in the Ministry of Revenue, misappropriating military funds. Moreover, the general of the north is involved, thanks to the seventh prince. Or else the ministry would have become the second prince's treasury. Such discussions spread from mouth to mouth. It seems that someone is stirring the waters, though their identity remains unknown. Chapter 18. Appointed as Deputy Minister, Pinnacle of the Grand Master. The issue of the Ministry of Revenue's deficit has finally come to a close, and the Emperor's promise of a reward for Zhongxian has been fulfilled. First and foremost, the military force has been expanded to 2,000 men, and the Emperor has graciously provided several hundred sets of armor and steeds, all of which are scarce resources given the current state of warfare. With this, Zhongxian can nurture several hundred light cavalry. Additionally, numerous servants and maidservants have been sent his way, while no direct monetary reward has been bestowed. All of Hui Yunshan's assets in the capital now rightfully belong to Zhongxian, including his residence. However, Zhongxian has not resorted to total annihilation. For Hui Yunshan still has relatives in the vicinity, and Zhongxian has purchased other houses for them. Although these dwellings cannot compare to General Hua's estate, Zhongxian has acted with benevolence and righteousness, especially considering that the second prince has taken no action in this matter. Thanks to Hui Yunshan's rising influence over the past few years, a steady stream of individuals has come to the Northern Command to offer tributes. In truth, Zhongxian does not require many martial arts manuals or divine weapons. Fortunately, he possesses a considerable amount of gold, silver, and renowned artworks. Selling these valuables would yield a substantial profit. Coincidentally, as Zhongxian's military force expands, he now has ample justification to purchase weapons, manuals, and elixirs in abundance. At the court assembly, the Emperor has specifically summoned Zhongxian to attend. This assembly bears little difference from the last. Apart from a few familiar faces and some new ones, a veritable exchange of the old for the new. Notably, the second prince is absent this time, as he has been deemed ineligible to attend the court this year. Does anyone have thoughts regarding the Ministry of Revenue's matters? The Emperor inquires, his expression inscrutable. Your Majesty, the seventh prince has made significant contributions in the thorough investigation of the Ministry of Revenue, rectifying the finances, and thus deserves commendation. The first to speak is the Minister of Revenue, Shun Jingyun, who had been feigning illness at home. Now that the ministry's affairs are resolved, he appears to have recovered. Yet, Zhongxian is perplexed as to why this deputy minister would advocate for his reward. Considering he is a protege of the second prince's maternal grandfather and should logically align with the second prince's faction, have conflicts arisen among them? Zhongxian's suspicions are not unfounded. Had this deputy minister not been feigning illness, and had he chosen to support the second prince, the latter could have resolved all matters before Zhongxian's investigation commenced. Your Majesty, the position of left deputy minister is currently vacant. I believe the seventh prince is fully capable of assuming this role, Minister Shin Jingyun asserts once more. Upon hearing this, the court erupts into a cacophony of voices. Your Majesty, this cannot be. The deputy minister of revenue is of utmost importance, and the seventh prince currently lacks the requisite experience to fulfill such a role. Minister Shun, what is your true intention in saying this? I have yet to see your report on the ministry's affairs, another voice interjects. The seventh prince is wholly unfit for the role of deputy minister. It is a grand jest. Were it not for the seventh prince, the ministry would still be in utter disarray. Once Shin Jingyun concluded his remarks, a cacophony of debate erupted within the grand hall, with voices both in favor and against his propositions. The dissenters predominantly hailed from the faction of the second prince, while the supporters included neutral parties, as well as the first and fifth princes. No one could persuade the opposing side. The court was rife with discord, lacking any semblance of decorum. The seventh prince, Zhongxian, designated as the deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue, was set to commence his duties in 3 days, and this matter was to be laid to rest. At the emperor's command, silence enveloped the assembly. Although a few individuals appeared visibly discontented, they ultimately refrained from further discourse. Thus, the decision was firmly established. Zhongxian, still somewhat dazed, pondered how he had ascended to such a prominent position as a second-rank official so swiftly. After the court session concluded, he departed alongside Deputy Minister Shen Jingyun. Deputy Minister, congratulations, Zhongxian offered, foregoing the title of seventh prince in favor of a more familiar address that reflected their concurrent roles within the ministry. Minister Shun, Zhongxian began. Sensing Shen Jingyun's awareness of his bewilderment, this matter, Shen Jingyun interjected to clarify. A year ago, the second prince sought my assistance in a particular endeavor. Having served in the ministry for 2 decades, I have never sought personal gain. However, due to my long-standing friendship with Elder Qian, I chose to feign illness and turn a blind eye. I never anticipated the second prince would take matters this far. Alas, I do bear an inescapable responsibility in this affair. The Elder Qian mentioned by Shen Jingyun refers to Qian Shun, the maternal grandfather of the second prince, revered as the foremost figure beneath the terrestrial deities. He was instrumental in aiding the current emperor secure his claim to the throne, and although he is no longer in office, his influence remains undiminished. Even Shen Jingyun, a high-ranking deputy minister, was once his disciple and undoubtedly received substantial favors, which might explain his internal conflict regarding this issue. The thorough investigation of the ministry by Deputy Minister Shun has alleviated a significant concern of mine. Although I was not present during the events, I have come to understand that His Highness possesses the capability to fulfill the role of deputy minister, Shen Jingyun continued. Now it makes sense, Zhongxian mused. No wonder Shen Jingyun appears so spirited, yet has been claiming illness. It seems he has been wrestling with his own burdens. The accomplishments of Minister Shun are indeed remarkable, placing him in a league of his own, and to be associated with him is a privilege. Zhongxian felt a measure of respect, acknowledging the challenges faced by honest officials in such turbulent times. Modesty, my dear fellow, Shen Jingyun replied with a smile. Even as he feigned humility, after exchanging a few more pleasantries, they each returned to their respective residences, mindful of their collegial rapport. 3 days later, Zhongxian arrived once more at the Ministry of Revenue, but this time to assume his official duties. Many within the ministry regarded him with a complex mix of emotions. The memory of his previous assertive demeanor was still fresh in their minds. Concerns lingered about whether this newly appointed deputy minister would be approachable, particularly as he was not merely a minister but also a prince. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Zhongxian exhibited a remarkably affable demeanor, shedding any semblance of princely arrogance, and appeared to share a camaraderie with Shen Jingyun that resembled a friendship spanning generations. Their animated conversations were frequently punctuated by hearty laughter. The gathered crowd, now relaxed, returned to their respective duties, each fulfilling their roles. Under the guidance of Shen Jingyun, Zhongxian began to familiarize himself with his work. The two traversed the various departments of the Ministry of Revenue, with Shen Jingyun providing detailed introductions to Zhongxian about the ministry's matters. As they encountered each individual, Shen Jingyun would introduce them, saying, "This is Dr. Li, and this is Officer Chun," and so forth. With Zhongxian's remarkable memory, he had already committed these individuals to memory by the time Shen Jingyun finished his introductions. 2 months later, at Howren Mansion, Zhongxian sat cross-legged on his bed, a surge of energy coursing through him, only to be swiftly reined in. Finally, a grandmaster, Zhongxian murmured to himself. Throughout this period, he had remained unwavering in his dedication to cultivation. Given his current talents, ascending to the rank of grandmaster was but a natural progression, especially with Wei Zhongxian offering guidance along the way. Chapter 19. A shopping expedition on Shanghua Street. In the 2 months since taking office at the Ministry of Revenue, Zhongxian had devoted all his energy to cultivation, his mind perpetually taut. Now, he resolved to take a moment to unwind. After all, one must also relish the company of acquaintances amidst the rigors of warfare. For Zhongxian, relaxation had become a luxury. Although he had shed the mentality of walking on thin ice since acquiring the system, the act of dancing on the edge of a blade had rendered him even more cautious. With the second prince temporarily forced into seclusion and Zhongxian's strength witnessing another surge, he finally felt inclined to explore the splendor of the capital. Though he had attained the status of Grand Master, the state of unity with the universe felt perpetually elusive. He had consulted Wei Zhongxian, who explained that even at the pinnacle of Grand Master, one operated merely on the level of power, Both talent and resources were essential to reach that level. However, unity with the universe fell within the realm of intention, reliant on the harmonious alignment of time, place, and people, rather than mere arduous practice. Zhongxian had attempted to breach this barrier repeatedly, yet curiously, when he refrained from pressing against it, it appeared as a mere membrane, while the more he struggled, the thicker it became, ultimately resembling an impenetrable wall. To achieve the profound state of ascension into unity with the universe, one must first relax the mind. After all, Zhongxian had traversed this world for several years, with scarce opportunities to venture beyond the palace, let alone indulge in leisurely strolls. Following the establishment of his office, he found himself busier than ever, having only visited the moonlit pavilion once and never truly relaxing since. Today, Zhongxian decided to invite Zhou Jingchuan, who was exceedingly familiar with the capital, particularly in matters of entertainment. Renowned as the foremost dandy of the capital, adept in the arts and vices alike, Zhou Jingchuan seemed an excellent choice for Zhongxian's desire for respite. Initially, Zhongxian contemplated inviting Wei Zhongxian, but Wei suggested that Zhongxian include Qinglong instead. Reflecting on this, Zhongxian realized that, unlike Wei, Qinglong was the one who consistently bore a serious demeanor and was in dire need of relaxation. Without hesitation, Zhongxian made his way to the training grounds, certain that Qinglong would be there. As anticipated, upon Zhongxian's arrival, Qinglong was diligently training the Imperial guards. With his hands clasped behind his back and an austere demeanor, his usual severity was evident. He showed no awareness of Zhongxian's presence. Qinglong, cease your training and accompany me, Zhongxian commanded. Only then did Qinglong come to his senses. Your Highness, is there a mission? Zhongxian sighed, exasperated. Is that all you think about? Grant the Imperial guards a half-day off. We are going out for a stroll. Do not refuse. Change your attire and come with me at once. Without allowing Qinglong a chance to decline, Zhongxian turned and departed. Before long, Zhongxian and Zhou Jingchuan appeared on Shanghua Street, with Qinglong following closely behind Zhongxian and two guards trailing Zhou Jingchuan. Shanghua Street, the largest commercial avenue in the capital, was a bustling hub of commerce, with an astonishing number of shops. The further they ventured, the grander the establishments became, and the higher the prices soared. As they delved deeper into the street, Zhongxian's gaze was drawn to a weapons shop that stood out starkly among its more prosperous neighbors. In such a thriving area, this shop seemed rather desolate. It was either poor in quality or exorbitantly priced. Surely, it could not be a combination of both. Upon entering the shop, Zhongxian was greeted by an array of swords, spears, and polearms, which, even by his discerning standards, were quite impressive. The shopkeeper, upon noticing a distinguished guest, did not rush forward with the customary enthusiasm of other merchants, but remained seated at his desk. He merely lifted his eyelids and stated, "Take what you fancy. This is a small business, and I do not offer credit." As Zhongxian carefully examined the wares, a long spear caught his eye, adorned with exquisite engravings and boasting a remarkably sharp tip. His attention then shifted to a sword beside it, approximately 3 feet in length and merely 2 fingers wide. With a hilt etched in a leopard pattern, its blade a striking blue with a hint of red, emanating a subtle chill. The shopkeeper, noticing Zhongxian's focused gaze on both the spear and the sword, exhibited a hint of surprise. Though the shop was filled with weapons, they were haphazardly displayed. Yet Zhongxian's immediate interest in these two items indicated his expertise and discernment. "Shopkeeper, what is the price for this spear and sword?" Zhongxian inquired. "I do not sell to those who cannot recognize quality, but I see you are knowledgeable. 300 taels of gold, and they are yours," the shopkeeper replied, finally rising from his seat and approaching Zhongxian. Without much deliberation, Zhongxian paid in full, as both weapons were indeed worth the price, and their potential for exchange value was considerable. Upon exiting the shop, Zhou Jingchuan appeared somewhat dazed. 300 taels of gold. Has it truly been spent just like that? Brother, I understand you have wealth now, but isn't this expenditure a bit extravagant? Zhou Jingchuan's face was one of disbelief. Zhongxian merely smiled, choosing not to respond. Qinglong, trailing behind, looked somewhat bewildered, yet his nature prevented him from voicing any questions, for in his eyes, whatever His Highness did was undoubtedly right. Zhongxian and his companions continued their journey deeper into Shanghua Street, where the shops flanking the thoroughfare grew increasingly opulent, and the attire of passers-by became ever more refined. Zhongxian's gaze was drawn to a store bearing the sign Musashi Pavilion. The entrance displayed a couplet that boldly proclaimed, "Musashi unmatched in the world, secret techniques beyond compare." Such audacity to make such claims in Kyoto was indeed remarkable. Without hesitation, Zhongxian and his group ventured inside. The interior was spacious and bustling, reminiscent of a library in scale, a stark contrast to the previous establishment's desolation. The shelves surrounding them were laden with a plethora of ancient texts and scrolls, Zhongxian casually picked up a volume, only to discover that it contained merely half of its contents. The remainder required payment. He perused the offerings, encountering various martial arts manuals, including sword techniques, knife techniques, spear techniques, and body refinement methods. Soon, his attention was captivated by a manual titled Heavenly Net Binding All Living Beings, a name that undeniably exuded arrogance. A cursory glance revealed it to be a formation used by multiple practitioners, weaving a celestial net with hundreds of participants. Zhongxian's interest in this manual surged, and upon inquiring with the shopkeeper, he found the price surprisingly modest, merely a few hundred taels of silver, a sum that seemed unworthy of such a grand title. Without a doubt, he decided to procure it. Following this, Zhongxian ceased his selection, as it was Qinglong who found a knife technique deemed suitable for building a foundation. Even Zhou Jingchuan, who typically dismissed cultivation, selected a sword technique, claiming it to be exceedingly elegant in application. The total cost for several martial manuals amounted to just over a few hundred taels of silver, significantly less than that of weapons. After exiting Musashi Pavilion, the group entered another shop named Qianwan Treasure. The interior featured numerous counters, each adorned with one or more jade boxes. Zhongxian's attention was suddenly captured by a jade box nestled in the corner of a counter, intricately carved with a lifelike Qinglong, as if it might leap out at any moment. The mere presence of this box suggested considerable value. "Shopkeeper, what treasures lie within this jade box?" Zhongxian inquired, pointing at it. The shopkeeper, momentarily taken aback by Zhongxian's question, approached with a smile, acknowledging his discerning eye. "Indeed, esteemed guest, this jade box contains a rare gem." As he spoke, the shopkeeper opened the box. The moment it was gently lifted, a faint, ethereal fragrance wafted forth, imbued with a hint of cool, spiritual energy that invigorated Zhongxian. Inside the box lay a translucent jade pendant, half-moon-shaped, with a vividly carved Qinglong gracing its front. The shopkeeper continued, "This pendant, known as the Qinglong Spirit Pendant, is crafted from a millennium-old spirit jade, meticulously honed by a master artisan. Its purpose is to prevent one from succumbing to demonic influences and to maintain a heightened state of enlightenment for extended periods." Zhongxian nodded slightly, his fascination with the pendant intensifying. He turned to the shopkeeper and inquired, "May I ask the price of this Qinglong Spirit Pendant?" The shopkeeper smiled faintly, announcing the price of 800 taels of gold. This sum was indeed substantial. However, after careful consideration, Zhongxian resolved to make the purchase. The value of this jade pendant extended far beyond its material worth. Zhongxian sensed it would greatly aid him in breaking through to the celestial realm. Zhou Jingchuan, observing from the side, was left dumbfounded and could not help but exclaim, "Seventh brother, your spending is swifter than flowing water. 800 taels of gold. And you just buy it without hesitation?" Zhongxian offered a slight smile, his tone imbued with nonchalance. "With wealth comes indulgence, and I believe it is worth this price." Zhou Jingchuan shook his head, resignedly stating, "In the realm of extravagance, you surpass me." Disregarding Zhou Jingchuan's comment, Zhongxian continued to survey the shop, his gaze eventually settling on an unadorned wooden box that appeared rather ordinary and somewhat antiquated. He approached the box, gently lifting it, and inquired, "Shopkeeper, what is contained within this box?" The shopkeeper, upon hearing Zhongxian's question, revealed a look of uncertainty. "Esteemed guest, I am not entirely sure what lies within this box. I have inquired with many, yet none could discern its nature or purpose. If you are interested, you may take a look." Zhongxian nodded slightly, a strong intuition stirring within him that this box concealed something extraordinary. He cautiously opened it, and an ethereal chill rushed forth. Inside lay a block of ice, indeed. A block of ice, irregularly shaped as if freshly hewn from a frozen wilderness. What perplexed Zhongxian was the complete absence of any signs of melting, and upon meticulous inspection, the wooden box appeared entirely unremarkable. He extended his hand to lightly touch the crystalline ice. A wave of frigid energy surged into his body, only to dissipate instantaneously. "This ice seems rather extraordinary," Zhongxian murmured to himself. Noticing Zhongxian's interest, the shopkeeper hastily remarked, "If the esteemed guest desires it, it can be yours for 100 taels of gold." 80 taels, Zhongxian countered directly. The shopkeeper's face flickered with indecision, yet he acquiesced, "No problem. Thank you for your patronage." Zhongxian tucked the wooden box into his garment, feeling that his visit to the shop had indeed been rewarding. Chapter 20. The moonlit pavilion makes a splash after exiting Wanbao Studio. Zhongxian and his companions proceeded along the bustling Shanghua Street. Near the end of the street, Zhongxian spotted an establishment named the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, a 3-story building adorned with flying eaves and intricate carvings, exuding an air of grandeur. Lifting his gaze, he noticed a couplet hanging by the entrance. "Fine wine and exquisite dishes welcome all from afar. with an ethereal charm intoxicating every direction. The horizontal inscription read a celestial paradise. Having strolled through Shanghua Street for quite some time, it was evident that the shops along this thoroughfare were quite boastful. Whether they sold weapons or served meals, each establishment subtly claimed to be the best in the world. Zhongxian and his companions leisurely entered the drunken immortal pavilion. Inside, the atmosphere was lively and bustling, with the main hall filled with tables and chairs, nearly every seat occupied. Initially desiring a private room, they found themselves without a reservation and reluctantly settled for a window seat upstairs. Zhongxian appeared indifferent, yet Zhou Jingchuan seemed subtly displeased, prompting Zhongxian to pull him down into a seat. A cursory glance at the menu made Zhongxian frown. The prices of the dishes were indeed exorbitant. The nearby waiter promptly interjected, "Esteemed guest, our Zhuaxian Lu is renowned as the finest establishment on Shanghua Street, with dishes crafted from the finest ingredients. Hence the lofty prices." Zhongxian casually selected several signature dishes and ordered a fine wine. Before long, the food and drink were served in succession. The flavors of the dishes were quite commendable, but the wine brought Zhongxian immense delight, truly deserving of its name. The wine was rich and smooth, leaving a lingering sweetness on the palate. After satisfying their appetites, Zhongxian and his companions proceeded to the familiar moonlit pavilion. Upon entering the hall, they discovered a significant number of patrons, many of whom were dressed as scholars. It dawned on Zhongxian that the Imperial examination was approaching. Since ancient times, talented scholars have been known for their charm. It was no surprise to see so many gathered at the moonlit pavilion. The duo ascended to the second floor's private room, lavishly decorated. It was evident that the room had been recently refurbished, exuding an even more opulent ambience, which was undoubtedly appealing to Zhou Jingchuan's extravagant tastes. As Zhongxian and Zhou Jingchuan engaged in lively conversation, a sudden uproar arose from the hall below. Numerous wealthy scions and literary figures turned their gazes toward one focal point, Zhongxian included. There, a stunningly beautiful young lady, accompanied by her maidservants, ascended the platform. It was none other than his old acquaintance, Xiao Nongying. Her appearance elicited a chorus of admiration throughout both the hall and the private rooms above. At last, Lady Nongying has graced us with her presence. I have awaited far too long, exclaimed one admirer. I arrived early this morning just to catch a glimpse of her. Another chimed in. Indeed, Lady Nongying is as breathtaking as the rumors suggest. She truly deserves the title of the moonlit pavilion's courtesan. Do you think mere beauty grants one the title of courtesan? Lady Nongying is not only adept in poetry and song, but also proficient in musical instruments. And I hear she possesses some martial skills. Otherwise, how could she be the foremost courtesan? The accolades resonated throughout the hall. As before, Lady Nongying would pose a challenge for the assembled guests, leading them in a poetic contest, which she would then judge. Should a poem capture her favor, the poet would be granted an audience for a candlelit conversation. The housekeeper's words ignited a fervor among the crowd, with some rubbing their hands in anticipation. Eager for the event to commence, Zhongxian was taken aback. When had the moonlit pavilion introduced such an activity? The housekeeper gestured for silence, declaring, without further ado, let us invite Lady Nongying to present the challenge. With grace and poise, Xiao Nongying placed her hands elegantly at her waist and offered a slight nod to the audience. The once uproarious men fell into an immediate silence, eagerly awaiting the moment when Xiao Nongying would speak. They readied themselves to compose a poem, hoping to win her favor and become the esteemed guests of the evening. With a gentle smile, her eyes, clear as autumn waters, swept over the crowd. She spoke softly, inviting them to draw inspiration from the full moon tonight, leaving the choice of poetry entirely to them. As her words faded, the atmosphere erupted once more, with varied reactions among the attendees. The theme of the moon was hardly novel. I have previously penned verses inspired by nature. Yet I find myself at a loss when it comes to the moon. A mere theme of the moon is precisely within my realm of expertise. Once my poem is revealed, it shall undoubtedly captivate the entire assembly. Do not boast, for I have cherished moonlit nights since childhood and have crafted numerous poems about it. This time, I shall surely catch Miss Nongying's eye. Meanwhile, Zhongxian observed the crowd deep in thought and took up his brush and paper, committing himself to the task at hand. Soon, the pristine rice paper bore several lines of text. Over the years, Zhongxian had diligently practiced calligraphy. While he may not be a master, his work was certainly pleasing to the eye. Zhou Jingchuan leaned closer to inspect the verses Zhongxian had written. Although he was aware of his younger brother's exceptional talent for poetry, he felt a spark of curiosity about the verses he would craft this time. However, upon reading the words on the paper, Zhou Jingchuan's expression shifted, momentarily frozen in place. As he silently recited the lines, his admiration for Zhongxian intensified. What exquisite poetry! Indeed, Zhongxian was a true genius in the realm of verse. Second brother, you possess a good understanding of poetry. What do you think of my composition? Zhou Jingchuan immediately replied. Compared to others, your poetry shines like a firefly beside the bright moon. Zhongxian chuckled softly. You are being overly generous. At that moment, many scholars in the hall had completed their verses. At last, my masterpiece is finished. It shall surely astonish everyone. Stop your nonsense. Is that really poetry? Not even the lines rhyme. Huh. I doubt yours is any better. My poem is complete. And I am certain Miss Nongying will appreciate it. Haha. I too have finished, and I feel certain Miss Nongying will favor my work even more. Before long, numerous students and guests had finished their poems, laying them upon a nearby table. Subsequently, the maidservants of the moon nest swiftly navigated through the crowd, collecting the poems to present to Xiao Nongying for her review. At that moment, she sat at a square table, attentively examining the poems in her hands. Her face, once filled with surprise and interest, gradually returned to a placid demeanor, and after some time, she slightly furrowed her brow. It was evident that none of the poems she had received had managed to touch her heart, regardless of the circumstances. Xiao Nongying's ascension to the pinnacle of her field is attributed not solely to her beauty, but also to her exceptional mastery of poetry, music, and the arts. Therefore, the ordinary verses presented to her could hardly capture her interest. Observing her demeanor, the onlookers realized that none of the poems they had gathered had impressed her. Instead of perceiving her as aloof or haughty, they admired her vibrant personality and extraordinary talent. Indeed, it is no surprise that a woman as erudite as Nongying could dismiss such an abundance of verses. Despite her youth, her profound understanding of poetry rendered her incapable of being swayed by mere commonplace compositions. In my estimation, only the most esteemed literary figures could hope to touch her heart through their verses. Yet, one must ponder whether such luminaries would deign to frequent a place of frivolity. This is a valid point. However, when Xiao Nongying turned the final page, her expression shifted dramatically, leaving her momentarily stunned. At that instant, the female steward interjected, "Gentlemen, the results of tonight's poetry evaluation have been concluded." "Wait, Aunt Sue," Xiao Nongying exclaimed, her hand raised in excitement. "It is not over yet." As she spoke, her body trembled slightly, her breath quickening, her eyes fixated on the poem in her hand, displaying an expression of disbelief. "Everyone look." Nongying's demeanor seems unusual. Indeed, she had appeared calm moments ago, yet now she exhibited signs of agitation. Wait, what she holds appears to be a poem. Could it be that this particular composition has rendered Nongying momentarily unhinged? What sort of verse could elicit such a reaction from her? Numerous scholars and literati began to murmur among themselves, intrigued by her state. Even the stewardess, who had barely finished her previous thought, wore a puzzled expression. Could it truly be due to the poem in her grasp? With this thought, the stewardess quietly prompted Xiao Nongying, "Child, what troubles you? Have you encountered a poem that captivates your heart?" Upon hearing the stewardess's words, Xiao Nongying returned to her senses, recognizing her earlier lapse in composure. She smiled and nodded to the assembly, saying, "I apologize. I was momentarily overwhelmed by the allure of this poem." At this revelation, the crowd comprehended that Nongying had indeed been astonished by the verses. Yet, their curiosity now piqued. They yearned to discover what words could enthrall the renowned courtesan of the capital so profoundly. "Nongying, please recite the poem for us. We too wish to hear its beauty." "Indeed, let us see if any of us present can surpass it." "Yes, Nongying, do share the poem." Gradually, the atmosphere returned to silence. The tension palpable as a pin could be heard dropping. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiao Nongying adjusted her breathing and began to recite the verses inscribed on the paper. "When will the bright moon appear? I raise my glass to inquire of the azure sky. I know not the celestial palaces above. What year is this evening? I long to ride the wind and return, yet I fear the jade towers and crystal halls, high above where the cold is unbearable. As I dance, casting my clear shadow, how does it compare to the realm of mortals? Turning the vermilion pavilion, lowering the ornate windows, illuminating the sleepless night. There should be no resentment. Why must the moon always be full when we part? Men experience joy and sorrow, separation and reunion. The moon undergoes phases of obscurity and brightness. This matter has always been difficult to attain in its entirety. I only wish for enduring longevity, to share the moonlight across 1,000 miles." As Xiao Nongying's voice faded, the audience fell into a profound silence, soon followed by an uproar. "What a splendid poem. It is truly marvelous. I am in awe." Indeed, having toiled over my studies for more than a decade, I considered my own poetry commendable, yet in the presence of this piece, I humbly concede. I share that sentiment. Even across the vast Zhou Dynasty, one cannot find a work that rivals this. Some individuals, lacking in scholarly depth, remained unresponsive after hearing the poem, dismissing the praise as exaggerated. Are you not being overly dramatic? Is this poem truly that remarkable? Yes, Why do I find it so incomprehensible? Immediately, a scholar retorted. Your knowledge is limited. Naturally, you cannot grasp the excellence of this poem. When will the bright moon appear? I raise my glass to inquire of the azure sky. These opening lines pose a question, introducing the subsequent verses with a bold spirit. To raise a glass to the moon indicates the author possesses an exceptionally magnanimous heart. Men experience joy and sorrow, separation and reunion. The moon undergoes phases of obscurity and brightness. This matter has always been difficult to attain in its entirety. This further reveals the author's openness. I truly wish to witness the grandeur of such a person. With I only wish for enduring longevity, to share the moonlight across 1,000 miles as the conclusion. It suggests that the author is a person of profound emotion. After several scholars provided a line-by-line analysis of the poem, the audience finally comprehended its brilliance. It became clear why Xiao Nongying displayed such an uncharacteristic demeanor upon witnessing it. However, many began to wonder who could have penned such exquisite lines. Meanwhile, Xiao Nongying folded the paper in her hand and whispered a few words to her maid. Then, she addressed the housekeeper. Aunt Sue, tonight's poetry has been selected. I leave the rest in your capable hands. The housekeeper nodded with a smile. Very well, you may prepare. I will take care of everything from here. Xiao Nongying inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement and departed from the gathering. Subsequently, the housekeeper announced, the poetry selection for tonight has concluded. Please feel free to enjoy yourselves. Though the crowd felt a tinge of dissatisfaction after Xiao Nongying's departure, they were left with no recourse. After all, the recent poem had metaphorically pinned them to the ground, leaving no room for resistance. Yet, to be bested by such poetry was not an unjust defeat. Meanwhile, Zhongxian sat in his chamber, indulging in grapes while observing the scene outside. He possesses a deeper understanding of the power of this poem than anyone else, undoubtedly capable of standing tall among the crowd. At that moment, a maid hurriedly approached and paused at the entrance of the room where Zhongxian resided, saying, Young master, Miss Nongying requests your presence. Zhongxian nodded. Very well, I shall go at once. Subsequently, he abandoned the seemingly aggrieved Zhou Jingchuan and followed the maid alone. Meanwhile, the scholars and literati on the first and second floors were eager to discover the identity of the poet from earlier. Soon, they spotted a young man leisurely following behind the maid Xiaohong as she ascended to the second floor. Ah, that person is heading to Miss Nongying's chamber. Could he be the one who composed that poem? Indeed, it must be him. Otherwise, why would he follow the young lady? This individual looks quite familiar. He resembles that prince. Not merely resembles, it is indeed him. With Zhou Xian's cultivation, he could easily overhear their conversations. It turned out that this petite maid was named Xiaohong, a name truly reflective of classical elegance. Chapter 21. A second lottery. Su Fu arrives before long. Zhou Xian, guided by Xiaohong, arrived at Miss Nongying's chamber, after which Xiaohong took her leave. Your reaction to my presence seems rather unsurprising, Zhou Xian remarked, locking eyes with Xiaohong. Individuals capable of crafting poetry of such caliber are indeed rare within the Dezhou Empire, especially today when no esteemed literary figures are in attendance. Moreover, I caught a glimpse of your silhouette while perusing the poetry earlier, Xiaohong replied playfully. Zhou Xian settled beside Xiaohong, gently grasping her delicate hand, beginning to caress it with a tender touch. Your Highness exhibits no restraint, taking liberties upon your arrival, Xiaohong observed, casting a playful roll of her eyes at Zhou Xian's boldness. Being courteous only signifies unfamiliarity. We are quite well acquainted, hence such formalities are entirely unnecessary, Zhou Xian retorted. Unabashed. Yet, when you last visited, you appeared rather businesslike, she countered. Ah, that time was urgent, and besides, you were the one with a stern demeanor, Zhou Xian replied, one hand holding Xiaohong's soft palm while the other caressed her porcelain-like face, savoring the exquisite warmth. A faint blush crept across Xiaohong's cheeks. She let out a soft hum but did not withdraw, instead leaning slightly closer. Your Highness, you jest. I merely adhere to the customs, for your esteemed status is lofty. And I, a mere woman, dare not overstep, she murmured. How can a mere woman wield such extensive information? Zhou Xian's voice dropped to a whisper, his words astonishing. Indeed, following an investigation by the Jinyui, it has come to light that the true master of the Yueqi building is not some steward or matron but the courtesan before me. Your Highness speaks in jest. I am but a pawn in this game. Xiaohong's voice grew somber, as if she wished to convey something more, but ultimately refrained. Zhou Xian's revelation of Xiaohong's true standing was also a calculated maneuver on his part. After all, they were bound to collaborate further. And Zhou Xian sought to inform her that he too possessed an intelligence network, urging her not to engage in any underhanded schemes behind his back. Although the relationship between Zhou Xian and Xiao Nianying has been amicable, even tinged with a hint of flirtation, Such bonds are as fragile as paper when confronted with the harsh realities of self-interest. The once intimate atmosphere quickly dissipated into coolness following Zhongxian's remarks. They shared a few more drinks, yet each harbored their own thoughts, leading to a significant reduction in conversation. Naturally, Zhongxian chose to return home. The following day, the poem Zhongxian had composed had already spread throughout the capital. A piece dedicated to the moon outshone the entire literary scene, leaving even the most esteemed scholars of the Zhou Dynasty feeling inadequate. From the powerful elite to the common folk, praise for this poem echoed far and wide. Coupled with Zhongxian's work, Peach Blossom Abode, he had undeniably ascended to the pinnacle of the poetry world, a fact acknowledged by all talented scholars and poets alike. At this moment, Zhongxian was too preoccupied to dwell on the acclaim he had garnered. He had already squandered all the funds received from Huayinshan. His recent excursions had only consumed a fraction of that wealth, merely satisfying his desire for consumption. Subsequently, he entrusted Wei Zhongxian with the procurement of goods, recognizing his expertise and experience in seeking optimal value for money. Of course, Zhongxian deemed the heavenly binding of all beings to be genuinely beneficial, and he ordered multiple copies to be transcribed. However, he discovered that only the original volume he purchased could be exchanged for fortune points, which was within his expectations. Otherwise, it would have been a glitch in the system. Additionally, he instructed Qinglong to present this technique to the Jinyue for training, confident that their cultivation and coordination would maximize the benefits of the heavenly binding of all beings. Zhongxian chose not to exchange the Qinglong jade pendant, but instead kept it for himself, as it possessed the ability to clarify his mind, greatly aiding in the pursuit of unity with the heavens. The peculiar piece of ice he showed to Wei Zhongxian revealed no discernible qualities beyond its normal icy characteristics, coupled with the fact that it would never melt. Unable to ascertain its true value, Zhongxian opted to convert it into fortune points, resulting in a delightful surprise. This single block of ice yielded over 8,000 fortune points. This was an astonishing figure, considering that even legendary weapons capable of family inheritance barely surpassed 1,000 fortune points. Zhongxian offered all the wealth he had procured, including what he had originally set aside, as a tribute to the system. In doing so, he acquired over 27,000 fortune points in a single transaction. Martial Arts Summit System Name: Zhongxian Age, 18 Identity, 7th Prince of the Zhou Dynasty Realm, Grandmaster Techniques, Mountain and River Formula, Shadow Breathing Technique. Martial Skills: Mountain Shaking Palm, Meteor Moonstep, Celestial Flight. Fortune Value: 27, 300. Backpack, Folding Fan System. Let us begin with a high-level lottery. Targeting a specific character, Zhongxian felt the need for additional personnel and thus opted to summon a figure directly. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have summoned the character Su Fu. Character: Su Fu. Realm: Unity with Heaven and Man. Description: possesses profound cultivation with mysterious and unfathomable methods, and excels in alchemy and pharmacology. Is it truly Su Fu? Zhongxian was both pleasantly surprised and astonished to have summoned Su Fu. With this esteemed figure by his side, not only would his martial prowess significantly increase, but there would also be considerable benefits for the cultivation of his subordinates and the expansion of his business ventures. Your Highness, we pay our respects. The elderly Su Fu, adorned with a head of white hair, appeared remarkably benevolent, forming a stark contrast to Wei Zhongxian. To exaggerate, one might say that Wei Zhongxian possessed the ability to silence a crying child, a trait related to his cultivation techniques and overall demeanor. Su Fu, on the surface, exuded an air of credibility, yet those who underestimated him would find themselves facing dire consequences. Rise, Zhongxian commanded, his gaze fixed on Su Fu, filled with anticipation. Aware that Zhongxian had further intentions, Su Fu quietly retreated behind him. System: proceed with the advanced lottery, aimed at enhancing my cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a mysterious small sword. Note: it encompasses supreme sword intent and can be worn for nourishment. Zhongxian scrutinized the small sword, which was merely the size of a fingertip and bore no distinctive markings, appearing rather unremarkable. However, upon channeling his internal energy into it, a formidable and piercing sword intent surged forth. With this enigmatic small sword in his possession, Zhongxian felt that the time required for his ascension to the celestial realm would be greatly reduced. Having spent 20,000 on 2 advanced draws and 2,000 on targeted enhancements, he now had 5,300 luck points remaining. System: initiate 5 intermediate lottery draws at random. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a divine weapon transformation card. Note: this can elevate an ordinary weapon to the level of a divine weapon. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired golden silk soft armor. Note: this top-tier protective armor effectively withstands blade strikes, arrows, and even internal force attacks. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received Black Jade Fracture Ointment. Note. It possesses the ability to mend broken bones and restore shattered limbs. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3 small elixirs. Note. They possess both healing and cultivation-enhancing properties. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 800 Beggar Gang disciples. Note. 500 are of low 3rd grade, 300 of mid 3rd grade, and 1 at high 3rd grade. Zhongxian felt a sense of satisfaction with the results of the intermediate lottery. The Divine Weapon Transformation card could be applied to the previously drawn folding fan, which would possess remarkable rarity at the Divine Weapon level, whether for personal use or sale. It represented an excellent choice. The Golden Silk Soft Armor, however, was of limited use given Zhongxian's current cultivation level. The Black Jade Fracture Ointment was a valuable asset to keep in reserve for unforeseen circumstances. The small elixirs offered minimal immediate benefit, yet could be of use to the Azure Dragon. He was but a breath away from becoming a Grand Master, and he believed these 3 small elixirs would facilitate his swift ascension. The 800 Beggar Gang disciples could be distributed throughout the capital. Although the Great Zhou Dynasty lacked a beggar faction, there were still quite a number of beggars, even in the capital, albeit not in the core areas. System. Apply the Divine Weapon Transformation card to the folding fan. Ding. The ordinary folding fan has now ascended to the status of the Flowing Cloud Fan. Its ribs as sharp as blades, capable of slicing through iron as though it were mere clay. Martial Arts Ascension System Name. Zhongxian Age. 18 Identity. 7th Prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty Realm. Grandmaster Cultivation Method. Mountains and Rivers Technique. Shadow Respite Technique. Martial Skills. Mountain Shaking Palm. Meteoric Moonstep. Celestial Flight. Fortune Value. 300 Backpack. Flowing Cloud Fan. His own influence has further escalated. How splendid. Chapter 22. The Divine Doctor Su Fu, renowned in the capital after Zhongxian bestowed the small reversion pill upon the Azure Dragon. The latter did not disappoint expectations and successfully advanced to Grand Master. Now, Zhongxian's power has become formidable, comprising himself, the Azure Dragon, and Yi Guqing, 3 Grand Masters. Wei Zhongxian and Su Fu represent the pinnacle of human potential. Such elite strength rivals that of the royal family itself. The mere rumor of this force could certainly stir the world. A month later, a divine doctor named Su Fu arrived in the capital, renowned for his alchemical prowess, claiming to cure all ailments and even extend life. Initially, the populace regarded him as nothing more than a wandering physician, paying him little heed. Yet, after a month of practice, he had never failed. His reputation soared following his miraculous cure of the long-standing ailment afflicting the general of the capital, an affliction that had eluded even the court physicians. Following this event, Su Fu firmly established himself in the eyes of the aristocracy. After all, whether in scholarly pursuits or martial endeavors, who among them is free from hidden afflictions? In treating the nobility, Su Fu established a unique rule regarding his fees. Not only monetary compensation, but also various rare herbs, historical texts, and martial manuals were accepted without reservation. Su Fu refrained from requesting weaponry, as receiving such items on a large scale would undoubtedly attract unwarranted attention, detrimental to his long-term development. Su Fu has now become a favored guest among the influential. In the Imperial Palace, Imperial Study Shou Zhua. What is your opinion of this newly arrived divine Dr. Su Fu in the capital? The emperor inquired calmly, idly toying with a short sword in his hand. Your Majesty, this Su divine doctor employs methods that are indeed rather extraordinary. Common court physicians merely prescribe according to principles, and even when utilizing elixirs, it occurs only on rare occasions. The methods of Su divine doctor, however, are entirely distinct. Regardless of whether the ailment is grave or trivial, internal or external, he invariably resorts to alchemical remedies without exception. The response came from Sun Shou Zhua, a trusted eunuch who had accompanied the emperor since childhood. A grand master himself, he was deeply trusted by the emperor, who would entrust his back to this eunuch rather than to any of his princes. I have heard that his elixirs possess the power to extend life. What do you think? Shou Zhua expressed skepticism, believing it to be mere hearsay. While the world is not devoid of rare herbs capable of prolonging life, their scarcity is evident. The notion that he could casually concoct a small elixir with such effects seems implausible. Sun Shou Zhua appeared entirely unconvinced. Yet he held no significant doubts regarding Su Fu's medical skills. Upon hearing Sun Shou Zhua's words, the emperor cast his gaze towards the sky beyond the palace, choosing to remain silent thereafter. In the southern part of the city, a newly constructed 3-story medical pavilion stood prominently. The central plaque bore the elegant characters Medical Pavilion in an ornate script, with Su Fu's reputation soaring, supported by the general of the capital's guard. This establishment had risen amidst the bustling locale. As dawn broke, a long line formed outside the pavilion, predominantly composed of common folk. though Su Fu had previously accepted precious herbs and materials from the nobility for treating ailments. The ordinary citizens could offer little more than a nominal fee to cover basic costs. At the forefront of the queue stood an elderly woman, plagued by a persistent cough. Su Fu retrieved a crimson pill from his alchemical furnace, scraping a small amount of powder with a jade pestle to dissolve in water. He instructed her to take it in 3 doses and return in 3 days. His voice was gentle, and he accepted only 3 copper coins from her, asking for nothing more. The second in line was a ragged young man, seeking medicine for his ailing father. Su Fu maintained his routine, this time collecting merely 2 copper coins. As midday approached, the line showed no sign of diminishing. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves approached from a distance. Leading the charge was a young man clad in luxurious attire, flanked by several guards, adorned with fine jade at his waist. He halted his horse and addressed Su Fu from his elevated position. "You are Su Fu, the legendary divine physician? Come with me to my residence. Should you cure my father's chronic ailment, a generous reward will await you." The waiting citizens recoiled, their faces betraying fear. This was Zhao Yan, the second son of the city guard general, a figure no one dared to provoke. Despite his father's relatively low rank, he wielded considerable military power over part of the capital's garrison, directly commanded by the emperor. Consequently, even some second-rank ministers sought to befriend him. It is worth noting that Zhongxian was acquainted with him, having previously enlisted soldiers under the city guard general Zhao Chuan during an investigation of the Ministry of Revenue. Relying on his father's status, Zhao Yan had often acted with impunity. Yet, he was not a mindless wastrel. While he had made enemies among many, he had never dared to offend the highest-ranking noble families. Ignoring Zhao Yan, Su Fu continued his practice with the next patient. Observing this scene, Zhao Yan's expression darkened. "Do you know who I am?" Su Fu remained unperturbed, handing a green medicinal pill to a woodcutter before him. This external remedy was to be applied to wounds, to be changed every 3 days. Zhao Yan's countenance grew even more severe as 4 guards dismounted behind him, advancing with a steady gait, their eyes glinting with restrained intensity, indicating formidable martial prowess. "Su, divine physician," the lead guard said with a slight bow. Yet his tone was authoritative. "The city guard general's old ailment has recurred. We kindly request your assistance." Su Fu finally lifted his gaze, scanning the 4 guards. "You 4. Have you experienced any chest pains during your training, or awoken in the dead of night?" Exchanging glances, the 4 men could not hide their astonishment. "If the malevolent energy lingers in your meridians, after another year of practice, your martial skills will be utterly wasted." Su Fu retrieved 4 black pills from beside the alchemical furnace, each capable of curing ailments, priced at 10 taels apiece. Zhao Hang, filled with rage, mocked him, exclaiming, "What a charlatan! Seize him!" The 4 henchmen shifted slightly, their faces betraying a mix of emotions, revealing their internal conflict. They were aware that Su Fu spoke the truth. Their own cultivation practices had indeed led to such afflictions, yet they had been unable to identify the root cause. "Have your ears gone deaf? Do not forget who you are," Zhao Yan scoffed. The 4 exchanged glances, a look of resignation passing among them, but they nonetheless moved to act. The most imposing of the guards lunged at Su Fu, his fingers slicing through the air with precision. Su Fu appeared to reach for a pill, deftly sidestepping the attack. The guard, momentarily taken aback, retaliated with a punch aimed directly at Su Fu's face. Instead of retreating, Su Fu advanced, stepping forward and sweeping his sleeve. A muffled grunt was heard as the guard staggered back 3 steps before collapsing to the ground. The remaining 3 drew their blades. But as soon as the swords were unsheathed, they fell to the floor, and the 3 guards were sent hurtling backward. Su Fu remained poised, seemingly unaffected. As he continued his task of retrieving the pills, Zhao Yan's complexion paled, and he discreetly reached for his waist, where a poisoned dagger rested, an expensive acquisition. "You too suffer from an ailment," Su Fu remarked, locking eyes with him. "Every time it rains, your old injury flares up, causing you excruciating pain, does it not?" Zhao Yan's hand trembled. This affliction stemmed from his youth, known only to the family physician. "The injury lies within your governor vessel. Ordinary pills can only offer temporary relief." Su produced a wax pill, declaring, "This pill can cure it entirely. The consultation fee is 500 taels. "How could you possibly know?" Zhao Yan asked. A mix of suspicion and curiosity. Su placed the wax pill on the table, stating, "If you desire it, pay. If not, please leave. I shall buy it." Zhao Yan exclaimed, pulling out a banknote. "Now it is 1,000 taels," Su replied calmly. "Previously, it was 500. Your attempt to reach for a concealed weapon is worth 500 taels." Gritting his teeth, Zhao Yan paid the sum, took the pill, and departed. However, after a few steps, he hurried back. "Mr. Su, I apologize for any offense earlier. My father's chronic ailment requires his presence." Su directly interrupted Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan hesitated. His teeth clenched as he struggled to articulate his thoughts, ultimately choosing silence as he turned to leave. Su Fu resumed grinding the pills. The onlookers regarded him with newfound reverence, astonished that even a young master like Zhao Yan had been subdued by his prowess. In the evening, a unique patient arrived at the medical pavilion. "Mr. Su, your skills are remarkable," the elderly man said, clasping his hands together. "I am Zhao Chuan. Today, my son has acted inappropriately, and I have come to offer my apologies." Without lifting his gaze, Su replied, "The gift may remain, but your consultation fee cannot be lessened by a single coin." "Of course," Zhao Chuan replied, clapping his hands. Two attendants brought in a wooden box. When opened, it illuminated the room. Inside lay a century-old blood spirit mushroom and 300 taels of gold, along with a vial of cold jade essence. Zhao Chuan smiled, indicating it as a token of goodwill. "Please accept this, Mr. Su." Su glanced over the offerings and remarked, "Such generosity is excessive. Your skill and benevolence warrant this gift." Zhao Chuan insisted. Zhao Chuan abruptly shifted the topic. "It is merely this stubborn ailment of mine." Finally, Su Fu ceased his actions. General's wound requires dragon's blood jujube as a catalyst, combined with cold fish to neutralize the fire toxin. "I can concoct a batch of elixir that will cure the general's persistent illness." Zhao Chuan was overjoyed. "How long will the preparation take, sir?" 7 days. Su Fu replied calmly. "However, during the alchemical process, there must be absolutely no disturbances, lest the pill be ruined and the furnace explode, wasting all efforts." "Of course." Zhao Chuan nodded repeatedly. "I shall immediately dispatch men to procure dragon's blood jujube and cold fish." "Wait a moment." Su Fu produced a golden pill. "This is a pain-relieving pill. It can temporarily alleviate the general's pain for a few days." Sighing, Zhao Chuan reflected, "It has been 3 or 4 years already. Although this affliction is troublesome, enduring another 7 days is bearable." Su Fu added, "I can indeed complete the elixir within 7 days. But acquiring dragon's blood jujube and cold fish may take an indeterminate amount of time." Zhao Chuan was momentarily speechless. His earlier excitement over curing the persistent ailment had caused him to overlook the rarity of the ingredients. While he had heard of cold fish, he was utterly unfamiliar with dragon's blood jujube. Hence, Zhao Chuan shamelessly accepted the pain-relieving pill again, yet left several silver notes before departing. Chapter 23. Healing Zhao Chuan within the city defense general's mansion. Zhao Chuan sat at the main seat, holding a teacup, his gaze fixed upon Zhao Yan, who stood nearby. "Unfilial son, do you know what mistake you have committed today?" Zhao Chuan's face bore evident anger. "I should not have spoken disrespectfully to Master Su." Zhao Yan appeared somewhat aggrieved. "This is merely the surface. I have not previously reprimanded you for your misdeeds because I believed you still had some sense of restraint. But look at what you did today. Master Su had just recently healed the city defense general, yet you want to cause trouble. To whom do you show disrespect? The city defense general is your father's superior. What position do you place me in?" As Zhao Chuan's anger intensified, he hurled the teacup away. Zhao Yan was rendered speechless. Observing Zhao Yan's meek demeanor, Zhao Chuan grew even more disappointed. "Father, second brother was merely concerned for your health. Besides, we have already apologized to Master Su. The city defense general's side will likely not press the matter further." Zhao Chuan's eldest son, interjected. "Oh, you are unaware. Today I examined the injuries of Yan's guards. The force they wielded was subtle and enduring, penetrating the meridians without harming the root, demonstrating mastery of power control that far surpasses mine. Yan's recklessness today spared him from having his martial skills stripped on the spot, a mercy granted by Master Su." Zhao Chuan sighed. "Impossible." Zhao and Zhao Yan both expressed disbelief. Their father, despite his ailments, was among the foremost masters within the sect. If even he felt inferior, it spoke volumes of Master Su's prowess. At this moment, sweat drenched Zhao Yan's back, his fear palpable. No longer daring to harbor resentment, he murmured, "I acknowledge my mistake, father." Waving his hand wearily, Zhao Chuan said, "Enough. Let this matter rest here. Shiner, immediately utilize all our connections and resources, and spare no effort to search for any news regarding dragon blood resin and cold fish. Yinner, you must exercise restraint and refrain from associating with your dubious companions. Do not provoke any controversies, especially with individuals related to the medical pavilion." "Yes, father," they replied in unison. In the following days, the medical pavilion continued to operate as usual, bustling with visitors as if no conflict had ever transpired. Su Fu maintained his calm demeanor, while the types of fees collected by the medical pavilion became increasingly diverse, with rare medicinal materials, unique texts, and even some obscure martial arts manuals flowing in through various channels. Zhongxian sat in his study, listening to Wei Zhongxian's report. "Your Highness, everything is proceeding smoothly with Mr. Su Fu. His reputation has been established, and the medical pavilion has become even more prosperous. Excellent. We need not pay excessive attention to Su Fu from now on. He is merely a divine physician dedicated to healing. The rest is irrelevant to us. 10 swift days passed. While the capital appeared tranquil on the surface, undercurrents stirred, fueled by the names of the medical pavilion and Su Fu. Zhao Chuan mobilized every resource at his disposal, even enlisting some retired military personnel and hidden connections, to thoroughly search for the whereabouts of dragon blood resin and cold fish. Zhao Yan, having learned from his previous missteps, significantly reduced his social engagements, though not entirely severing ties with his questionable friends. Even when he ventured outside, he no longer exuded the arrogance of yore, surprising those familiar with his nature. The medical pavilion continued to open at dawn and close at dusk, collecting an even more eclectic range of fees, including rare minerals and unidentified beast bones. Even ancient, tattered maps were accepted as long as they possessed some peculiar quality, with Su Fu accepting all, in accordance with Zhongxian's wishes. These items were delivered to the third floor of the medical pavilion, where Zhongxian personally ensured their safekeeping, guaranteeing their security. At least for now, no one could suspect any connection between Zhongxian and Su Fu. Though investigations into Su Fu had been conducted, they yielded no results, as if he had materialized from thin air. The only plausible explanation was that he had recently emerged from seclusion, as such occurrences were not unprecedented in the history of the Great Zhou Dynasty. During this time, a few misguided individuals from the martial world, either overestimating their own abilities or acting under the orders of certain discreet figures, attempted to infiltrate the medical pavilion under the cover of night. However, without exception, these individuals vanished without a trace, as if they had evaporated into thin air, leaving not a ripple behind. Gradually, people began to recognize that Su Fu was not only a master of the healing arts, but also a formidable figure in the martial world. One evening, Zhongxian and Zhao Yan arrived at the medical pavilion, weary yet brimming with excitement. Each held a jade box, with one carrying a basin of water. Mr. Su, we have found it. Dragon blood resin and cold fish have both been located. Zhongxian's voice trembled with anticipation. Su Fu first calmly opened the jade box, revealing a block of dark red substance resembling congealed blood, subtly exuding a scorching yet sweet aroma, dragon blood resin. His gaze shifted to a nearby basin of water, where a small fish, translucent and seemingly carved from ice, radiated a chilling aura, undoubtedly a cold fish of commendable quality. Su Fu assessed it with a casual remark before closing the jade box. Has General Zhao consumed the pain-relieving pill? Yes, indeed. Zhongxian replied eagerly. My father said the pain has significantly diminished. These past 10 days have been the most restful he has experienced in years. Good. Su Fu nodded. Now that all materials are prepared, I shall commence alchemy tomorrow. Inform General Zhao that for the next 7 days, he must maintain a tranquil mind, refrain from anger, avoid women, and adhere to a light diet. After 7 days, he must come here in person. Yes, thank you, sir. Zhongxian and Zhao Yan bowed repeatedly, their excitement palpable, before respectfully exiting with the jade box. The following day, in the quiet chamber on the second floor of the medical pavilion, the atmosphere was starkly different from the clamor outside, enveloped in an unusual tranquility. The room was sparsely furnished, containing only an alchemical furnace and various medicinal herbs. Su Fu stood before the furnace, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow. With a flick of his fingertip, a strand of refined vital energy descended into the fire mouth at the furnace's base. With a low hum, the furnace trembled slightly, and a faint purple flame surged within. Yet the room's temperature remained cool, an invigorating chill permeating the air. Su Fu's movements were fluid as he added various auxiliary herbs to the furnace, finally incorporating the dragon blood resin and the cold fish. Days passed. In the Imperial Palace, within the study, the Emperor was reviewing memorials when he casually inquired. I hear that Mr. Su has been concocting pills for the city's guard general recently? The elderly eunuch, Sun Shozhua, bowed in response. Your Majesty, it has been 5 days. They say it will be completed in 2 days. Do you believe he can cure Zhao Chuan's affliction? The Emperor appeared somewhat intrigued. A conflicted expression crossed Sun Shozhua's face. Previously, Mr. Su had cured the general of the capital, so he seems to possess some assurance. However, the guard general's condition is more severe, making it difficult to ascertain. The Emperor continued to write, his tone indifferent. Zhao Chuan's injury is somewhat connected to me. If it can be healed, it would relieve me of a burden. He paused, contemplating. Yet, the path of Su Fu's alchemy is profoundly mysterious. His mastery is not that of an ordinary itinerant physician, and his martial prowess is equally enigmatic. Have we uncovered his background? Sun Shozhua lowered his head further. I have dispatched someone to investigate. His emergence seems almost otherworldly, with his earliest known whereabouts dating back only a month in the capital. His previous history remains a blank slate. He may indeed have just emerged from some secluded mountain forest. The emperor acknowledged with a non-committal sound, his gaze deepening in contemplation. On the 7th day, in the evening, within the quiet chamber of the medical pavilion, the subtle humming of the furnace had diminished to a faint whisper. A radiant light emanated from within, followed by an extraordinary fragrance of herbs that wafted through the air, invigorating the spirit. Su Fu sat cross-legged before the furnace, his hands forming intricate seals, and with a final surge of pure vital energy, he directed it into the cauldron. "Congeal," he uttered in a low voice. And the interior of the furnace burst forth with radiant light, which swiftly retracted. With a soft click, the lid of the furnace opened slightly. Instantly, the room filled with a fragrant aroma, subtle yet profoundly comforting. Su Fu extended his hand, and 3 pills, each the size of a thumb and adorned with golden red patterns, soared from the furnace into the pre-prepared vial. Moments later, a slightly anxious voice echoed from outside the medical pavilion. "Mr. Su, Zhao has come as promised to collect the medicine." Hearing the voice, Su Fu descended the stairs leisurely. On the first floor of the medical pavilion, Zhao Chuan awaited alongside Zhao Xine, Zhao Yin, and several trusted guards. Zhao Chuan's face flushed with anticipation, his breathing somewhat hurried. Upon seeing Su Fu descend, he quickly stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect. "Sir, the elixirs." Su Fu handed over the jade vial. 3 pills have been successfully concocted. Consume 1 immediately and circulate your energy to dispel the medicinal potency. The other 2 should be taken 1 every 3 days, accompanied by warm water. During the medication period, adhere to the previous prohibitions. Zhao Chuan received the jade vial with trembling hands, unhesitatingly pouring 1 pill into his mouth after taking a deep breath. The pill dissolved instantly, releasing a gentle yet formidable wave of medicinal energy that coursed through his entire being. Zhao Chuan wasted no time. He promptly sat cross-legged and began to channel his cultivation technique. Before long, he sensed that under the onslaught of the medicinal force, the long-entrenched blockage deep within his governing vessel, which had haunted him for years, began to melt away like snow under the sun. Wisps of white steam began to rise from the top of his head, and his complexion fluctuated between red and pale, his body trembling slightly, clearly enduring considerable distress. Zhao Xine, Zhao Yin, and the others observed anxiously, their palms slick with sweat. After what felt like the duration of a burning incense stick, Zhao Chuan's body jolted violently, and he expelled a small amount of dark red blood. Upon releasing this blood, his complexion visibly transformed, regaining a healthy hue. He slowly opened his eyes, appearing revitalized, free from the lingering fatigue and murkiness that had plagued him due to his ailments. Rising to his feet, he carefully assessed his internal condition. The chilling pain that had tormented him for years had vanished without a trace, and his inner strength had even seen a slight enhancement. "Ha, I am truly healed." Zhao Chuan could not contain his exuberance, his laughter resonating with vigor. He bowed deeply to Su Fu, proclaiming, "The grace of your restoration, sir, is something Zhao Chuan will never forget. In the future, should you summon me, as long as it does not contravene the laws of the land or betray loyalty, I shall brave fire and water without hesitation." Su Fu sidestepped the half-bow, responding calmly, "General, you overstate. A physician's duty is merely to heal." He added, "The remaining 2 pills should be taken as scheduled to fortify your foundation and enhance your vitality." "Yes, I shall faithfully follow your instructions." Zhao Chuan's demeanor had transformed entirely, now marked by respect and gratitude. He understood well that this Mr. Su not only possessed extraordinary medical skills, but also harbored unfathomable martial prowess. Cultivating a friendship with him would undoubtedly yield countless benefits. The news of Zhao Chuan's recovery spread like wildfire throughout the circles of nobility in the capital. His affliction had long been a well-known secret among the elite. To discuss this matter is to inevitably mention the Blood Shadow sect. Several years ago, the sect had a covert stronghold in the capital, which, upon discovery, prompted the emperor to dispatch forces for its eradication. Although the jurisdiction of this operation did not initially include Zhao Chuan, the individual responsible was secretly tasked by the emperor, thus placing Zhao Chuan in charge of the operation. The Blood Shadow sect possessed a technique known as the Red Lotus Miasma, which, though not particularly sophisticated, was accessible to its ordinary members. However, it clashed with the ancestral techniques of Zhao Chuan's family. Consequently, while others afflicted by this technique had remedies available, Zhao Chuan's condition remained untreatable, leaving even the most renowned physicians in the capital at a loss. Now, a malady that even imperial physicians could not resolve had indeed been cured by Su Fu through his elixirs. Su Fu's reputation as a divine healer was no longer questioned. and he was even bestowed with the moniker of the one who revives the dead and restores flesh to bone. The status of the medical pavilion in the capital soared to unprecedented heights. Chapter 24. The retired emperor seeks a healer in the Imperial Palace, within the Zhongxian Hall. The current emperor, clad in casual attire, bore a trace of unshakable worry upon his brow as he stood respectfully before an elderly figure clad in hemp robes. To an uninformed observer, this scene might evoke shock. Who could command such reverence from the reigning emperor? However, knowledge of the elder's identity would quell any surprise. This venerable figure was none other than the retired emperor, who had withdrawn from public life to devote himself to profound cultivation. "Father," the emperor began, his voice tinged with an imperceptible weight, "your complexion appears increasingly frail of late. I have instructed the Imperial Medical Bureau to expedite the preparation of restorative elixirs." Yet, the retired emperor slowly opened his eyes, their clarity reminiscent of a deep pool, devoid of the usual murkiness associated with old age. He smiled gently, interrupting his son. "Enough of these pleasantries between father and son. The prescriptions from the Medical Bureau merely address symptoms, not the root of the issue. I am well aware of my own condition. Moreover, at my age, I have lived enough. It is the Great Zhou Dynasty that may fall behind." The tone of the retired emperor carried a hint of melancholy. In the realm of the Azure Cloud continent, where numerous nations flourished, only 4 dared to be called dynasties, with the Great Zhou Dynasty being one of them. Aside from military strength and economic factors, the most crucial aspect was the presence of terrestrial immortals among its ranks, a feature shared among other dynasties as well. Even celestial-level masters would find themselves exhausted when faced with armies, yet a terrestrial immortal could single-handedly challenge an entire nation. It was this formidable cultivation that enabled the retired emperor to elevate the Great Zhou Dynasty to its current stature. Upon hearing this, the emperor's expression grew more solemn. He stepped forward and whispered, "Father, your accomplishments are unparalleled. Surely you can transform misfortune into fortune. Recently, I have heard of a divine healer in the capital named Su Fu, who has cured Zhao Chuan's stubborn ailment. It is said his elixirs possess the ability to prolong life. Perhaps he could assist you." Su Fu. A flicker of intrigue passed through the retired emperor's eyes. However, the esteemed physician who established the medical pavilion and dispelled the red lotus poison from the body of the Zhao family scion is none other than this individual. It is said that not only is his medical expertise unparalleled, but his cultivation is also formidable. The retired emperor pondered for a moment, gently tapping his fingers on the armrest of the chair. The fact that he could alleviate Zhao Chuan's stubborn ailment speaks volumes of his unique proficiency in the medical arts, rendering him far from a mere name without substance. He turned to the emperor, his gaze profound. "My old injuries are indeed extraordinary, and given my current age, any ordinary physician would find it difficult not only to treat me, but even to ascertain the cause of my affliction. This person may be worth a try." The emperor immediately responded, "I shall issue a decree for him to enter the palace and attend to your health, father." Yet, the retired emperor waved his hand, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "There is no need to rush with a decree. Such extraordinary individuals should be treated with respect. You should personally send someone with your token, making a request rather than issuing a command. If he can truly discern the root of my ailment, then we may discuss other matters later. If he cannot, there is no need to press the issue, lest we become the subject of ridicule and lose the dignity of the royal household." He paused, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. After all, even an earthbound immortal is not a true deity, and their lifespan is not vastly different from that of ordinary mortals. The emperor bowed in acknowledgement. "I understand, and I shall make arrangements with utmost sincerity to invite physician Su into the palace." The retired emperor said nothing further but closed his eyes once more, his breath returning to a tranquil state, subtly tinged with an air of stillness. That evening, a seemingly ordinary yet quaint carriage quietly halted before the medical pavilion. The elderly eunuch Sun Shoujua, accompanied by several guards, disembarked, holding a dark token in hand. "Master Su, a noble in the palace is ailing, and we earnestly request your expertise in diagnosis. As for the remuneration, rest assured, we shall extend the highest courtesy." Upon hearing this, Su Fu's eyes flickered with surprise. Then he calmly boarded the carriage alongside Sun Shoujua. The carriage proceeded directly to the tranquil Zhongxian palace. Inside, the scent of sandalwood wafted through the air. Upon encountering Su Fu, the emperor did not adopt an imperial demeanor, but instead offered a slight nod. "Master Su, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. Today, I seek your assistance in a matter of great concern." His gaze shifted towards the inner hall, his tone grave. "My father fought valiantly in his youth, and while he appears to have recovered from his myriad injuries, the truth is that hidden afflictions have accumulated over the years. Coupled with his advancing age, his vitality is waning, and old ailments are resurfacing. I have sought out numerous renowned physicians, yet to no avail. I have heard that you possess the miraculous ability to revive the dead and restore the flesh. Thus, I implore you to employ your wondrous skills." Su Fu did not immediately acquiesce, merely stating, "A face-to-face consultation is necessary to reach a conclusion." The emperor personally guided Su Fu into the inner hall. There, an elderly man clad in simple hemp clothing reclined upon a soft couch, his hair and beard completely white, his complexion rosy, appearing no different from an ordinary wealthy elder at first glance. Yet, Su Fu's gaze sharpened. The old man's aura seamlessly melded with the essence of the universe, appearing tranquil. Yet within him seemed to lie an immense reservoir of power. This was none other than the current retired emperor, one of the last remaining earthbound immortals in this realm. The Supreme Emperor opened his eyes, his gaze warm and devoid of oppressive authority, casting an unexpected glance towards Su Fu. The union of heaven and man revealed not only commendable medical skills, but also considerable cultivation. Nevertheless, he did not delve deeply into this matter. Instead, he wore a serene smile, as if seeing through the affairs of the world. "Mr. Su, it seems you have already discerned the condition of this old body of mine. There is no need for hesitation. Speak candidly." Su Fu stepped forward, placing 3 fingers gently upon the wrist extended by the Supreme Emperor, allowing a thread of purest vital energy to cautiously probe within. After a moment, he withdrew his hand and pondered aloud. "The life force within the Supreme Emperor is, in fact, not low. However, the accumulated hidden injuries from years past have been forcefully suppressed due to your cultivation, rendering them invisible externally. Now, a trend of mutual outbreak is emerging." Upon hearing this, the emperor's expression shifted dramatically. The Supreme Emperor, however, laughed heartily, his voice resonating like a great bell. "Good. You speak with clarity, far superior to those quacks who can only advise rest and recuperation. Mr. Su, do you have a remedy for this ailment?" "It is difficult," Su Fu replied frankly. "It requires the concoction of a true elixir. The power of this elixir is gentle and enduring, capable of penetrating to the source, nurturing and repairing one ailment at a time, dispelling old maladies. However, several key ingredients are exceedingly rare. What is needed? Please speak," the emperor interjected immediately. "With the strength of the nation, I shall ensure you acquire it." Su Fu nodded slightly. "The items required will be noted down for your majesty to procure later." The Supreme Emperor regarded Su Fu and smiled. "Mr. Su, I entrust my old bones to you. Do not hesitate to instruct me on how to cooperate. In order to stabilize the current condition and delay the deterioration of the injuries before the ingredients are gathered and the elixir is completed, I shall first provide the Supreme Emperor with a few solidifying and nourishing pills to prevent the illness from worsening. Moreover, your majesty must refrain from engaging in combat in the near future," Su Fu calmly responded. In the days that followed, the emperor indeed spared no expense from the imperial treasury, even employing clandestine royal resources to swiftly gather the various rare herbs required by Su Fu. Chapter 25. Lei Meng vs. Mo Yuan. Zhongxian picks peaches. The edict from the palace spread across the land with remarkable speed, proclaiming a quest for extraordinary medicinal materials. The royal decree was posted in every province and city, offering generous rewards that stirred the hearts of countless individuals, from the wandering heroes of the martial world, prominent families, wealthy merchants, to even some reclusive practitioners who were eager to act. Initially, the emperor had not intended to launch such a grand search for medicinal materials, as the presence of the Supreme Emperor, a terrestrial immortal, was far too significant. Should other dynasties become aware, it could incite trouble. However, the inefficiency of this approach became evident, given the rarity of the required primary ingredients. Treasures such as the Millennium Snow Lotus and the Earth Core Fire Jade, which were only heard of in legends, had never even been recorded by the imperial family. Thus, relying solely on the royal secretive forces would take far too long. Outwardly, the search was framed as a quest to treat the empress, along with an expansion of the Imperial Medical Institute. But it was clear that such a ruse could not be sustained indefinitely. Thus, there was a pressing need to hasten the pace. Days passed, and although various medicinal materials from across the land continuously arrived in the capital, the few critical primary ingredients remained elusive. Su Fu has temporarily stabilized the condition of the Supreme Emperor with the essence-reinforcing pill, preventing any further deterioration of his health. However, the emperor's furrowed brow grows increasingly pronounced with each passing day. He inquires daily about the progress of Sun Shoujua's search, and has repeatedly urged various factions to expedite their efforts during court assemblies. "Your Majesty, I dare to speak candidly. You must maintain your composure and not lose your bearings," Sun Shoujua remarked, observing the emperor's mounting agitation over the past few days. Having served the emperor since childhood, he had never witnessed such a state of distress in his sovereign. In Sun Shoujua's eyes, the emperor was always calm, astute, and even somewhat cold-blooded. Yet, the matter concerning the Supreme Emperor has begun to cloud his judgment. He understands all too well that the terrestrial immortal holds paramount significance for the Great Zhou Dynasty, and thus cannot be jeopardized. Alas, I am acutely aware of this, but time waits for no one, and the enemy will not show mercy. The normally resolute emperor now appeared somewhat helpless. Such a situation, which pertains to the very life of the Supreme Emperor and could potentially impact the foundation of the nation, has not escaped the keen eyes of several princes. Beneath the tranquil court, turbulent currents began to surge. The night was deepening. In the Howran residence, within the study, Zhongxian, dressed in casual attire, sat in a chair, idly toying with the Qinglong spirit pendant he had acquired earlier. A barely audible sound of air slicing through the stillness broke the silence as a shadow, akin to a specter, glided through the unlatched window, silently landing in the center of the study and bowing respectfully. Your Highness. The visitor was none other than the renowned healer Su Fu, whose reputation now resounded throughout the capital. Should others discover the connection between Zhongxian and Su Fu, their reactions would be intriguing indeed. There is no need for such formalities, Su Lao, Zhongxian replied, placing the jade pendant aside and gesturing towards the seat opposite him. What is the situation within the palace? After taking a seat, Su Fu lowered his voice. The Supreme Emperor's injuries are indeed grave. If left untreated, he may not survive beyond 2 years. Even with the elixir, his lifespan may only extend a few additional years. What actions have my royal brothers taken? Zhongxian inquired of the nearby Qinglong. The second prince has acted decisively, mobilizing his forces vigorously and making a grand display, albeit his methods tend towards tyranny, leading to several confrontations with various factions in the martial world. Following closely is the fifth prince, who has not lagged behind in his efforts, and, in this process, we have uncovered his clandestine intelligence network. Oh, pray, elaborate, Zhongxian responded with curiosity. This intelligence organization is named the Shadow Pavilion, with branches spread throughout the Great Zhou Dynasty, operating with utmost secrecy. Our discovery was only possible through a joint investigation with the Beggars Gang. Had it not been for this incident involving the Supreme Emperor, it might have remained hidden underground. As for the Crown Prince, his actions have been somewhat less vigorous than those of the second and fifth princes, and his results are not yet apparent. Zhongxian nodded, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, acknowledging the murky waters they now navigated. This is to be expected. After all, if this matter is handled successfully, not only will there be rewards from His Majesty, but also the Supreme Emperor's disposition cannot be overlooked, Wei Zhongxian remarked from the side. Your Highness, I believe we must take action. We cannot remain passive. At the very least, we should demonstrate our sincerity to the palace. Zhongxian recognized this as an opportunity. Qinglong, I entrust you with the task of seeking out the necessary materials, accompanied by a small contingent of the Imperial Guards. Bring along a few more of the soldiers we previously recruited, as some of them have inside connections. If the situation demands it, sacrifices may be necessary. Your subordinate obeys. Upon hearing this, Qinglong promptly departed. In the frigid northwest, atop the majestic snow-capped mountains, two forces, each loyal to the second and fifth princes respectively, stood in confrontation. The legendary 1,000-year snow spirit lotus swayed at the peak of the mountain. Leading the second prince's side was the formidable Lei Meng, known as the Mad Blade, a grandmaster of martial arts. With a temperament that was both fierce and impulsive, he barked at the fifth prince's troops. Fifth prince's men? We were the first to discover this treasure. If you know what is good for you, retreat at once, or you shall pay with your life. In response, the Grandmaster Mo Yuan, under the fifth prince, remained calm and unperturbed. He replied serenely, Master Lei, heavenly materials and earthly treasures belong to those who find them. This is a resource without an owner. How can you claim it for yourself alone? What do you mean by how can? Lei Meng interrupted, his voice booming. Enough chatter. Mo Yuan, either leave now with your men, or let us settle this with action. Mo Yuan's gaze turned icy, aware that Lei Meng's brutish nature would not allow for a peaceful resolution. Thus, he refrained from further words and simply stated, if that is the case, I shall gladly engage in a duel with you, Master Lei. In an instant, the two grandmasters focused their energies on each other, while their respective forces braced for combat. Tension palpable in the air. Lei Meng, with his explosive temper, made the first move, shouting, kill. He leaped forward, wielding his blazing red blade, aiming directly at Mo Yuan. Mo Yuan's eyes narrowed, and with a fluid motion, he retreated in a serpentine manner, drawing a soft sword from his waist to strike at Lei Meng's face. Both sides surged forward, and in an instant, the mountain peak echoed with the sounds of battle. With the advantage of numbers, Lei Meng's forces charged in formation, gaining the upper hand. However, Mo Yuan's elite troops were equally adept in coordination and agility, managing to hold their ground. Casualties mounted on both sides. The pristine white snow stained crimson. One of Lei Meng's deputy grandmasters attempted to flank Mo Yuan with a surprise attack, only to be intercepted by two of Mo Yuan's well-coordinated grandmasters, leading to an explosive clash. As time passed, losses on both sides escalated. Although Lei Meng's numbers were superior, Mo Yuan's tactics proved increasingly elusive. The subordinate forces remained locked in a stalemate, their fate hinging on the outcome of the duel between the two grandmasters. At that moment, Lei Meng and Mo Yuan were engaged in a fierce and unresolved battle. Lei Meng wielded his blade with raw power, each strike resonating with the force to split mountains and shatter stones. The searing blade aura seemingly capable of melting the ice and snow. In contrast, Mo Yuan danced around with grace, his soft sword slicing through the air as if freezing it, continually searching for weaknesses in Lei Meng's formidable technique. Suddenly, Lei Meng's blade aura swept across Mo Yuan's shoulder. Drawing blood. Mo Yuan, let us see how long you can endure. With a furious roar, Lei Meng intensified his assault, seeking to overpower his opponent through sheer force. Mo Yuan's complexion turned pale, yet he gritted his teeth and continued to withstand the onslaught. Seizing an opportunity when Mo Yuan momentarily gasped for breath, Lei Meng struck decisively, severing Mo Yuan's soft sword with a single blow. The blade's energy surged toward Mo Yuan's chest, and he could not counter in time, stumbling back several paces, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. The outcome was clear. Victory had been claimed by Lei Meng. However, he too bore the scars of battle, with fresh wounds adorning his body, and his momentum waned slightly. The tide of war had turned. Seeing their leader triumphant, Lei Meng's subordinates surged with renewed vigor, gradually gaining the upper hand. Conversely, Mo Yuan's followers, witnessing their leader's defeat, fell into despair, their fighting spirit extinguished as they retreated step by step. Lei Meng's gaze shifted to the snow-white spirit lotus, still blooming serenely, a glint of triumph flashing in his eyes as he strode forward. Mo Yuan, observing Lei Meng's retreating figure and the few remaining subordinates at his side, felt a flicker of resignation and resolve. Realizing that the tide of battle could not be reversed today, he contemplated issuing a retreat order to preserve their remaining strength. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Whoosh! A sharp arrow, accompanied by a piercing shriek, shot directly toward Lei Meng's arm. The very moment he intended to pluck the spirit lotus, he swiftly retreated, narrowly evading the incoming projectile. Everyone was taken aback, turning towards the source of the sound. There, on a hillside to the side, appeared approximately 1,000 lightly armored troops. Advancing in unison, at the forefront stood Qinglong, bow in hand. Lei Meng halted in his tracks, his expression darkening considerably. Qinglong, the seventh prince has come to meddle? Indeed, Lei Meng recognized Qinglong, for after Zhongxian resolved the issues within the Ministry of Revenue, Qinglong had caught the attention of several princes, and even the emperor himself. After all, the second prince's former masters had met their demise at Zhongxian's hands, allowing Qinglong to emerge as a prominent figure. Qinglong approached steadily, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Lei Meng, the matter of the spirit lotus is of great significance. Your actions have always been reckless. It is best that I take it back. Upon hearing this, Lei Meng's fury turned to mockery. Ha ha ha, what an audacious Qinglong. You wish to reap the fruits of my labor? You must first reckon with the blade in my hand. Qinglong's demeanor remained unchanged as he slightly raised his weapon, his troops stepping forward in unison. A chilling aura of murder rising ominously, exerting immense pressure. For the greater good, Qinglong resolved to offend. Lei Meng regarded the disciplined formation and the potent presence of Qinglong, contrasting it with his dwindling internal energy and fatigued subordinates, his expression fluctuating. Engaging in a direct confrontation seemed improbable, with the risk of total annihilation looming. At that moment, however, Qinglong unexpectedly turned to Mo Yuan, cupping his hands in a respectful gesture. Mr. Mo, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. Today, it is indeed as illustrious as I have heard. You are gravely injured. It would be prudent to descend the mountain and tend to your wounds. The harsh winds and snow here may exacerbate your condition. Mo Yuan, upon hearing this, could not help but smile inwardly. When you encountered me, I was in this very disheveled state. What merit is there in the glorification? Nevertheless, being the astute individual that he is, he immediately grasped Qinglong's intentions. With a profound gaze at Qinglong and a fleeting glance at the ashen-faced Lei Meng, a resolution swiftly blossomed within him. He clutched his chest, coughed a couple of times, and remarked, General Qinglong's goodwill is duly noted by me, Mo. Since you have come at the behest of His Highness the Seventh Prince, I shall graciously withdraw. Farewell. Without a hint of hesitation, he departed with the few remaining subordinates, vanishing swiftly into the swirling snow. Lei Meng, Incensed by Mo Yuan's abrupt retreat, fixated his glare on Qinglong, squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth. Qinglong, I shall remember today's events. Qinglong responded calmly. If Master Lei wishes to offer guidance, Qinglong is ever at your service. However, the Shu Lotus must accompany me today. Realizing the futility of further confrontation, and that prolonging the standoff would only lead to humiliation or even jeopardize his life, Lei Mang stomped his foot in frustration. Shattering a patch of ice, we shall depart. He withdrew with his remaining subordinates, appearing somewhat disheveled as they retreated from the snow-capped mountain. Qinglong cast a surprised glance at Lei Mang's back. The latter's actions seemed less boastful than his words suggested. Anticipating a confrontation, Qinglong was taken aback by how thoroughly Lei Mang chose to leave. Once Lei Mang and his companions had vanished, Qinglong collected the Shu Lotus and promptly exited the snowy peak. The blizzard continued to rage atop the mountain, swiftly concealing any signs of the confrontation as if nothing had ever transpired in that place. Chapter 26. Reports from all sides. The medicinal herbs finally assembled in the residence of the second prince. Within his study, the second prince sat in the main seat, his fingers gripping the armrests of his chair with such force that they seemed poised to shatter. His countenance was dark enough to reign. Beside him stood Zhao Huaiqian, clad in a cerulean scholar's robe, both men directing their attention toward the nearby Lei Mang. Useless. Finally, the second prince spoke, his voice frigid. I dispatched so many capable hands, and yet you couldn't even retrieve a single snow lotus? You allowed the seventh prince's men to benefit from your failure. Is the title of Mad Blade one you acquired through mere chance? Lei Mang lowered his head further, his voice coarse as he replied, Your Highness, please temper your fury. I battled fiercely with Mo Yuan for an extended period. Though I emerged victorious, I was left rather exhausted and sustained significant injuries. And my subordinates suffered considerable losses as well. While the forces led by Qinglong were few, they were all elite warriors, and his own cultivation is formidable. I feared incurring further losses to your strength. Thus I opted to temporarily retreat. Temporarily retreat? The second prince slammed his hand on the table and stood abruptly. Such eloquent phrasing, what you describe is nothing but cowardice. If word spreads, it will seem that my men are timid and fear battle. Your Highness, though General Lei's actions may have been flawed, they were motivated by a desire to protect you. The circumstances at that moment were not conducive to a fight to the death, Zhao Huaiqian interjected calmly. The second prince's chest heaved as he let out a heavy grunt, but ultimately sank back into his seat. He was not entirely devoid of reason, and Zhao Huaiqian's words had enlightened him. Moreover, the fifth prince's men had not yet retreated far. They might still be lurking in the shadows. Should they stab from behind, leading to a complete rout of his forces, it would indeed be a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. Zhao Huaiqian turned his attention to Lei Mang and continued, General Lei, what is your assessment of Qinglong's strength? Lei Mang pondered for a moment before responding honestly. The person known as Qinglong possesses a repressed aura from the arrow he aimed at me. It is evident that his cultivation is on par with my own. The second prince's eyes flickered, realizing that the seventh prince had nurtured such talent unbeknownst to him, having previously thought him lacking ambition. Clearly, we have all underestimated him. Zhao Huaiqian nodded slightly. Your Highness, the seventh prince's ability to resolve the Ministry of Revenue's deficit is already remarkable. Now, as he engages in the search for medicinal herbs, regardless of whether his intentions are to curry favor with His Majesty or the retired emperor, or simply to make a name for himself in the court, it signifies that he is no longer an insignificant player. We must remain vigilant and cautious henceforth. The second prince remained silent for a moment, a defiant expression returning to his face. Humph, even if he secures the Shu Lotus, so what? It is merely one main ingredient. Issue a decree to intensify the search efforts. I must acquire the other main ingredients. Yes, I understand, Lei Mang replied solemnly, feeling a sense of relief within. At the same time, in the residence of the fifth prince, in the study, Mo Yuan had changed out of his blood-stained robes. Yet his complexion still appeared somewhat pale after reporting the events of the expedition to the snowy mountains to the fifth prince. Only after Mo Yuan had finished speaking did the fifth prince slowly raise his head. To have taken the Shu Lotus right under the noses of Lei Mang and yourself, seizing the opportunity with such precision, is indeed a testament to one's talent. The fifth prince's tone was neutral, revealing no trace of joy or anger. Mo Yuan bowed his head. I am unworthy, having failed to complete the mission. Please punish me, Your Highness. The fifth prince waved his hand. This is not your fault. The title of Mad Blade Lei Mang was earned through countless battles. For you to contend with him to this extent is already commendable, especially with my seventh brother lurking behind. Watching closely, he paused for a moment, contemplating. The Shadow Pavilion may have attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. Instruct them to curtail their recent activities and refrain from unnecessary engagements. Understood, Imo Yuan replied, then inquired, Your Highness, what of the seventh prince? No need to target him deliberately, the fifth prince said with a subtle smile. Since he has stepped forward, there will naturally be those who are more anxious. My second brother's temperament will not allow the seventh prince to achieve merit at his expense. We shall merely observe how events unfold. Our primary task remains the search for the herbs. I obey. In the Howren residence, in the study. The door to the study was silently pushed open, revealing Qinglong. Clad in travel-worn attire, entering with the lingering chill of the outdoors. He approached the center of the study, kneeling on one knee before Zhongxian. Clasping his fists in salute, the movements precise and unembellished. Your Highness, Qinglong has returned. Zhongxian set aside his jade pendant, his gaze resting upon Qinglong. You have worked hard. Please sit and speak. He gestured to a nearby seat. Thank you, Your Highness. Qinglong rose but did not sit immediately. Instead, he retrieved a cold jade treasure box from his bosom and presented it with both hands. The Millennium Shuepa Lotus has been retrieved, intact. Zhongxian did not reach for it, merely glancing at the jade box. What transpired? Only then did Qinglong take a seat and succinctly report on the events that transpired at the summit of the snowy mountain, primarily concerning Lei Meng and Imo Yuan. Though Lei Meng may appear arrogant, he is, in fact, astute and discerning, willing to relinquish pursuits when the odds are unfavorable, avoiding unnecessary entanglement. His subordinates had anticipated a more arduous confrontation, thus saving considerable effort. As for Imo Yuan, not only is his cultivation formidable, but his demeanor is also remarkable. He presents himself as a scholarly gentleman. My second and fifth brothers command a notable array of talents, observed Zhongxian with a touch of admiration. Was the journey smooth? Were there any unusual discoveries? Wei Zhongxian interjected. After a moment of contemplation, Qinglong responded. On our return to the capital, we encountered two groups of unidentified spies. One group was evaded, while the other was captured, but we could not extract the identity of their mastermind. Zhongxian's gaze sharpened. The two parties were likely not affiliated with the second or fifth princes, as they would not so readily abandon their pursuit if they had reinforcements. After a moment's reflection, he turned to Qinglong. You have borne much hardship. Go and rest well. There may be more responsibilities awaiting you. It is my duty to alleviate His Highness's burdens. Qinglong replied with a respectful gesture, without further ado, and departed. Shortly thereafter, Wei Zhongxian also exited the study. Zhongxian's gaze shifted to the wall, his mind awash with thoughts. In the ensuing days, the competition for medicinal herbs intensified dramatically. The second prince, leveraging his vast influence, achieved remarkable success, eclipsing all but Zhongxian, who had secured the most crucial herb. Meanwhile, the fifth prince, unwilling to be overshadowed, dispatched all his retainers, making a formidable showing. The eldest prince, as the heir apparent, also began to rise in prominence. Aside from several princes, numerous noble families and influential court officials, either out of loyalty or to curry favor with the royal family, likewise mobilized their resources to procure medicinal herbs for tribute. With a confluence of manpower, resources, and a stroke of fortune, the primary herbs were finally assembled. Aside from Zhongxian's 1,000-year snow lotus, the earth core fire jade was claimed by the second prince. The fifth and eldest princes subsequently shifted their focus to acquiring auxiliary herbs. Soon, all the requisite herbs for treating the retired emperor were gathered. Upon receiving the news, the emperor's perpetually tense expression finally softened with a hint of relief. He promptly issued an edict, entrusting Su Fu with the sole authority to manage the herbs, requesting immediate alchemy preparation, with the Imperial Medical Bureau providing full cooperation to avoid any errors. Deep within the palace, outside the specially designated alchemy chamber for Su Fu, the Imperial Guard stood vigil, sealing off all access. Su Fu did not conduct the alchemy within the medical pavilion, as the process would require considerable time. Given the emperor's anxious thoughts, he chose to prepare in the depths of the palace, just to be cautious. Chapter 27. The Retired Emperor's Recovery. Su Fu becomes the national master as Su Fu engaged in alchemical practices. A potent and clandestine aura approached the capital, surreptitiously. An ethereal figure, almost merging with the night, traversed the space with extraordinary speed, silently reaching the palace. The visitor was none other than the land deity of the Great Zhou Dynasty, the revered old ancestor of Yuquan. His purpose for this journey was unequivocal, to ascertain the true condition of the Grand Zhou's supreme emperor. After all, the recent peculiar actions regarding medicinal searches, coupled with the ostensibly reasonable yet tenuous pretext for treating the empress, had aroused suspicions within the Great Yin. A land deity of uncertain status was an unpredictable variable that no nation could afford to overlook. Meanwhile, deep within the palace, Su Fu was wholly engrossed before the alchemical furnace. Several auxiliary herbs had been sequentially added to the cauldron, undergoing preliminary refinement and fusion. As a rich fragrance of medicine began to permeate the air, Su Fu's mind was singularly focused, entirely absorbed in the intricate processes of controlling the fire and merging the herbs. In the Zhongxian hall, upon the jade couch, the Supreme Emperor lay in tranquil repose. Though his breathing was steady, his complexion bore an unhealthy pallor. At that moment, it seemed he sensed something, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. He immediately rose from his prone position, his ashen face transforming to a vibrant hue in the blink of an eye, appearing invigorated. A surge of sword intent erupted from him, not as a tangible assault, but rather as a silent warning. Outside the palace, the elder of Yuquan felt a sudden tightening in his chest, his expression grave. It was not that he had been harmed by the sword intent, but rather he discerned its piercing sharpness, which was utterly uncharacteristic of a man on the brink of death. The elder of Yuquan cast another glance toward the Zhongxian hall, seemingly attempting to penetrate the palace's windows, engaging in a silent standoff with the Supreme Emperor, both locking onto each other's vital energies, their faces solemn. Moments later, the elder of Yochuan's form melted away like a shadow, swiftly retreating with remarkable speed, vanishing entirely into the vastness of the night, leaving no trace behind. Almost simultaneously with the elder's departure, the emperor, accompanied by Sun Shozhua, strode into the Zhongxian hall with a darkened countenance. Although his cultivation had not yet reached that of a land deity, he was nonetheless a master of unity between heaven and man, capable of perceiving the sword intent that the Supreme Emperor had just emitted. Father, the emperor approached the couch with quickened steps, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tension. The Supreme Emperor slowly lifted his eyelids, weariness evident in his gaze, responding in a low tone, "He has left." The emperor exhaled in relief, yet his eyes remained sharp. Was it the elder of Yuquan from the Great Yin? Who else could be so clandestine? The Supreme Emperor spoke in a tone of indifference, as if discussing a trivial matter. The senses of the Great Yin are quite astute. What did he discover? The emperor pressed, recognizing the importance of the inquiry. The Supreme Emperor gently shook his head. Su Fu's foundational nurturing elixir is proving effective, and the elder of Yuquan dared not gamble on my condition. After all, we are in the Grand Zhou, which prevented him from discerning anything. Upon hearing this, the emperor's tense expression relaxed somewhat, a flicker of relief crossing his eyes. That is fortunate. Thanks to Mr. Su's foundational nurturing elixir, this time we would have found it difficult to conceal. Indeed. The Supreme Emperor nodded. Mr. Su is indeed rare in the realms of alchemy and medicine. We must ensure his alchemical endeavors proceed smoothly during this period. The prince has dispatched additional personnel to ensure the utmost security of the elixir chamber, the emperor promptly responded. He then furrowed his brow and continued, however, I am concerned that the Great Yin may not be entirely reassured, should they attempt to probe my father's condition again. In the short term, they are unlikely to return. Now, we must await Mr. Su's progress in refining the true elixir. However, do not urge him, nor should there be any disturbances, to prevent unforeseen complications. Indeed, father, I understand, the emperor replied, bowing slightly, his expression regaining its customary composure and severity. He cast a glance at the seemingly meditative former emperor and quietly exited the grand hall. The chamber fell into silence once more. As days passed, fortunate was it that the elder of the netherworld did not return to test them again. Su Fu remained diligently crafting elixirs within the chamber, entirely oblivious to the world outside. On this particular day, at the zenith of noon, the alchemical furnace began to tremble violently, only to settle back into stillness shortly thereafter. A rich aroma of the elixir wafted forth, so potent that it permeated beyond the confines of the chamber. The elixir was finally complete. The doors of the elixir chamber slowly opened, revealing Su Fu, who appeared fatigued, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. Cradled in his hands was a jade plate containing 3 pills, each the size of a longan, the coveted true elixir, pulsating with vibrant life force. Accompanied by the guards, Su Fu proceeded to the chambers of the former emperor, where the emperor, upon hearing the news, hastily made his way there as well. Under the watchful eyes of the emperor and Sun Shozhua, Su Fu presented the true elixir to the former emperor, who, without hesitation, swallowed it whole. Moments after the elixir entered his being, a surge of powerful vitality erupted from within the former emperor, his pallid complexion visibly regaining its rosy hue. The once feeble aura swiftly transformed into a robust presence, calm and steady. A formidable pressure unique to terrestrial immortals began to emanate, only to be swiftly subdued. After approximately half an hour, the former emperor gradually opened his eyes, the divine light within them now restrained. Father, the emperor exclaimed, stepping forward with palpable excitement. His voice tinged with emotion, reflecting the immense pressure he had endured during the preceding days. The former emperor nodded slightly. his gaze sweeping over the assembly before settling on Su Fu, a hint of a smile breaking forth. "Mr. Su, I shall remember your life-saving grace." To the astonishment of none, he then bowed respectfully to Su Fu. Su Fu promptly assisted the former emperor in rising. His longevity was surely favored by the heavens. Ecstatic, the emperor issued a decree, bestowing upon Su Fu the esteemed title of National Master of the Great Zhou, granting him the salary of a prince, demonstrating that the sovereign pays homage, along with countless treasures as rewards. The position of National Master was of unparalleled reverence and exceedingly rare in the annals of Great Zhou's history. Su Fu thus ascended to become one of the most influential figures in the Great Zhou Dynasty. Many uninformed ministers were perplexed, believing that Su Fu's only achievement was curing the empress's ailment, a commendable feat, yet not worthy of the title of National Master. However, the highest-ranking nobles raised no objections, suppressing their confusion, sensing that there was more to the story. Following the ceremony of conferral, the National Master's residence became a bustling hub of activity. The second prince dispatched envoys bearing lavish gifts, including several rare antiques and a substantial amount of gold and silver. In contrast, the fifth prince's offerings were more thoughtful. He presented a long-lost medical tome, a unique edition, along with a piece of tranquil soul-scented wood, accompanied by a handwritten letter expressing his congratulations and subtly hinting at a desire to seek the National Master's guidance in the art of healing in the future. The other princes, princesses, nobles, and ministers were incessantly arriving, their procession of gifts nearly congesting the streets before the residence. Beyond merely showcasing their offerings to the emperor, many were genuinely sincere, as who could guarantee immunity from injury or illness in the days to come. Su Fu graciously accepted all the gifts, recognizing their value, even if most were not for his personal use, but certainly beneficial for his highness. Chapter 28. Yi Guqing returns, the Arctic cold, Jade Nightfall. The National Master's residence. At this moment, Zhongxian and Su Fu were in the study, meticulously cataloging the myriad gifts from various dignitaries. It would not be an exaggeration to describe the collection as mountainous, rivaling the offerings received when Zhongxian first established his office. Indeed, the influence of the National Master was formidable. However, they could never have anticipated that these gifts would ultimately find their way into Zhongxian's possession. The second prince, in particular, would likely be apoplectic if he were to discover this. Aside from a medical text requiring Su Fu's careful study, the remaining items were converted into fortune points by Zhongxian. Martial Path Ascension System Name, Zhongxian Age, 18 Identity, 7th Prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty Realm, Grandmaster Cultivation Techniques, Mountain River Formula, Shadow Breathing Technique Martial Arts, Mountain Shaking Palm, Meteoric Step, Celestial Flight Fortune Value, 21, 300 Backpack, Flowing Cloud Fan, Black Jade Ointment. The accumulated fortune points were considerable, exceeding 20,000, sufficient for Zhongxian to conduct 2 high-level draws. System High-Level Draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Life and Death Pill, which can resurrect within 3 hours of death. Note, the body must remain intact. This gift was akin to acquiring a second life, a remarkable outcome from the high-level draw. Zhongxian marveled in delight. He proceeded with another high-level draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the martial technique Return of the 10,000 Swords. Note, it possesses great power, a wide attack range, and is suitable for group combat. Return of the 10,000 Swords was indeed satisfactory, adding another layer to his arsenal. With the system's assistance, he seamlessly cultivated it to perfection. Now, with only 300 fortune points remaining, Zhongxian decided against further attempts, as the likelihood of acquiring anything of value was slim. 3 days later, nightfall, Howard Mansion. A middle-aged man clad in dark attire, with an ancient sword at his waist, silently appeared in Zhongxian's study. It was the long-awaited Yi Guqing. Without a word, Yi Guqing stepped forward and gently placed a flat iron box on the table before Zhongxian. Zhongxian's gaze fell upon the box, and he inquired, "How has Baiyun Pavilion been lately? Is everything proceeding smoothly there?" The Baiyun auction house has now found its footing, gradually gaining recognition within the realm. Over this period, it has auctioned numerous valuable items, inevitably incurring the displeasure of several individuals, yet all have been dealt with by the sword in my hand. Zhongxian nodded, then extended his hand to open the iron box. With a soft click, the study seemed to brighten momentarily. Inside the box lay a meticulously arranged collection of a dozen special stones, varying in size and shape, exuding a lustrous clarity under the candlelight. The Arctic Cold Jade, while exorbitantly priced, holds little intrinsic value. It may sound paradoxical, yet it is indeed the truth. This Arctic Cold Jade, which might be perceived as a rare treasure beneficial for cultivation, is in fact merely a decorative item, highly favored by the nobility. Yi Guqing initially intended to auction it at the Baiyun Pavilion as usual, but Sun Wansan suggested it would be more prudent to present it in the capital for Zhongxian to manage. After all, its worth would diminish significantly in the realm, only to be recognized as a true treasure through the eyes of the influential in the capital. Zhongxian gazed at the Arctic cold jade for a moment, a decision forming in his mind. Guqing has put in considerable effort, he remarked, closing the box, the dazzling radiance instantly subdued. He turned to Qinglong, instructing, "You shall take charge personally. Seek out trustworthy artisans, discreet and skilled. Have them cut and polish these jades into pendants, charms, and sword embellishments. And ascertain the preferences of the nobility in the capital." Qinglong bowed in acknowledgement. "Yes, Your Highness, I understand. Wei Lao, there is another matter I entrust to you." Zhongxian then addressed Wei Zhongxian beside him. "Your Highness, please command. Acquire a modest shop in the bustling Shishir market of the capital. It does not need to be large, but it must be conspicuous and frequented by many." He pondered briefly. "Let us name it Qijin Pavilion." Qijin Pavilion? Wei Zhongxian silently noted the name. "I shall attend to this first thing in the morning." After the others departed, Zhongxian resumed his contemplation, this time eschewing the covert machinations akin to those of the Baiyun Pavilion. Instead, he aimed to leverage his princely status to expand his commercial empire in the capital. He had a plan forming in his mind. The following morning, Shishir market bustled as usual, vibrant and alive with the sounds of traffic. Wei Zhongxian, accompanied by 2 attendants, navigated through the crowd, soon identifying a silk shop that, while situated in a favorable location, was struggling and up for transfer. Both the position and scale were satisfactory, and Wei Zhongxian swiftly acquired it at a reasonable price. The deed and keys were soon delivered into Zhongxian's hands. Zhongxian personally visited the premises and noted that both the interior and exterior layouts appeared somewhat antiquated. To attract customers, a renovation was undoubtedly necessary. Thus, Zhongxian appropriated a public vehicle for private use, seeking out several skilled workers from the Ministry of Works. He drafted a simple blueprint and directed the workers on site. All existing partitions within the shop were dismantled, transforming it into a spacious hall. The walls must be painted a pristine white, and the floor should be laid with smooth bluestone, immaculate and unblemished. Most importantly, the ambience created by light and display is paramount. I shall soon dispatch individuals to commission a set of ornate candelabras, ensuring that the shop remains illuminated as if it were day, regardless of the hour. At the heart of the store, a multi-tiered display platform crafted from premium rosewood will rise to half a person's height, draped in black velvet. Surrounding it against the walls will be a row of shelves made from the same exquisite material, each layer adorned with dark fabric. The entrance will be transformed into a bright, floor-to-ceiling lattice door, with a new plaque above inscribed with the words Qijin Pavilion in bold gold lettering against a black background, embodying grandeur and magnificence. Although the requirements posed by Zhongxian are numerous, they do not present a challenge for these craftsmen. The timeline is tight. Completion is mandated within 7 days, Zhongxian finally instructed. "Rest assured, Your Highness, we shall toil day and night to meet your deadline," the craftsman promptly replied. The sooner they complete the task, the greater the reward. Before departing, Zhongxian even painted a picture of prosperity for them. Meanwhile, progress on the Qinglong side is also advancing smoothly. He now serves as Zhongxian's calling card, easily bringing together 3 skilled artisans of impeccable lineage. Zhongxian seized a moment to meet them, briefly outlining the requirement to carve and polish the Arctic cold jade into pendants, ornaments, and sword embellishments. He particularly emphasized that they need not be confined to traditional designs, but could simplify them to highlight the jade's inherent texture and unique patterns. Upon seeing the batch of Arctic cold jade, the artisans were instantly awestruck, readily agreeing to the task, for it is indeed a privilege to craft such rare treasures, especially given the generous remuneration Zhongxian offered. 7 days later, the Qijin Pavilion was completed. Zhongxian personally arrived for inspection. Upon entering, he found the results exceeded even his expectations. The pristine walls and polished floors, illuminated by numerous brass lamps, created an atmosphere of brilliance reminiscent of a 5-star hotel from a past life. During the renovation, some noise was inevitable. Particularly, the bright lattice door and the unique interior layout drew the attention of passers-by, inadvertently serving as a form of advertisement even before the official opening. On the 2nd floor of the neighboring Zhujiaxuan, Manager Wang naturally noticed the changes across the street. Holding a teacup, he stood by the window for a moment, scoffing lightly. It certainly is bright and flamboyant. If one didn't know better, they might think a performance was to take place. Sipping his tea, he turned to his aide and inquired, "Have you gathered intel? What is the background of this Qijin Pavilion? Who is the owner?" The aide replied, "Manager, I have inquired. It appears to be associated with the 7th prince. I have seen Butler Wei from his household overseeing the work here these past few days." Manager Wang set down his teacup. "The 7th prince? So he intends to compete with us. Let us engage him in this endeavor and, in the process, provide the second prince with a taste of humiliation. He regarded the newly opened shop, with its peculiar style, with utter disdain, even considering it a venture of the seventh prince. Zhongxian stood in the center of the newly refurbished Qixin pavilion, surveying his surroundings with satisfaction at the capabilities of the Ministry of Works. This was precisely the effect he sought to achieve, a striking exterior to captivate attention and set the stage for the forthcoming debut of the Arctic Cold Jade. Prepare yourselves. In 3 days, Qixin Pavilion will officially open, Zhongxian calmly instructed. The first batch of finished products from Qinglong should also be nearing completion. Yes, Your Highness. Wei Zhongxian replied. Zhongxian nodded slightly, his gaze drifting through the bright lattice doors to the bustling crowd outside. His commercial ambitions in the capital were about to unfold, with this modest Qixin Pavilion serving as the initial step. Chapter 29. The grand opening of Qixin Pavilion. 3 days later, Qixin Pavilion officially opened its doors. As the hour of Chun approached, the bright black and gold lattice doors were slowly pushed open by 2 attendants, instantly drawing the attention of passers-by with its extraordinary decor. Driven by curiosity, many paused to observe, and after a moment's hesitation, small groups began to step inside. Prior to this, Zhongxian had not engaged in extensive promotion. However, the unique atmosphere of the establishment served as its finest advertisement. Wei Zhongxian personally oversaw operations within the store, attired in an elegant brocade robe. His complexion fair and his gaze keen, directing several well-trained attendants in welcoming guests. The attendants, evidently well-prepared, exhibited impeccable manners and speech. Display cases and surrounding shelves showcased an array of exquisite accessories crafted from Arctic cold jade, jade pendants, waist pendants, hairpins, and more, each unique in form and illuminated under deliberately bright lighting, revealing the jade's translucent luster in all its glory. This jade, sourced from the frigid northern reaches, was known as Arctic cold jade. The attendants provided only this brief introduction, allowing those familiar with the jade to appreciate its value. As the reputation of Arctic cold jade spread, Qixin Pavilion welcomed several affluent young masters and heiresses by afternoon. Faced with such an abundance of intricate products, they were all captivated. Although the prices were steep, they remained within the means of the elite in Kyoto. Within a single day, 3 pieces were sold, and the news of the exquisite Arctic cold jade accessories began to circulate throughout the capital. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the neighboring Zhongxian, Manager Wang observed the increasing foot traffic at Qixin Pavilion, his expression darkening. He had not anticipated that his rivals could present Arctic cold jade, nor did he expect that such an eccentric display could genuinely attract customers. Humph, mere trinkets of superficial charm, reliant on novelty. Let's see how long they can sustain this. Wang scoffed, though inwardly he began to strategize ways to undermine them. After all, he understood the true value of Arctic cold jade. If this trend continued, his own establishment might not endure, and the second prince would inevitably hold him accountable. In the tranquil chamber of Qixin Pavilion's rear courtyard, Zhongxian listened with a calm expression as Wei Zhongxian reported the achievements of the inaugural day. The emergence of the Arctic cold jade was anticipated, yet relying solely on this item merely garnered initial fame, insufficient to sustain subsequent development. Thus, he required additional resources to complement his endeavors. In the Imperial Palace, within the chamber of the noble consort, Xian'er has arrived, please take a seat. She waved her hand, dismissing the surrounding maids. Your son pays his respects to mother. After bowing, Zhongxian sat beside her. You, of all people, have no business unless it involves the 3 treasures hall. What brings you to the palace today to visit your mother? The noble consort's tone was teasing, yet her gaze softened as she assessed her son, noting his good spirits, which eased her heart. While she feigned reproach, she was acutely aware of the dangers Zhongxian faced during this period, filled with nothing but concern for him. Zhongxian smiled, and, without circumlocution, stated, indeed, nothing escapes Mother's notice. Recently, I opened a small shop outside the palace, named the Qixin Pavilion, which just commenced operations today. The noble consort raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. Have you encountered difficulties? Not precisely difficulties, but at the outset of the business. The inventory is sparse, and relying solely on my own search may consume too much time. Thus, I hope to seek fortune here with you, Zhongxian replied directly, foregoing any pretense. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of understanding and satisfaction crossed the noble consort's eyes. Zhongxian's willingness to confide in her brought her joy. After a moment's contemplation, she remarked, since you established your own residence, I have not been of much assistance. However, I do possess some accumulated items of value. She summoned an elderly lady-in-waiting and whispered a few instructions. The lady-in-waiting departed and soon returned with several brocade boxes and a booklet. The noble consort pushed the boxes toward Zhongxian, saying, "Inside are a few trinkets I collected in my youth. Some are rare gems from overseas, while others are exquisite wooden carvings from the southern regions. Though not the finest, their uniqueness makes them quite rare in the market, suitable for enhancing your shop as facade." She then indicated the booklet. This contains a list and contact tokens. It records several trading houses with ties to our Lin family, primarily dealing in exotic treasures from abroad, such as coral, pearls, glassware, and spices. Present my tokens to them, and they will provide you with quality and unique goods at reasonable prices. Alternatively, you could approach your grandfather directly, which may yield swifter results. Zhongxian opened the brocade boxes, revealing several exquisite ornaments and decorations that appeared quite exceptional. After all, how could the treasures of a palace consort be anything ordinary? "I thank you, mother," he expressed gratefully, as he closed the boxes and tucked away the booklet. A warm surge filled his heart. The noble consort gazed at her son and gently said, "Xianer, it is truly commendable that you are now dedicated to nurturing your own influence. These items are given in the hope that you can establish a firm foundation. Remember to act with caution, yet do not be overly timid. You have your mother to rely on." Her simple words conveyed unwavering support. Zhongxian solemnly replied, "Mother, please rest assured, your son understands." The mother and son exchanged some casual conversation before Zhongxian took his leave. Not long after returning to his residence, a servant came to report that someone from the Prime Minister's residence had arrived. Zhongxian's heart stirred slightly at the mention of the Prime Minister's estate. Was it the venerable Mr. Qin, or perhaps a messenger sent by his fiancée? He was puzzled about the purpose of their visit at this hour. He welcomed the visitor into the hall, where he found a well-dressed, composed maidservant, who was none other than Qin Yingshue's personal attendant. Her gaze towards Zhongxian bore a hint of shyness, though she quickly regained her composure. She then presented a delicate wooden box, speaking with deference. "This humble servant has come on behalf of my young lady. Upon hearing of your highness's new store opening, she specially entrusted me with this token of goodwill to congratulate you on your prosperous venture." Zhongxian gestured for Qinglong to accept the wooden box. Upon opening it, he discovered neatly arranged scrolls and several smaller silk pouches. The maidservant explained, "My lady said that since your highness established the Zhongxian Pavilion, it is only fitting that it offers rare treasures. These paintings are genuine works by the renowned artist Yang and of the previous dynasty, along with pieces by several contemporary reclusive masters, all part of my lady's private collection. The silk pouches contain exquisite pearls from the Eastern Sea and gemstones from the Western regions that my lady seldom uses, which may be fashioned into jewelry for sale." Zhongxian was somewhat taken aback. The authenticity of Yang and's works could be considered priceless, rare even in the market. The pearls and gemstones were certainly not of ordinary quality either. This gesture from Qin Yingxue was indeed of considerable value, stirring a sense of gratitude within him. He pondered whether the old prime minister was aware of this, and what his thoughts might be. Though bound by a marriage contract with Qin Yingxue, it was largely a political union. They had met a few times and left a decent impression on each other. There was a mutual fondness, yet it hardly approached the depths of profound affection. For a lady of her status, such an act was indeed remarkable. "Please convey my gratitude to Miss Qin. I graciously accept this gift," Zhongxian said warmly to the maidservant. She smiled in response, bowed once more, and after casting a lingering glance at Zhongxian, took her leave. Zhongxian contemplated the wooden box for a moment. He would remember this act of kindness from Qin Yingxue. The paintings and jewels arrived at a fortuitous time, sufficient to elevate the Zhongxian Pavilion's depth and diversity of offerings to a new level. Chapter 30. The blind box. Upon returning to the Prime Minister's residence, the maidservant made her way directly to Qin Yingshue's chamber. "Young lady, the items have been delivered, and the seventh prince has accepted them, even sending his thanks through me," she spoke softly. Qin Yingxue, seated by the window engrossed in a book, merely responded with a gentle her gaze remaining fixed on the pages. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint blush creeping to her ears. Though she appeared calm, her heart was far from tranquil. Parting with those treasures was no trivial matter for her. It wasn't merely about reluctance to give away gifts, but rather, her innate modesty as a woman made her somewhat bashful. After all, they were only informally betrothed, with a significant time yet to pass before any formal union. Making such a gesture seemed rather audacious. "Has he mentioned anything else?" Qin Yingxue inquired, seemingly casually. The maid pondered for a moment before shaking her head. The seventh prince merely expressed his gratitude, appearing quite gentle and uttering no further words. Qin Yingxue nodded, falling silent. Yet a sense of subtle disappointment mingled with relief stirred within her. That evening, she was summoned to her father Qin Yu's study. Qin Yu, seated in a grand chair, maintained a tranquil demeanor, his fingers lightly tapping on the table as he observed his daughter enter. "Father," Qin Yingxue bowed respectfully. Sit. Qin Yu gestured to a nearby chair. Once she was seated, he spoke slowly. I hear you sent something to the seventh prince today? A jolt ran through Qin Yingxue. She realized this matter could not be concealed from her father and confessed candidly, yes. Daughter heard that the seventh prince is opening a new shop and sent some paintings and jewels as a congratulatory gift. Congratulatory gift? Qin Yu's tone was flat. The authentic works of Yang and were a gift from your grandfather, which you have always cherished. The pearls from the East China Sea are part of your mother's dowry. You intend to use these as mere tokens of congratulations? Qin Yingshue's hands, resting on her lap, tightened slightly as she replied softly, Daughter believes the seventh prince, being new to commerce, may require such items to elevate his facade. Those items hold little use for me. Qin Yu regarded his daughter with a profound gaze. Yingxue, it is true you are betrothed to the seventh prince, and I do not oppose your normal interactions with him. In certain instances, the Qin family must also express its stance. However, the time is not yet ripe. He paused, continuing, your actions today, to outsiders, may appear as the Qin family's inclination toward him. Have you carefully weighed the implications of this? Qin Yingxue lifted her head, her eyes clear, yet resolute. Father, I understand the stakes involved. My actions do not represent the Qin family. They are merely my personal choices. Qin Yu remained silent for a moment, then sighed, his tone softening. Since you comprehend, I shall refrain from further discourse. I merely wish to remind you that amidst turmoil, every step must be taken with caution. In the future, such matters require more contemplation, and at the very least, you should inform me beforehand. Yes, daughter has noted that, Qin Yingxue replied, lowering her head. The following day, Zhongxian arrived at the Lin family residence, carrying a booklet from his mother, the Shu Fei. The elderly Master Lin, Zhongxian's maternal grandfather, had been retired for several years but had recently made strides in the business world. Upon hearing of his grandson's visit, the elder Lin was quite pleased and met Zhongxian directly in the flower hall. Xianer, it is good to see you, Zhongxian said, respectfully bowing. Please rise, sit. The elder Lin smiled broadly, appraising Zhongxian. It's been some time, you've grown more composed. How is my mother faring in the palace? Mother is well and often thinks of you. Grandfather. Zhongxian exchanged pleasantries before revealing his purpose, producing the booklet. To be candid, grandfather, I have recently opened a shop outside the palace, named the Zhongxian Pavilion. The maternal grandmother provided her grandson with this list, instructing him to seek you out, as it may facilitate connections with various trading houses to procure some unique goods. Old Master Lin received the booklet, perused its contents briefly, and a glimmer of understanding flickered in his eyes. The Zhongxian Pavilion? I have indeed heard whispers of a newly opened store in the West Market, distinct in style, selling Arctic jade that has become quite sought after. It appears this venture is your doing. He set the booklet down and turned his gaze to Zhongxian. The trading houses listed here do indeed share a familial bond with the Lin family, some even being subtly backed by them. The Haiyan Trading Company, which specializes in overseas curiosities, had its head steward once aided by me. The Tongda Cargo Depot, primarily engaged in business with the southern frontier and the western regions, has an owner who is an old acquaintance of your uncle. Zhongxian felt reassured, realizing he had indeed made the right choice in approaching his grandfather. Old Master Lin continued, feel free to express your needs. Pearls, glassware, gemstones, whatever is circulating in the market, they can procure the finest quality for you. The prices will certainly be fair. Thank you, grandfather. Zhongxian rose and offered a respectful bow. Old Master Lin waved his hand, gesturing for him to sit, his expression growing more serious. Xianer, your venture into commerce is supported by me, but you must understand that as a prince, engaging in business is not the end goal, but rather a means to an end. Whatever you wish to pursue, both your mother and I will support you wholeheartedly. Zhongxian comprehended this well and nodded earnestly. Old Master Lin regarded him with great expectation. Following the contact details provided by Old Master Lin, Wei Zhongxian and Qinglong led teams to visit the Haiyan Trading Company and the Tongda Cargo Depot, bearing letters of introduction. The process was remarkably smooth. Upon seeing Old Master Lin's personal letter, the managers displayed utmost respect and enthusiasm, not only presenting the latest product catalogs, but also promising priority supply to Zhongxian Pavilion, with prices as reasonable as Old Master Lin had indicated. With the precious artwork and jewels gifted by Qin Yingxue, along with the stable and high-quality supply channel from the Lin family, the operations of Zhongxian Pavilion quickly entered a fast track. Customer footfall increased daily, and the reputation rapidly flourished. Zhongxian Pavilion transformed from merely a novelty store selling Arctic jade into a premier destination for the elite and affluent of the capital seeking rare and high-end goods. The stable operations of Zhongxian Pavilion brought Zhongxian a continuous stream of wealth, yet he was not content with just that. He summoned Wei Zhongxian and Qinglong to his study. Has the shop accumulated any items of decent quality, albeit not top tier? or goods of more ordinary designs recently? Zhongxian inquired. Zhongxian pondered briefly before nodding. Indeed, Your Highness. Particularly when crafting those exquisite accessories, it is inevitable that some inferior materials or remnants are utilized. While the resultant products are commendable, their value is significantly diminished. Excellent, Zhongxian replied. Furthermore, select some intriguing, albeit lower value, items from the recent overseas imports that are rare in the market. Xinglong acknowledged the command. I shall attend to it immediately. Zhongxian continued his meticulous preparations, enlisting artisans to craft a series of uniformly sized, well-sealed wooden boxes, designed to be aesthetically pleasing yet discreet enough to conceal their contents. These selected items would be randomly placed within the boxes. Zhongxian seemed to grasp the underlying intention. His Highness's plan was to mix these goods, so that customers would remain oblivious to what they might receive upon purchase. Indeed, Zhongxian affirmed, this creation could be aptly termed a mystery box, with each box priced uniformly. Among every 10 boxes, one would contain a valuable gem, such as a finely crafted pearl, while within every 50, there would be a single item worth over 100 taels. Zhongxian paused for emphasis, stating, the key lies in the sealing. No contents must be revealed. Buyers would rely solely on luck, potentially gaining a substantial reward or merely an ordinary item. Concurrently, a message would be disseminated that each mystery box could never be empty and held the chance of containing rare treasures from the esteemed Qixian Pavilion, such as ornaments made of Arctic jade. Zhongxian's eyes lit up. He immediately understood the cleverness of the scheme. His Highness's plan cleverly exploited human curiosity and the desire for fortune. Once someone unveiled a precious item, the news would spread, enticing more individuals to try their luck. Zhongxian nodded in agreement. The initial batch of 100 mystery boxes would be produced, with sales commencing the following day in a designated area of Qixian Pavilion. Limited to 25 boxes each day on a first-come, first-served basis. Limited sales? Xinglong pondered thoughtfully. Rarity enhances value. Instilling a sense of urgency would draw more people. The next day, the mystery boxes quietly appeared on the shelves of Qixian Pavilion. Initially, customers were perplexed. However, once the attendants explained the rules and subtly hinted at the possibility of unveiling Arctic jade, some bold or curious science began to take a chance. When a patron, under the gaze of many, revealed a luminous pearl from an ordinary mystery box, the atmosphere erupted in astonishment. The news spread like wildfire, quickly circulating among the aristocracy that treasures could indeed be found within the mystery boxes of Qixian Pavilion, becoming a hot topic of conversation in various circles that day. In the subsequent days, the limited 20 mystery boxes were snatched up within mere moments each day. Although most of the revealed items were of comparable ordinary value, the occasional appearance of a valuable prize continued to stimulate public interest. Some even began to arrive in groups, opening boxes together in a test of luck, transforming it into a new form of entertainment. On the other hand, Manager Wang of the nearby Zhongxian initially scoffed at the notion, dismissing it as a mere trick. However, upon witnessing the surging crowds at Qixian Pavilion due to the mystery boxes and hearing of genuine valuable items being unveiled, his expression soured considerably. Manager Wang had no choice but to compose an urgent letter to the second prince, accurately reporting the threat posed by Qixian Pavilion. He knew that in the realm of pure commercial competition, Zhongxian could no longer be a contender and that other measures must be employed. The mysterious box of Qixian Pavilion has become a topic of fervent discussion in Kyoto, representing an innovative endeavor that has garnered Zhongxian increased funding and attention. In the study of Howren Mansion, Zhongxian listened intently as Zhongxian reported on the substantial profits and immense response generated by the enigmatic box. He understood that the vitality of this model lay in its continuous novelty and the assurance of quality. Zhongxian instructed Zhongxian to regularly rotate the types of items placed within the box to maintain its allure, while also ensuring strict quality control, vowing never to compromise on standards lest they tarnish their reputation.